back in its place, then went off to find a mop.
Chapter 24. Adrian's chest ached from his newest tattoo, still sore from 1,000 tiny pricks of the needle. Of all his tattoos, this had been the easiest to persuade himself to go through with. He'd known he would do it the moment the vitality charm had successfully admitted him into Max's presence. The charm worked, and this tattoo would too. After this, he would be able to come and go from the quarantine as he pleased. With so much importance resting on this design, he had not simply copied the symbol onto his skin. He had spent hours poring through dictionaries, encyclopedias, and tomes on symbolism and ancient healing practices. The symbols that the blacksmith had long ago stamped into the medallion were found across multiple religions and cultures, often carrying messages of protection and health. The open right hand was said to be a ward against evil, and snakes had been associated with healing and medicine for eons. The more he read, the more he understood how this design could protect someone from forces that would seek to weaken him or her. Protection, health, strength. The words came up again and again in his research, and had repeated like a mantra in Adrian's mind as he'd worked on the tattoo. A serpent curled inside the palm of an open hand. The hand held up in defiance. Stop. You may not pass. The serpent ready to devour any affliction that dared to ignore the hand's warning. Together, immunity. The tattoo inked directly over his heart would work. Adrian had already accomplished remarkable things by inking new designs into his skin. He had stretched the limits of his power beyond anything he would have previously thought possible. He had made himself into the Sentinel, and the scope of his abilities seemed endless, limited only by his imagination. So who was to say that he couldn't give himself this ability too? Not complete invincibility like the captain had. The only way he could think to accomplish that would have been with a tattoo that spanned the full length of his body, and he wasn't ready for that sort of commitment. But invincibility from Max? It could be done. It was possible. He had never been so sure of anything in his life. He went to the mirror to inspect his work. The design looked good, clean and sharp, despite having had to work upside down on himself. He was pleased to see how balanced he'd gotten the overall shape. It had turned out exactly how he'd envisioned, a perfect replica of the symbol on the vitality charm. Relaxing his shoulders, Adrian pressed his palm over the tattoo and let his power seep into his body. He felt the same warm, stinging sensation he had every time he did this, as the design sank through his skin and into his muscles, through his rib cage, into his steadily beating heart, as it became a part of him. When he pulled his hand away, the ink was glowing orange, like melted gold inlaid on his skin. But it faded fast, leaving only the tattoo behind, no different than it had been when he first pulled off the bandage. Unlike his other drawings, the tattoos didn't disappear after he willed them into reality. Maybe because they were intended to be permanent. Maybe because he wasn't creating a physical manifestation of the drawing, but rather using it to change himself. Adrian was as confident in his tattoos and his new abilities as he'd ever been about anything. As he put away his tattooing kit, he found himself wishing that he could have been even half as sure about Nova and the mixed signals she'd been sending lately. He was sure, well, pretty sure, a solid 83% sure that Nova had been flirting with him in the training hall. And at the park, too. A dozen small moments kept flashing through his memory. A smile that was a bit too bright. Eyes lingering on his a second too long. The way she sat just a little closer to him than she had to. The way her fingers brushed against his back when she'd been teaching him how to shoot. That was flirting, wasn't it? And flirting meant interest, didn't it? But then he remembered the carnival, and how she had pulled away so hastily when he'd tried to kiss her, and how everything had been awkward between them since, and he figured he had to be imagining things. The biggest problem was that their time at the carnival had made Adrian painfully aware of how much he had started to like Nova. Really like her. He liked how brave she was. That dauntless courage she'd had when she faced off against Gargoyle at the trials. The lack of hesitation to chase after Hawthorne or take out the detonator. The bravery that veered just a bit toward recklessness. Sometimes he wished he could be more like her, always so confident in her own motivations that she didn't mind bending the rules from time to time. That's how Adrian felt when he was the Sentinel. His conviction that he knew what was right gave him the courage to act, even when he would have hesitated as Adrian or Sketch. But Nova never hesitated. Her compass never seemed to falter. He liked that she defied the rules of their society, refusing to bend for the council when so many others would have been falling over themselves to impress them, refusing to apologize for their decision to go after the librarian despite the protocols because she believed wholeheartedly that they made the right choice with the options they'd been given. He liked that she destroyed him at every one of those carnival games. He liked that she hadn't flinched when he brought a dinosaur to life in the palm of her hand. He liked that she'd raced into the quarantine to help Max, despite having no clue what she was going to do when she got there, only that she had to do something. He liked that she showed compassion for Max, sometimes even indignation for the way his ability was being used, but never pity. He even liked the way she feigned enthusiasm for things like the Sidekick Olympics, when it was clear she would have rather been doing just about anything else. But no matter how long the growing list of things that attracted him to Nova McLean had become, he still found her feelings toward him to be a mystery, with an annoying shortage of evidence to support the theory that maybe, just maybe, she sort of liked him too. A smile here, a blush there. It was an infuriatingly short list. He was probably reading into things. It didn't matter, he told himself again and again. He couldn't risk getting too close to anyone right now. If Nova found out about his tattoos, or noticed how his disappearances coincided with the Sentinel's actions, or if she ever stumbled onto one of his notepads detailing the Sentinel's armor or abilities, she would figure it out. She was so observant, so quick. She would know in a heartbeat, and then how long would it be before she told the rest of the team, or his dad's, or the entire organization? Nova had made her feelings for the Sentinel quite clear, and they were anything but tender. At least his life had taken on a quieter pace since he'd put the Sentinel's armor aside. He supposed death had been accepted as fact, even though there had been no success in dredging up his body from the bottom of the river. Adrian knew it would be easier to go on this way, to let the Sentinel die with the public's belief. He didn't regret anything he had done while wearing the armored suit, and he couldn't comprehend why the Council and the Renegades were so determined to stop him, even after all the criminals he'd captured, all the people he'd helped. They were so focused on their code, they couldn't appreciate the good that could be accomplished when someone stepped outside of their rules. But regrets or not, the Sentinel was considered an enemy of the Renegades, and he couldn't stomach the thought of having to explain his secret identity to his dad's, or the rest of his team, including Nova, especially Nova. The best way to keep his secret was to keep distance between them, even if she had been flirting, which she most definitely had been. He knew, with a solid 87% certainty. His thoughts spiraled. With the tattoo finished, he needed another distraction. Stretching the kinks from his shoulders, he went into his art studio. What had started out as a flash of random inspiration had grown into something, well, kind of spectacular, if Adrian did say so himself. What before had been a dark, windowless room with drab white walls and concrete floors was now a sight that would have stolen anyone's breath. The painting, inspired by the dream Nova had told him about from her childhood, had become a tropical paradise, spanning every wall from floor to ceiling. As the kapok trees had grown, their branches stretched outward into a tangle of leaves and vines, forming a jungle canopy that devoured every inch of the ceiling above. Down below, the floor had been overtaken with thick, tangled roots, stones and ferns, and patches of bright-colored flowers. There were also remnants of the abandoned ruins Nova had described, including a series of steps leading toward the corner, where the statue could be seen, surrounded by a crumbling stone wall and encroaching plants. The statue itself was turned away so that its hooded face and outstretched hands could not be seen, adding an air of mystery to the image. Spotted with moss and chipped with age, the statue was a lone, steadfast figure, the last remnant of a lost civilization. It was just paint, but Adrian couldn't recall ever being so proud of any of his art. When he stepped into the room, he imagined he could smell the heady fragrance of wildflowers. He could hear the squawks of native birds and the thrum of 1,000 insects. He could feel the humidity on his skin. He had just opened a can of paint, intending to finish some of the highlights on a cluster of ferns, when a brusque voice echoed through the house. "Adrian!" He froze. It had been a long, long time since he'd heard Hugh yell like that. Setting down his paintbrush, he made his way hesitantly up the stairs. He found his dad's in their office on the second floor, huddled around a shared tablet on the large mahogany desk. "You called?" They both looked up at him, momentarily speechless. Hugh launched to his feet and jabbed a finger at the tablet. "What were you thinking?" Adrian took a step back. "Excuse me?" Simon held up the tablet for Adrian to see. "Would you care to explain this to us?" Adrian approached them hesitantly, watching the screen. It was security footage of Max's quarantine, and "I was going to tell you about that." "I should hope so," said Hugh, still on the verge of yelling. He spread his arms wide, a gesture of frustration that Adrian hadn't seen from him in a long time. "How could you just... Why would you? What were you thinking?" "Adrian," said Simon with much more patience. "Did you—" He trailed off, squared his shoulders, started again. "Did you sacrifice your powers so you could be closer to Max?" Adrian gaped at him. The way he said it, Adrian could tell that he thought the idea was both ludicrous and also enviable. Like maybe he'd considered doing exactly that more times than he would admit. "No," Adrian said. "I didn't sacrifice my powers." "Then what is happening in this video?" said Hugh. "The poor security guard on duty nearly had a heart attack when he saw this." Adrian rubbed a hand over his hair. "I'm sorry. I was going to talk to you about that." "We're talking about it now," snapped Hugh. "Would you stop yelling?" Adrian said. Hugh glowered, but then deflated, at least a little. "Sorry." Adrian sighed. "I figured out a way to be immune to Max." "No one is immune to Max," said Hugh. Adrian frowned. "You're immune to Max?" His voice rose again. "And I'm the only one. Now try again, the truth this time." "I found this thing in the vaults," Adrian said more forcefully now. "It's called a vitality charm. It's this old medallion that's said to protect against pretty much anything that weakens a person, like poison or disease. And I thought, well, maybe it would work against Max's powers too. And it did. It does." Hugh and Simon exchanged doubtful looks. "It's the truth." He gestured at the tablet. "I'm wearing the charm in the video. You can see it." "What do you mean you found it?" said Simon. "I was getting that puppet for Winston Pratt, and Snapshot was there talking about it with that guy, Calum. I did some research and learned what it could do, and I figured it would work." He focused on Simon. "I have the charm downstairs. I was going to give it to you. You can wear it, and you'll be able to see Max just like I did. You can get close to him, and nothing will happen to you." "Adrian, that's impossible," said Simon. "It's in the video." He gestured at the tablet. "I wouldn't lie about this." "But how did you know?" started Hugh. "It was a hunch I had, and it worked." Hugh rocked back on his heels, and a silence filled the office. "Immunity," Simon finally murmured. "From Max?" Adrian hooked his thumbs on his pockets. "And other things, too." "Poisons and diseases," said Hugh. "And Max." Adrian scratched behind his neck. "I don't know this for sure, but I think it might also protect from something like Agent N." Their expressions mirrored each other, disbelief but also intrigue. "How did we not know about this?" said Hugh. Adrian shrugged. I figured since we have so many prodigy healers, no one really worries that much about fending off poisons and diseases. The medallion had never been checked out by any renegade, not since the database was created. It just must not have seemed important. Well, it will now, said Hugh. Something like this? I never thought. For a moment, Simon looked almost proud. And hopeful. That was really brave, Adrian. Thanks, Adrian muttered, even as his heart swelled. Hugh leaned against the windowsill. We need to talk about this, about what it could mean for Max and for Agent N. For now, don't tell anyone else about this vitality charm, okay? Yeah, sure, of course, said Adrian. Except I already told Nova. Hugh rolled his eyes. Of course you did. Well, tell her not to tell anyone else, all right? Adrian nodded, even though there was a tinge of disappointment that came with the words. He'd been excited to tell Oscar and the others. He tucked his hands into his pockets and swayed impatiently. So, was that all? His dads traded another look, and Adrian bristled on the inside. What was with all the silent looks these days? Didn't they know he could see them? Then they both sighed practically in unison. Yes, said Hugh. That was all.
Chapter 25. Nova was nearly finished cleaning up the disaster when a chime echoed through the vault. She cocked her head, frowning. It sounded like the alert from the reception desk, but it was far too early for someone to be there, wasn't it? She waited until she heard the chime a second time, then sighed and headed to the front of the warehouse. A girl was standing at the checkout desk, drumming her fingers on the counter. Nova's feet stalled. Janissa Clark's ice-blue eyes met Nova's, then swept down the length of the mop. Her lips curled, just a tiny bit. First you go from patrols to administration duty, and now they've demoted you all the way down to janitorial? Your family must be so proud. Nova's teeth ground. More at Janissa's flippant mention of her family than the pretentious attempt at an insult. During her time masquerading as a renegade, Nova had been forced to admit that many renegades had good intentions, even if they were part of a harmful social hierarchy. But she had also become even more aware that many renegades craved authority over those they deemed inferior, and Frostbite was among the worst. Back when the anarchists had lived in the subway tunnels, Frostbite's team paid frequent visits, mocking the anarchists, destroying their property, wasting their resources, all in the name of keeping the peace. Nova despised her and her team more than she despised most renegades. There are no unimportant jobs, said Nova, leaning the mop against Snapshot's desk. Only pretentious, small-minded individuals who seek to inflate their own importance by demoralizing everyone else. Plastering on a brilliant smile, she rounded the desk and booted up the computer. Can I help you with something? Janissa picked up the clipboard with the checkout information on it and tossed it at Nova. I need Turmoil's deadener. Nova scanned the top sheet on the clipboard and saw that Janissa had already begun to fill out the information for her request. Turmoil's deadener? She said skeptically. What's that? Janissa stared at her silently for a long moment. Nova stared back. Having cultivated a lifetime supply of patience, she was quite good at staring contests. Finally, Janissa sighed with mild exasperation. His sound deadener? I thought the people in this department were supposed to be useful. The sound deadener was familiar, now that Nova thought of it. A metronome that, as the pendulum swung back and forth, would create a soundproof perimeter beyond the area where the ticking could be heard. What do you need that for? Said Nova, setting down the clipboard. Janissa grunted. I'm sorry, Are you supposed to ask questions or bring me what I ask for? Nova's saccharine smile returned. Actually, I'm supposed to defend the innocent and uphold justice. So, again, what do you need it for? Small ice crystals were forming around Janissa's fingertips, crackling against the sleeves of her uniform, and Nova could tell she thought this conversation was the biggest waste of her time. It sort of made Nova enjoy it. My unit has a busy night ahead, Janissa said, her voice flat and annoyed. And unlike some patrol units, we actually make an effort to keep from disturbing the peace. Leaning forward, she pressed a finger down on the checkout sheet, sending a ripple of ice crackling against the paper. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. How very inconsiderate of me. I should have realized how our assignment would be upsetting to you, but I'm sure your team was passed up with good reason. Nova narrowed her eyes. Excuse me? We've been assigned to the Hawthorne case, Janissa gloated. And we finally have a lead. We should have her in custody within the next 48 hours. But don't worry, she leaned over the counter. We'll be sure to tell everyone what a difficult opponent she was, just to save you further embarrassment. Now, are you going to get that thing for me, or do I need to go find someone who actually knows how to do their job? Nova's blood curdled. To think that Hawthorne might be found and captured, and Frostbite of all people would get the credit for it. But she gripped her smile like a weapon. Have you already signed the rental agreement? Of course. Well then, Nova shoved away from the desk. I guess I'll be right back with your deadener. It wasn't hard to find Turmoil's sound deadener, stocked in the power-imbued tools section between a pewter-surfaced mirror and a collection of small red spheres. Nova snatched the wooden metronome from the shelf and turned away, her jaw still clenched. She froze, then slowly turned back to the spheres. There were 6 of them, all nestled into a tray not much bigger than a shoebox. Nova picked one up and inspected it. The device reminded her of a pomegranate, shiny and smooth, with a plugged crown on one side. Hello, mist missiles, she whispered, reading the label beneath the box. These were some of the explosive devices she had mentioned to Leroy that she thought could be altered to work with a gaseous form of Agent N. But she hadn't been able to inspect them yet. The infamous mist missiles were an invention from Fatalia, who could release an acidic vapor through her breath that would pulverize the lungs of any opponent who breathed it in. Her power was only effective at close range, though, which her enemies eventually caught on to. And so she created her missiles, similar to a hand grenade, that she could breathe her acid into. Upon impact, the acid would be released into the air. Nova could see a thin line around the device's circumference where it would have been split open to emit the noxious vapor. She wondered if there was any of Fatalia's breath still inside these bombs. And she wondered how difficult it would be to fill them with something like Agent N. Seeing them in real life, she was already picturing how she could make it work. If the anarchists were really going to try to weaken the renegades with their own weapon, a dispersal device like this would be far more effective than trying to take out every opponent with an injection dart. Besides, not everyone could be shot. The darts wouldn't puncture Captain Chromium's skin or gargoyles. The renegades wouldn't use Agent N in gas form because it was too risky. But if she had that vitality charm... The chime from the front clanged through the vault. Cheek twitching, Nova settled the mist missile back into the box. She returned to the reception area and tossed the metronome at Janissa without fanfare. Janissa stumbled and barely caught the device on a rising bed of ice crystals. She scowled at Nova. There you go. Enjoy, Nova chirped. With a sound of disgust, Janissa grabbed the deadener and marched back to the elevator. You're welcome, Nova shouted after her. Once she was gone, Nova sank into the desk chair and tapped her fingers against the clipboard. Steal the missiles or rent them. If she got caught stealing them, it would send off all sorts of alarms. But if she was able to turn them into Agent N bombs, then later they could be traced back to the rental agreement. By that point, though, the anarchists would be in full attack mode, and this charade would be over anyway. Her lips twisted. Maybe she should wait and discuss it with Leroy and Ace first. The elevator dinged again, and Calum swept into the room, his expression giddy. Was there really an explosion? Nova tensed. What? I got paged from security. What happened? Panic seized Nova's gut, but Calum didn't look concerned so much as curious. And eager, of course. Always so eager. Nothing, she said. I was just, cleaning some stuff. I think maybe I mixed some bad chemicals. Calum deflated. That's it? I was thinking maybe you'd uncovered a new magical function for something. She shook her head, feigning disappointment. I don't think so. Sorry. Meh. He waved a hand through the air, his expression clearing. It's probably a good thing. Spontaneous combustion is cool and all, but not great for the workplace. He bent over the desk and swiveled the checkout sheet toward him. Nova had noticed that he always checked who was renting the equipment and what they had taken. An argument in favor of stealing the missiles, now that she thought of it. He grimaced. Frostbite came in? Ugh, she terrifies me. You're not completely infatuated with her super snowflake skills? He chuckled. Are you kidding? She's totally using her power wrong. If I had ice manipulation, I would wear ice skates all the time and make a constant path of ice in front of me everywhere I went. He pushed the clipboard away. What did she want the sound deadener for? Not sure, she muttered, refusing to admit that her team had been passed over for the Hawthorne case. It's not my job to ask questions. She paused. I mean, it's not, is it? Are we allowed to say no to someone if they want to check out something we don't think they should have? He grunted. Typically no. Not if they've passed clearance and signed the agreement. But if you're really hesitant about something, you can ask Snapshot to bring it up to the council. I only had to do it once, when I was pretty sure that one of the new recruits was using a skeleton key to break into people's apartments. I'm sad to say that I was right. Nova gawked. What happened? He was taken off patrols and spent a lot of time doing community service after that. He works in the food court now. Lucky for him. If he pulled a stunt like that today, he'd probably be stuck with Agent N. I don't think so. Calum rubbed the pale fuzz on his chin. He was breaking the law, but he wasn't particularly dangerous. The punishment seemed fitting. Nova grunted, but she wasn't sure if she agreed. Once the public knew about Agent N, they'd be crying for it to be applied to every case of prodigy wrongdoing. And the council was so eager to hold on to their reputation, she suspected they would acquiesce easily. And with every prodigy who was neutralized, the renegade's power would grow and grow. You don't like Agent N either, do you? She started. What? Calum leaned against the desk. I think it's tragic. For someone to be given these incredible abilities, only to have them stripped away? It's so wasteful. To know what this world could look like, what humanity could be, if only we all chose to do our best, to help others, to be, well, heroes. I don't like to think of the chance being taken away from someone before they've lived up to their potential. Right, said Nova. Except having superpowers doesn't automatically turn you into some selfless hero. People are greedy and cruel, and, for some, having superpowers just makes them even more greedy and cruel. Her jaw tightened. Janissa Clark is proof of that. Yes, Calum said, speaking slowly, as if he were forming his thoughts as he spoke. But I think that, when given the choice to do good or to do harm, most people choose good. And I think, Nova countered, that nothing is as black and white as people want to pretend. Doing good and doing harm aren't mutually exclusive. He lifted his head. Example? Nova pulled the chair toward her and dropped into it. I don't know. Ace Anarchy? Calum's expression turned to delight. I'm listening. Go on. Nova frowned at him. Sweet rot, he was a strange guy. Well, he's a villain, right? Everyone knows that. Unquestionable. He killed people. He destroyed half the city. But if it weren't for him, prodigies would still be living in fear, persecuted, victimized, abused. He created a world where prodigies could stand up for themselves, to declare what we are and not be afraid that we'll be punished for it. He fought for the rights of all prodigies, whereas the renegades only seemed interested in defending prodigies who agree with their code. But people were still afraid, said Calum. The age of anarchy was not a nice time, not for anyone. It was the renegades who made people feel safe again. So really it was the renegades who showed the world that prodigies deserved rights. The renegades wouldn't have existed without Ace Anarchy. Do the ends justify the means? Sometimes. Then, Ace Anarchy was a hero. She peered at him suspiciously. I didn't say that. His grin returned, and Nova had the impression that this conversation was little more than a fun debate to him. She wondered if he was one of those devil's advocate types, who could argue on either side regardless of his actual opinion. Follow me, he said, turning his back on her. What? Where are we going? I want to show you something. Nova didn't move. As Calum waited for the elevator to arrive, he shot her an impatient look. Nova stood. Fine, but I'd better not get fired over this. Calum chuckled. You and I are the only people in this whole organization who think that working in the artifacts department is fascinating. Trust me, they're not going to fire you. The elevator arrived, and Nova followed him inside. She felt compelled to deny his assumption. She wasn't working here because the artifacts were fascinating. She was here because she had a job to do. She had a helmet to retrieve. But then she realized that Calum wasn't altogether wrong. She did think the job was interesting. As an inventor, she could appreciate the innovation that had gone into a lot of things in the collection. Still, though, she wasn't about to nerd out about it like Calum did. The elevator began to rise, and Nova glanced at the panel of numbers. With a start, she pushed herself away from the wall. Calum was taking her to the topmost floor where the council's private offices were located. Tension wrapped around her limbs. Why was he taking her to the council? Had he figured her out? Did he know? She shouldn't have defended Ace Anarchy. She shouldn't have been so careless with the electrolysis experiment. She shouldn't have criticized the renegades and Agent N. Nova curled her fingers, feeling the familiar sensation of her power warming her skin. She targeted the back of Calum's neck. Half a second, and he would be unconscious. Her attention skipped to the camera attached to the elevator ceiling, and she hesitated. Have you been up here before? Said Calum, watching the numbers flash above the metal doors. They keep some of the coolest things from the collection on display outside the council offices. Though, between you and me, their choices are questionable. I mean, everything has its place, but people are way too obsessed with weapons and warfare. If it were up to me, I'd display something like the Legacy Torch. It may not be flashy, but it played a huge role in early Prodigy history. As he rattled on, Nova allowed herself to relax. He wasn't turning her over to the council. He was just showing her more of his beloved memorabilia. Figured. Prism was seated at an imposing desk when they stepped off the elevator, her crystal skin glinting in the light from a blown glass chandelier. She beamed when she saw Calum, her teeth sending a dazzling array of rainbows across the glossy white floor. "Hey there, Wonder Boy," she said. "Is it already time to change out the exhibits?" "Not today. I just wanted to show Insomnia the scenery. Have you met?" Prism's smile alighted on Nova. "Just once. So nice to see you again." She stretched out a hand. When Nova shook, she found her skin as hard and cold to the touch as glass. Here, she realized, was yet another prodigy who might not be vulnerable to Agent N darts. Though she couldn't imagine why anyone would care to neutralize Prism. As far as she could tell, the woman was made of some sort of crystal, and that was it. Her only power was a pretty show when light struck her skin the right way. "Go on," said Prism, gesturing toward a door. "The council isn't in yet, so you'll have plenty of peace and quiet." They passed through a circular lobby with various display cases and prominent paintings, but Calum didn't comment on the prized artifacts. Not even the enormous painting that depicted the defeat of Ace Anarchy on the Day of Triumph. A painting that infuriated Nova as much now as it had the first time she'd seen it. Instead, Calum showed her through a wide door down a short corridor that passed Tsunami's office and out onto the headquarter building's observation deck. Nova stepped outside and felt the temperature drop. They were surrounded by glass and steel, beneath their feet and curving upward to form a transparent shelter over their heads. Calum went ahead of her, placing his hands on a rail that wrapped around the deck. Nova followed. Her breath hitched. The view wasn't like anything she'd ever seen before. She had spent plenty of time on the rooftops of buildings, even skyscrapers. But never had she been so high up. Never had she seen Gatlin City laid out like a dream. There was the bay in the distance, where the morning sun was dancing on the waves like molten gold. She could see both the Sentry and the Stockton bridges spanning the river, majestic with their towering pylons and the graceful arcs of their suspension cables. There was the landmark Merchant Tower, with its recognizable glass spire, and the centuries-old Woodrow Hotel, still sporting a ghost sign on its brick. Things she had seen 1,000 times before, but never like this. From so far away, she could no longer see the scars of time left on the city. The buildings that were crumbling to the elements. The abandoned neighborhoods. The drifts of garbage and debris piled up on sidewalks and in alleyways. There was no noise up here to compete with the tranquility. No sirens, no shouting, no car horns. No yowling of stray cats or squawking of territorial crows. It was breathtaking. "You know what's amazing?" said Calum. He pointed, and she followed the angle of his finger down to City Park, its lush green fields and autumn-painted forests like an unexpected oasis in the sea of concrete and glass. "You see that tree near the southeast corner of the park? The evergreen, that kind of stands up over all these little deciduous ones. That's a queen cypress tree. Do you know how slow those things grow?" Nova blinked at him, unable to discern where he was going with this. "I don't." "Slow," Calum said. "Really slow. So whoever planted that tree, they must have known that they were going to have to wait years, decades, before they could sit under it and enjoy its shade. Maybe they never got to. Maybe they planted it, hoping that their kids or their grandkids, or even complete strangers generations away would be able to sit under the boughs of that tree and that maybe someone would spare a moment of gratitude for the person who had the foresight to plant a little sapling in the first place. He fell silent, and Nova's brow furrowed. This was the important thing he had to show her? Also, said Calum, trains. Trains are so cool. Nova hummed to herself and began plotting what she could say to politely remove herself from this conversation and go back to work. Think of the early steam trains, all that engineering, all those resources. It must have been faith at first, right? A confidence that this was the future, travel and industry and trade. There was no guarantee that those tracks would be laid, connecting all these cities and ports, but someone had enough conviction to go ahead with it anyway. Calum? And the alphabet, he said, turning to her. Have you ever stopped to consider the alphabet? Think about it. These symbols, they're just lines on paper, but someone at some point had the idea to assign them a meaning. And not just that, but then to teach those meanings to other people, to envision a way for ideas and thoughts to be recorded and shared. It must have seemed like an impossible task at first, but they persisted. And think of all that's led to. Isn't that fantastic? Calum, Nova said more firmly now. Do you have a point? He blinked the excitement from his eyes and peered at Nova, almost sadly for a moment. My point is that Ace Anarchy, whatever his motives might have been, was ultimately a destructive force. He destroyed things. But we are so much stronger and better when we put our energy into creating things, not destroying them. Of course, she said sourly, and the renegades are the ones that create. Calum shrugged. They're trying, but no one's perfect. Like you said, even Ace Anarchy was fighting for a cause he believed in, a cause that was worth fighting for. But he didn't build anything. Instead, he killed and he destroyed and he left the world in shambles. The result wasn't freedom for prodigies. It was 20 years of fear. 20 years in which people weren't thinking about writing books or planting trees or building skyscrapers. It was an accomplishment just to survive another day. He smiled wryly. But then, Agent N is a destructive force too. It depletes, but it doesn't replenish. I'm worried it's a step backward, for all of us. They were silent for a moment. Then Calum groaned and ruffled his own hair. I'm sorry. People have told me I'm boring when I talk about this stuff, but sometimes it's so frustrating to go through life seeing all of this. He spread his arms wide as if he could embrace the city below. There are so many things to marvel at. How could anyone want to hurt it? How can people wake up every morning and not think, look, the sun is still there, and I'm still here. This is incredible! He laughed and turned to Nova again. If I could just make everyone see. I mean, for more than just a minute then. I don't know. I can't help but think that then we could all start working to create things. Together, for once. Nova regarded the city again. She saw fishing boats cutting through the waves heading toward the sea, cars making their way through the streets, almost as if they were part of a choreographed dance, teams of cranes and construction workers repairing fallen buildings and erecting new structures over the skeletons of the old. Hundreds of thousands of people, going about their lives, day after day, year after year, generation after generation. Somehow, humanity had managed to build all of this, despite everything that had tried to get in its way. Somehow they prevailed. They continued on. It was incredible. How had she never considered it before? Maybe because she'd never had a chance to see it like this? She had spent so much of her life underground, squirreled away in the dark, lifeless tunnels. She had never paid much thought to exactly how much that secrecy was costing her and the anarchists, the lives they could never live. Or maybe she was seeing it now because... Wonder Boy? She whispered. Calum groaned. Just Wonder. Prism thinks adding the boy turns it into a cute nickname, which would have been fine when I was 7. She turned to him, shaking her head. I didn't think you were a prodigy. Yeah, it doesn't come up often. Being able to temporarily reveal all the great wonders of this world. He swooped his arm toward the horizon again. Doesn't seem like much when compared to chrome biceps or volcanic eruptions coming out of your fingertips. He snapped to prove his point, but rather than seem disappointed, his face took on that captivated expression again. Did you know that in the 17th century, a prodigy held back the lava flow of an erupting volcano so their village could be... Calum! He drew up short. Nova stared at him. You were manipulating me. I thought... There was a second when I... You can't just mess with people's emotions like that. Ah, common misconception, he said, unperturbed. I can't do anything to people's emotions. I can only show them their true feelings, or what they would see if they bothered to look close enough. And when people see the truth, that they really are surrounded by a lot of amazing things, they tend to naturally experience an overwhelming sense of awe. I mean, why wouldn't you? She frowned, not sure if she was buying his explanation. She felt toyed with, like she'd had a moment of blinding clarity only to discover it was an illusion. Except now she wasn't so sure what was real and what wasn't. It was, she had to admit, kind of a neat gift, to bestow a sense of wonder on those around you. It wasn't flashy, but she suspected he was right. Maybe the world would be different if everyone could see it the way he did. Why don't they have you on patrols? She said. With a power like that, you'd be able to defuse a lot of dangerous situations. Not as easily as you might think. People have to take a second to notice the world around them, and when someone's in the middle of a brawl or committing a crime, they're not going to stop and smell the hypothetical roses. I can have more of an impact here, helping other renegades change their perspective, reminding people what it is we're trying to accomplish. If we're going to rebuild the world, I'd like it to be built on a foundation of gratitude and appreciation, not greed or pride. If that's your goal, said Nova, rubbing her forehead, then I'm not sure you're succeeding. It's a slow process, but I'm patient. Nova paced along the edges of the observation deck, sliding her fingers across the rail. She reached the edge of the balcony and paused. Gatlin City was mostly built on a series of slopes that descended toward the bay, and from this angle she could see Ace's Cathedral, situated at the top of a tall hill, the crumbling bell tower jutting above the wasteland. She could hear Ace's voice in her head, telling her that sometimes you needed to destroy the old in order to make way for the new. Progress was often built on sacrifice. She hated to think of the renegades having access to something like Agent N, but her reasons weren't the same as Calum's. He hated the idea of obliterating the potential of superpowers, but Nova hated the imbalance of power it would cause more than anything. Yes, superpowers could be used to accomplish great things, but they could also be used for cruelty and domination, and the fewer prodigies there were, the more likely those who remained would become all-powerful tyrants. If it were up to her, if she could change the future of the world, she would make it so there were no superpowers at all. No more heroes. No more villains. Just humanity, powerless and vulnerable, all struggling through life together. Something told her Calum wouldn't agree with that position. Why did you bring me up here? she asked. It took Calum a moment to answer. When he did, his voice was quiet. I like you, Nova. I don't know what you've been through, but I can tell you've been hurt, and you're still hurting. She flinched. I know that some prodigies become renegades because they like the idea of having power. Calum continued, fixing his gaze on her. And some want the prestige and the fame. But a lot of us are here because we want to make a difference. We want to change things for the better. He paused, his gaze slipping to the horizon. I don't know what your story is, but I think you want to change things for the better, too. I thought that maybe seeing this would be a good reminder of what we're all doing here, what it is we're fighting for. Nova studied the city beneath her. It was a good reminder of what she was fighting for. But Calum was wrong about one thing. Sometimes, things did have to be destroyed before something better could be built.
Chapter 26.
Have I mentioned that you look ridiculous?
Max whispered, hiding behind Adrian as he peered around the corner. Do I? Adrian looked down at the white hazmat suit. To be honest, I sort of feel like an astronaut.
Well, you look like a walking air mattress.
Adrian cast a smirk over his shoulder. He could tell Max was nervous. The kid always got irritable when he was nervous. You ready?
No,
Max answered, his brow drawing tight.
This feels like breaking the rules. What if I run into someone? What if I hurt them?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning, said Adrian.
So there could be security personnel and late-night patrol units coming and going, and sometimes the healers come in early, and you know Nova is always around at weird hours, and—
Max, Adrian fixed him with his sternest look. We just have to get to the elevator. It's literally, he estimated the distance, 50 feet away, and the coast is completely clear. We're not going to run into anyone.
But what if the coast isn't clear when we're getting off the elevator? We could be blindsided, or we could blindside someone else, I guess, would be more accurate.
No one's getting blindsided. We've got the floor staked out, with blockades on the stairwells. It's going to be fine.
What would Hugh and Simon say?
The corners of Adrian's mouth twitched, but not wanting to give away the surprise, he only said, I'm fairly sure they would understand. Adrian fidgeted with one of the chromium cuffs on his wrist. He wanted to reach out and rumple Max's hair. He had quickly grown accustomed to being able to show outward affection, but the thick gloves prevented it. It was doubly frustrating, given that he didn't believe he needed the hazmat suit. He had the tattoo now. He should be able to get close to Max without any trouble. But the tattoos were still a secret that needed to be kept, and the last thing he wanted was for certain people to start asking questions about them. So for now, the hazmat suit would have to do. Come on, he said, opening the quarantine door. With worried eyes, Max started to follow Adrian, but then paused. Turbo was gnawing on the strap of his sandals.
No, stay here, Turbo,
he said, nudging the creature back toward the miniature shore of the bay. Adrian checked each direction one more time and ushered Max through. Turbo didn't follow, just cocked his head and watched them go for a second before skittering off toward his food bowl. The creature ate so much, Adrian was beginning to think they should have named him Oscar Jr. Their shoes thumped on the sky bridge as they passed over the lobby. Adrian could see the security booth inside the main entrance. The personnel had been given clear instructions, though, and no one called out to stop them as they made their way toward the elevator bank.
That's all they've talked about today, said Max.
Max pointed, and Adrian followed the gesture toward one of the television monitors hung around the lobby. A news story was playing, and though the sound was muted, an icon of a pill bottle over the news anchor's shoulder gave away the story. A 14-year-old girl had died of a drug overdose 2 nights ago, a result of the illegal substance that was pervading the city's drug market. The drug that was concocted, in part, from medications like those Hawthorne had stolen from the hospital. It was the 8th overdose that week, In addition to the rampant drug usage, the growing popularity of the substance was also being linked to increases in street violence, trafficking, and prostitution. Perhaps most troubling was that the renegades had done little to counter the growing epidemic of drug abuse or the flourishing black market. If anything, they seemed at a loss as to how to fight an enemy that couldn't be knocked out with punches and laser beams. On the screen, the most recent victim's family was being interviewed, their eyes swollen with mourning. Adrian turned away and jabbed the elevator button. There was no way for him to know if the drugs that took that girl's life had been developed from the same drugs Hawthorne had stolen, but he couldn't help feeling the weight of his failure. The elevator arrived, and they both shuffled in. He could feel Max's anxiety every time the boy glanced up at the camera on the ceiling or the numbers above the door. His nervousness seemed to increase as the elevator rose. One foot was tapping rapidly against the floor. One hand kept brushing back an imaginary lock of hair from his forehead. He kept pursing his lips and shaking out his hands in an attempt to calm himself. "I know this is weird for you," said Adrian, his breath fogging up the inside of the suit's face shield in a way that reminded him vaguely of being inside the Sentinel's armor. "But it's really not as risky as it seems. I swear, I wouldn't do anything to put you in danger, or any of the renegades." "But where are we going?" asked Max with a slight whine in his voice. "Floor 39. Adrian gestured at the highlighted button. Max glowered at him. "And what's on floor 39? Adrian's secretive smile returned, unbidden, and Max scoffed in annoyance. The elevator reached the floor and the doors parted. Adrian gestured for Max to go first, and the kid crept out uncertainly but paused on the landing. "Hey, Dad?" Hugh stood a few dozen paces in front of the elevator. "Hello, Max." Max glanced back at Adrian, eyes round with panic, but Adrian was already grinning. "I told you they would understand." He poked Max between the shoulder blades, urging him into the vast open space. The 39th floor was one of the many floors of headquarters that were vacant, waiting to be filled with cubicles or VR rooms, or an expanded call center or medical rooms or laboratories, whatever they needed as the organization grew. But for now, it was just a plain concrete floor, exposed ceiling pipes, and row after row of support columns spanning from one end of the building to the other. Empty, but for Hugh Everhart, Adrian, and Max. "I'm not in trouble?" Max said hesitantly, approaching their father. "For leaving the quarantine?" "No, you're not in trouble." Hugh's face got stern. "We can't go around making a habit of it, but it was easy enough to secure a space for one night. This is, after all, a special occasion." "It is?" said Max. Hugh nodded. His focus turned to the wall behind Max and Adrian, and there was a hint of concern, but also hope. "Assuming it worked?" Max turned around, and Simon flickered out of invisibility. Max gasped, then smacked Adrian on the arm. "You should have told me!" Simon was standing beside the elevator, the vitality charm around his neck. He would have been close enough to touch Max's shoulder as they'd walked by. "I don't feel any different," said Simon. He was tense, which wasn't like him. For a long second, no one moved. Simon was standing only 5 or 6 paces away from Max, close enough that he should have felt the effects of Max's power immediately. He would feel weak first, and then the draining away of his abilities. When it had happened to Adrian, he had felt it most in his hands. His fingers had gone numb, threatening to never be able to bring his drawings to life again. He wasn't sure what the Dread Warden would feel. Vulnerable? Exposed? "Anything?" said Hugh. Simon shook his head. "I feel normal." He vanished, his whole body disappearing like a light being turned off. Max grabbed Adrian's forearm and squeezed. The suit hissed around the cuffs. Simon appeared a second later, a couple of steps closer and beaming. He reached for the medallion around his neck. "It's working," he laughed. "Adrian, this is incredible. Max, Before he could finish, Max launched himself forward, wrapping his arms around Simon's waist. Simon's face crumpled with the unexpected embrace, and he bent forward, locking his arms around Max's shoulder.
Does this mean I can kick your butt at cards too now? Max said into Simon's shirt.
Simon chuckled. You'll be disappointed to know that I am a much better card player than he is.
Hugh cleared his throat, dragging Adrian's attention toward him. He jerked his head to the side, indicating for Adrian to follow him. Let's give them a minute. Adrian's cheeks were beginning to hurt from his grin, but he couldn't smother it as they made their way across the dusty floor. Simon's right, Hugh said, keeping his voice low to avoid an echo. The vitality charm is amazing, and I'm mortified to know it's been sitting in our vault all this time, and neither of us knew about it. Max's life could have been so different. His voice trembled, but he covered it up with another clearing of his throat. Better late than never, said Adrian. I'm glad I found it when I did. Me too. And we're going to assign some people to look more closely at the objects we have in the collection. See what other things of value might have been missed. You should talk to Nova about it, said Adrian. She's been really invested in her artifacts work lately. I will, said Hugh. It will be fascinating for us all to hear what else we might have been neglecting down there. Once they reached the far wall of windows, Adrian checked the distance between them and Max and unlatched the face shield. Hugh tensed as he watched Adrian pull off the hood, but Adrian flashed him a grin. We're far enough away. When Adrian showed no sign of having his powers drained, Hugh conceded with a nod. Listen, Adrian, there's something I thought you should know, sooner than later. Adrian's eyebrow shot upward. Oh? There's been a breakthrough in the Hawthorne case. Adrian stood straighter. What? When? Early yesterday morning, after that unfortunate fatality. The girl that overdosed? Yes. We told Hawthorne's allies that if we're able to trace the drugs she bought to the ones that were stolen, they could be charged with aiding in involuntary manslaughter. One of them started talking, gave us a few leads on where Hawthorne might be hiding out. That's great, said Adrian. I'll notify my team immediately. We can... He trailed off as Hugh started to shake his head. Adrian's enthusiasm waned. You're not giving us the case, are you? We've already put Clark's team on it. It felt like being punched in the stomach. Adrian groaned. Frostbite? Seriously? I know you don't get along with her, and I don't blame you. They're a frosty bunch. Hugh quirked a grin at his pun. Adrian did not return it. But they're a good team, one of the most effective we have. I trust them to handle it. Adrian scowled, knowing it made him look like a petulant child. He was tempted to say that the only reason Frostbite brought in so many criminals was because her team didn't play by the code. He'd witnessed as much when he'd seen them bullying the anarchists in the subway tunnels and trying to frame them with a false confession. But he resisted the urge, not only because he had no evidence of Frostbite's transgressions, but also because he felt the shame of his own hypocrisy. The Sentinel didn't follow the code either, and it was a part of the reason that he, like Frostbite's team, was so good at bringing criminals to justice. Catching bad guys was easy when you didn't have to deal with the inconvenience of evidence and trials. Maybe that was part of why he disliked Janissa Clark so much. Maybe he was jealous that she could get away with what she did, whereas he was treated like a pest to be eradicated. I wanted you to hear it from me before word gets around, said Hugh. This choice isn't because we don't trust you and the others, Adrian, but this is a high-profile case, as you know, and you need the best, Adrian muttered. Hugh frowned, but didn't disagree. Adrian sighed. The important thing is that Hawthorne is caught and brought to justice. It doesn't matter who brings her in. After all, he glanced back at Simon, remembering what he had been told after the hospital heist. There is no I in Hero. Chapter 27. It was near dawn by the time Adrian got home and trudged down the stairs into his bedroom. He knew he shouldn't be so cranky after the night they'd had, after he managed to give Max something he had given up on wanting, quality time with Simon, and soon quality time with his friends, too. After his dads gave the okay for Adrian to tell people about the medallion, at least. But all of Max's joy couldn't overcome Adrian's irritation
to know that Frostbite's team, of all the patrol units in the whole organization, had been chosen to go after Hawthorne. His jaw ached from grinding his teeth all the way home. Pacing back and forth across his worn carpet, he held up his wristband. He had finally turned off the notifications from the call center, removing some of the temptation to put the Sentinel's suit back on. He was trying to trust the system, to put his faith in the code, just like his dads wanted him to. He was trying to give the renegades the benefit of the doubt, to believe that they were enough to protect the city, to bring justice to the wrongdoers of their world. But today, he couldn't resist. He pulled up the map of the city and did a quick search for Frostbite. His jaw clenched as a small signal blinked on the map. She was on active duty, moving down Rakes Avenue. As he watched, she turned north on Scatter Creek Row, moving fast, so she had to be in a patrol car. He tried to puzzle out her destination based on the direction she was heading. Maybe Hawthorne was camped out in an old boathouse by the docks, or in one of the warehouses near the port, or in an abandoned train car by the defunct tracks. Screwing up his face, Adrian forced himself to take off the wristband. He tossed it onto his bed, then flopped down beside it, burying his face into his pillow with a frustrated groan. He told himself to let them deal with it. He tried to persuade himself that going after them, after Hawthorne, wasn't worth the risk. His fingers dug into his blankets. Hawthorne would be captured. She would be brought into custody. The stolen drugs that hadn't yet made their way to the black market would be confiscated. Frostbite would get the glory, but that shouldn't matter to Adrian. The point was that justice would be served, and a wrong would be made right. As right as could be at this point, anyway. But for every logical reason to stay put, his brain threw back an excuse to go after them. What if Frostbite's team failed? What if Hawthorne got away again? They could use an extra hand, a backup, just in case. He turned his head to the side. The light on his wristband was still blinking. Adrian gnawed on the inside of his cheek, feeling the strain of the internal debate tugging at him. Stay safe, stay hidden, let the Sentinel rest in peace. But somewhere deep inside, he knew it wasn't going to happen. He knew from the moment his dad had confessed that her team had been chosen over Adrian's. He would go after Hawthorne. He had to. Just to make sure, he said, snatching up the wristband and bending it around his wrist again. You won't reveal yourself unless it's absolutely, positively necessary. It wasn't because he had something to prove, not to himself or his dads or even Nova. No, this wasn't about him. This wasn't about the Sentinel. This was about justice being served. It was almost noon when Adrian reached the port, the signals from his wristband guiding him from rooftop to rooftop. His heavy boots thumped loudly as he landed on the cabin of an old crane that years ago would have been used to lift the shipping containers from arriving barges. Judging from the film of dirt on the cabin's windows, he doubted anyone had used it for years. Frostbite's tracking signal was coming from a stack of shipping containers that had long ago been left to rust once international trading had been halted. The industry had picked up significantly over the past decade, but a lot of the infrastructure that was in place before the rise of Ace Anarchy had been left to slowly deteriorate. Beyond a fence on the other side of the storage yard, he spotted the patrol vehicle with the red R painted on its hood, a van large enough that even Gargoyle would have been able to fit inside. Adrian climbed halfway down the crane's tower before dropping to the ground. He landed hard, sending up a thick cloud of dust. He approached the shipping containers from behind, making his way through the rusting labyrinth in the storage yard. A crash made him freeze. It was followed by the roar of splitting earth. The ground trembled beneath Adrian's feet, and dust was knocked from the towering containers, raining onto his helmet. That had to be Mac Baxter. Aftershock. A second later, he heard an enraged scream, and then the back of a container was blown across the path, not 30 paces in front of him. Hawthorne's brambled tentacles emerged first, slithering out from the container like a giant octopus. Adrian crouched, then launched himself into the air before Hawthorne could spot him.
He landed on the roof of the nearest container with a tooth-rattling clang, but the sound was disguised beneath Frostbite's shrill scream. "Stingray! Gargoyle!" Hawthorne roped her extra limbs around the nearest stack of crates and hauled herself up them, lithe and quick. Seconds later, she was speeding across their rooftops, heading toward the water. She was getting away. Again! Growling, Adrian fisted his right hand and thrust his arm toward her. The cylinder on the forearm of the armor rose out of his skin and began to glow white-hot as the laser prepared to fire. He was a better shot with a laser than he'd ever been with a gun, and she wasn't too far away yet. He could hit her. He could... Somewhere below, he heard Gargoyle roar. Then Hawthorne screamed in surprise as the tower of crates she was running across swayed and toppled to one side. She yelped and reached out with two of the tentacles, grappling for the next container. The extra limbs caught, the thorns puncturing the metal with a shriek that made Adrian wince. Hawthorne dangled for a moment, caught her breath, then with a loud groan hauled herself up to the roof. She had just flopped onto her stomach when Stingray appeared at the other end of her crate, smirking. He said something Adrian couldn't hear, and Hawthorne looked up, her expression frenzied. One tentacle pulled back, preparing to lash out at Stingray, but she was too slow. His tail whipped toward her, the barbed point jabbing her on the shoulder. Hawthorne grunted and collapsed forward, sprawling face first across the ridged top of the shipping container. Swallowing, Adrian ducked into the shadows and dismissed the laser. The suit clunked as it sank back beneath its paneling. The venom from Stingray's tail acted quickly, immobilizing Hawthorne's body and her extra limbs. Stingray jerked her arms behind her back and cuffed her wrists. He wasn't particularly gentle as he shoved her body back over the side. Adrian expected her to smash hard onto the ground below, but Gargoyle was there, waiting for her. He caught her limp body, but dropped it just as fast. Frostbite strode out from behind a container, and Aftershock appeared on the far side of the path, the ground rippling as he approached them.
"Nice work," said Frostbite, tapping her palm against Hawthorne's cheek.
A glaze of frost was left behind when she pulled away.
"Between arresting the mastermind behind the hospital theft and bringing in all the drugs from that laboratory, I'd say we're nearly due for a promotion."
Adrian shut his eyes, his heart sinking. He had come all this way for nothing. The fight had lasted only a couple of minutes, and the Sentinel clearly wasn't needed. Maybe his fathers had been right to assign Frostbite to the case after all. He sulked along the crate to avoid the telltale thumps of his footsteps on the metal. One of the containers he passed had windows roughly cut into the sides and covered with netting. He paused to peer inside and saw that the interior had been completely altered. From the outside, it looked like an unassuming stack of abandoned shipping crates, but inside was an entire laboratory's worth of tools and equipment. Bunsen burners and measuring cups, flasks and gallon-sized buckets sporting various tubes and labels, and shelf after shelf of stolen pharmaceuticals. They hadn't just found Hawthorne. They had found her laboratory, the drugs, and the proof that they would need to not only show that she had stolen that medicine from the hospital, but also that she was using it to formulate illegal substances for sale on the black market. Her trial would be a quick one. Adrian backed away from the window. The disappointment he felt at having missed his chance to capture Hawthorne made it obvious that this really had been about wanting to prove himself, about wanting people to view the Sentinel differently, about wanting praise and admiration, from the public, yes, but from the renegades, too, from his peers and his dads. Sighing, he prepared to jump down from the container when an odd noise made him hesitate. He cocked his head, listening. It was ticking, slow, steady ticking. His pulse jumped and he swung around, his memory launching him straight back to the carnival and the detonator's glowing blue explosives set around the park. A bomb! Hawthorne has a bomb! He crept back to the window and peered inside, searching the laboratory. From his vantage point, he could see Frostbite standing just outside the far opening, and though the ticking must have been loud enough that they all heard it, she seemed as relaxed as ever. Frostbite stooped and set something down on the ground, a triangular box of some sort. Was that the bomb?
Had Frostbite brought an explosive with them? But why? Moving to the edge of the crate again, Adrian peered down into the valley between the containers. Frostbite, Gargoyle, Stingray, and Aftershock were standing around Hawthorne, who was on her knees, her hands latched behind her back, and her 6 spiky limbs pooling beside her. Adrian could see the device on the ground more clearly now, and the needle that swung steadily back and forth, back and forth. It was a metronome. He was fairly certain it was Turmoil's metronome, the sound deadener, which would keep any noise, no matter how loud, from traveling beyond the area in which the ticking of the metronome could be heard. But what possible use could they have for— "No," Hawthorne whimpered, her voice slurred from the effects of Stingray's poison, as Aftershock and Stingray grabbed the ends of her tentacles and stretched them away from her. "What are you doing?" Frostbite spread her fingers and 6 streams of ice shot toward the appendages, freezing them to the ground and locking them in place. Hawthorne grunted, and Adrian could see the muscles beneath her shirt undulating as she tried to retract the limbs into her body, but the ice held them as tight as handcuffs. Adrian's fingers curled around the edges of the crate. "Here's what's going to happen," said Frostbite. "I'm going to ask you some questions, and you're going to answer them. If you don't—" She tipped her head. Gargoyle raised one fist, and it hardened into gray stone. His smile was hideous as he crouched beside one of Hawthorne's tentacles and slammed the fist on top of it. Adrian recoiled. Hawthorne's scream tore through him, echoing shrilly across the shipyard. Nausea rolled in his stomach as Gargoyle lifted his fist, and Adrian could see the place where the limb had been crushed from its weight. One of the thorns had splintered and was oozing yellow-tinted blood. "So," said Frostbite, once Hawthorne's scream had died into a trembling whimper, "are you ready to begin?" Chapter 28. You can't," Hawthorne stammered through her clenched teeth. "I'm unarmed, immobilized. Your code doesn't allow—" "Oh, so you're an expert on our code, are you?" Frostbite guffawed. "A thief, a producer, a dealer. I really don't think anyone will be upset about what happens to you." Hawthorne snarled, tears wetting her face. "And when your precious counsel sees that you tortured me?" Frostbite laughed and unlatched a holster on her belt. "Oh, they're not going to see anything." It was a handgun, exactly like those they had been training with lately. Adrian's pulse thumped. They had Agent N. That's how Frostbite planned to get away with this. They could do whatever they wanted to Hawthorne's extra limbs, because once she was neutralized, those limbs would no longer exist. All evidence of the renegade's abuse would disappear, and with the metronome steadily ticking away, no one would hear her screams beyond the shipyard. It would be their word against hers, a known criminal and one that no one would be sorry to see stripped of her powers. Adrian wasn't sure how or why Frostbite's team had been allowed to arm themselves with the neutralizing agent. Maybe they'd been given special permission for this high-profile case, but he did know it would be easy for them to claim they had neutralized Hawthorne out of self-defense. Who would the council believe? His stomach was in knots. "I know you've been selling your product on the black market," said Frostbite, her voice haughty and cold. The sound of it made Adrian's teeth grind. "I want the names and aliases of the dealers you've been selling to." There was a moment of silence, punctuated only with the tick, tick, tick of the metronome. Swallowing the bile in his mouth, Adrian peered over the ledge again. "I don't know any names," Hawthorne growled. "They tell me where to drop the stuff and pick up the payment, and I do it." Frostbite signaled to Gargoyle. He brought another fist down, crushing a second limb. Hawthorne's scream tore through Adrian like a physical assault. He didn't want to pity her. Hawthorne was a criminal. She had stolen medicine, used it to produce illegal substances. She had dealt it to teenagers. Her actions had likely resulted in numerous deaths. He wouldn't even have been sad to see her shot with Agent N right now.
But he also knew that this was wrong. To beat her when she was helpless, to torture her unnecessarily. They were supposed to take her to headquarters, let her be interrogated there. Any information spoken under duress was likely to be fallible anyway. But what if she says something useful? His brain countered. What if she gives up more names, or gives evidence that could lead to more arrests? What if they bring down a whole chain of dealers because of this, or an entire drug syndicate? He turned his head away from the scene below, face screwed up tight. He could walk away, pretend he never saw any of this. He could allow Frostbite and her team to break the rules in hope that it led to further justice. "I'll ask the question again," said Frostbite. "What are the names of your associates?" Hawthorne's voice was breaking, her gumption already buried beneath the pain. "I told you, I don't know. We don't share names." Frostbite made a doubtful sound. She surveyed her companions, and Adrian could picture her smug expression. He may not always act within the confines of the Gatlin Code Authority, but this was beyond vigilantism and justice. This was abuse of power, pure and simple. He couldn't stand for it. Adrian thrust his arm forward. The laser diode rose from his forearm plate and began to glow. Gargoyle raised his fist. Adrian fired. The bolt of light struck Gargoyle in his chest, blowing him back against the nearest crate. He hit the ground with a thud that shook the entire stack and left a sizable dent in the metal side. Adrian leaped to the ground, centering himself between Hawthorne and Frostbite. "That's enough. She's captured. You've done your job. Now take this criminal back to headquarters and let the council deal with her." Frostbite's expression quickly turned from surprise to loathing. "Well, well, I had a feeling your death was too good to be true." Long icicles began to form in her left hand. Her right still held the gun. "Are you going to try to tell me that the council sent you? That your orders are to bring Hawthorne back too?" She spat into the dirt. "Sorry, but that lie's not going to work a second time." "I don't have to lie about anything. You're acting outside of the code, and the council is going to know about it. Now, are you going to arrest this criminal and confess your own crimes, or do I have to do it for you?" "Better idea," said Frostbite, one side of her mouth lifting. "I think we're about to bring in 2 wanted criminals, already neutralized. Oh, won't the council be pleased?" Something struck Adrian's shoulder. He felt a tug on his armor. The barb of Stingray's tail was latched beneath the shoulder plate, trying to rip it off him. Growling, Adrian grabbed the tail and yanked, pulling Stingray off his feet. Frostbite yelled and hurled the icicle. Adrian blocked it with his forearm, and the ice shattered, its shards skittering through the dust. He lifted his left palm toward Frostbite, and a ball of fire began to curl around his hand, crackling orange and white. Frostbite took a step back. "No," said Adrian. "I'm taking Hawthorne into my custody. I'll deliver her to headquarters myself." He said it without really thinking about what a terrible idea it would be for him to stroll into headquarters in full sentinel armor, with Hawthorne draped across his shoulders, but he would figure out the details later. Turning, he aimed the fire at the mounds of ice that had cemented Hawthorne's limbs to the ground. She was watching him, wary and bleary-eyed, her cheeks wet with tears and her shattered limbs coated with yellow blood. "Cute," said Frostbite, "but that's really not how this is going to play out. Aftershock!" Adrian looked up in time to see Aftershock stomp 1 foot into the ground. A crack splintered the compact dirt, shooting straight between Adrian's legs. He yelped in surprise and was thrown off balance, landing on his side. In the same moment, Stingray's tail wrapped around Adrian's neck, pinning him to the ground. Adrian tried to dig his fingers in between the tail and his armor, but he couldn't gain purchase. "That was a nice try with your gallant speech and everything," said Frostbite. She stood over Adrian, one hand on her hip, while the other tapped the gun against her thigh. He glanced over at Hawthorne, who was still on her knees, her head hanging low. He had only managed to free one of her limbs from the ice, and it was one of the broken ones. "You know, I'm glad we had this meeting," Frostbite continued. "You are a perfect reminder of everything it is we renegades are fighting against." He glared up at her, though he knew his hatred couldn't be seen through the visor. I think you're confused.
No, you're confused, she spat. With your vigilante act, your claim to fight for justice. But there's a reason you're not a renegade and everyone knows it. If you really cared about the people of this world, if you really wanted to help the weak and the innocent, then you would have joined us a long time ago. But no, you think you can go it on your own. There's a lot more glory that way, isn't there? The fame, the publicity. You talk a good game, but we both know you're in it for your own agenda. And here's the problem with prodigies who go around flaunting their own agendas.
She crouched in front of Adrian, her gaze piercing the shield of his helmet.
It starts to give other prodigies all sorts of ideas. They start to think, who needs to become a renegade? I can be more without them. Pretty soon they're more concerned with their own reputation than helping people. They don't care about protecting the innocent. They don't care about stopping crime. They're above all that, and before you know it, there's another villain in the world that we have to deal with.
She stood up again and aimed the barrel of the gun at Adrian's face. He narrowed his eyes, though he knew an Agent N dart wouldn't make it through his helmet.
Either you're a renegade or you're a villain. And yeah, we might bend the rules from time to time. We might even ignore the code completely when we can see a better way of doing things, a way that really will make this world a better place. But to go around pretending that you can be against us and still be a hero?
She shook her head.
That just can't be tolerated.
A shadow fell over Adrian. Gargoyle reached down and grasped the sides of his helmet, preparing to pull it off. With a roar, Adrian bent his arm and fired a beam into Stingray's tail. He gasped and jerked back, releasing his hold around Adrian's throat enough that Adrian could slam his helmet back into Gargoyle's stomach. Gargoyle grunted from the impact, his grip loosening. Adrian jumped to his feet and spun around, aiming a punch at the side of Gargoyle's head. His cheek morphed moments before impact, and the clang of metal on stone reverberated through Adrian's bones. He drew back and lifted his leg instead, planting the bottom of his foot flat against Gargoyle's chest and shoving him to the ground. Adrian barely kept from falling again as aftershock rumbled toward him. All around, the towers of shipping containers trembled and swayed, threatening to collapse on top of their entire group. Adrian sprinted away from aftershock. He was preparing to vault up to the top of one of the container stacks when a wall of icy spears shot upward from the ground, angled toward him. Adrian yelped. He couldn't stop in time. He tripped and fell, smashing 3 of the spears beneath his weight. A 4th pinioned up between the armored plates that protected his side and abdomen. The sharp point punctured him just beneath the ribs, and Adrian cried out, as much from surprise as the pain. Grunting, he wrapped both hands around the ice and levered himself off it. He stumbled, panting. He was sweating and bleeding inside the suit, drops of it tracing the length of his spine, soaking through his shirt.
So, the suit isn't invincible,
said Aftershock, lumbering closer to him.
That's good to know.
He lifted his knee, prepared to send another earthquake ricocheting toward Adrian. Bracing himself, Adrian gathered up his energy and launched upward. He landed on a stack of containers 4 crates high. Clenching his fist, he started to prepare another concussive beam.
"Let Mac deal with them," Frostbite yelled. "Gargoyle, we have a job to finish."
Adrian climbed to his feet and aimed his glowing arm toward the group below. "Like I said, I'll be finishing the job for you. Consider Hawthorne my prisoner now." Aftershock snarled and made to slam his foot down again when Frostbite held up a hand, halting him.
"Hold on. I think he should see this."
Stingray snickered, though the sound was tired. He hadn't fully recovered from the concussive beam yet.
"Yeah, he should know what Agent N can do, because he'll be next."
But Frostbite shook her head. She was peering up at Adrian, her expression calculating.
"No, I've changed my mind. We're not going to neutralize Hawthorne. That would be a waste of resources, given that we found her this way."
Adrian frowned. "What are you—"
"Aftershock, bring him down. Gargoyle, kill her."
"What?" Adrian barked. He swiveled his arm toward Gargoyle, then heard the rumble of earth below.
The stack shook beneath him and he fired, but the bolt of energy went wide, striking a crate behind them. Adrian yelped and grabbed the edge of the container to keep from sliding off as it lurched to one side. The metronome could barely be heard over the grating of clay and dirt, the splintering of buried rock. He spotted Gargoyle and his eyes widened, in horror, in disbelief. "No!" he yelled as Gargoyle wrapped both hands around Hawthorne's head. She started to scream. "You can't!" In one merciless motion, Gargoyle crushed her skull between his palms, silencing her. The air left Adrian. White spots shimmered at the edges of his vision.
"Don't be sad, Sentinel," Frostbite yelled up toward him. "No one is going to miss her, just like no one will miss you."
The earthquake reached a crescendo. The precarious stack under his feet began to topple. Adrian forced himself to get up, urged on by adrenaline and rage. He ran, down the full length of the container, leaping from it seconds before it collapsed under his feet. He landed hard on the roof of Hawthorne's laboratory and kept running, racing from stack to stack. The whole world was trembling now. The shipyard was a shamble of falling containers, groaning metal, shuddering earth. Every time Adrian landed on a new stack, it immediately began to sway and buck beneath his feet. He kept going, pounding his legs as hard and fast as he could force them to go, and as the last stack of crates began to fall, he sprang upward, stretching. He barely caught the hook of one of the enormous cranes. His momentum swung him forward over the docks of the port. Letting go, he rolled in the air and crashed down inside a fenced graveyard for rusted tractors. He ducked behind a large forklift and hunkered low, gulping for breath, his heart racing. He could no longer hear the ticking of the metronome. He could no longer hear Frostbite or her allies. He didn't move for a long time, waiting to see whether Aftershock would continue his pursuit. His skin was hot and sticky from sweat. Every muscle was shaking. And every time he shut his eyes, he saw Gargoyle's stone hands wrapped around Hawthorne's head and heard Frostbite's ominous words. "Just like no one will miss you."
Chapter 29. The Vitality Charm. Nova had not been able to stop thinking about it since she'd seen Adrian inside the quarantine. At least when she wasn't ranting about her failure to obtain the helmet. Max's ability to absorb other superpowers had not affected Adrian. And it was all because of a pendant on a necklace. But it wasn't in the vault. She had checked the rental paperwork several times over the last few days, and Adrian had yet to return the medallion. She needed it, not to protect from Max, but to protect herself against Agent N. Specifically, Agent N in gas form. Leroy was on the verge of a breakthrough, she knew. And with the mist missiles she'd since taken from the vault, she now knew exactly how to convert the weapons into a delivery system for the toxic vapor. Any prodigy who entered a 5-foot radius of the device within the first 3.5 minutes of its release, the time it would take for the vapor molecules to disperse to the point of ineffectiveness, according to Leroy's calculations, would be neutralized. Their powers sapped away as surely as if the sludgy green concoction had been plunged straight into their hearts. Finally, the anarchists had a weapon they could use against the renegades. Multiple renegades at once, even. But Nova did not want to risk her own ability, and no one else would want to take the chance either. In order to protect herself in the fight she knew was coming, a fight she expected sooner than later, she needed that medallion. These were the thoughts churning in her head as she marked the 6-mile path between the dingy row houses she shared with the anarchists and the nicest suburban neighborhood in Gatlin city limits. She had known for years that Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden had taken up residence inside the old mayor's mansion on Pickering Grove. When the anarchists were suffering their existence in the subway tunnels, she had heard Honey gripe incessantly about the unfairness of it all. That their enemies should be surrounded by luxury, while she, a queen, was stuck in those grubby, smelly caves. Once Nova asked, if they knew where two of their greatest enemies lived, why didn't they go there and attack? Leroy could fill it with poisonous fumes through the ductwork, or Ingrid could have simply blown the place up. Or Nova, 13 years old and full of hubris at the time, could sneak in through a window and murder them both in their sleep. Never mind that she'd never killed anyone at that point. But Honey had sighed wistfully, while Leroy told Nova everything they knew about the mansion's security systems, both technological and superpowered protective devices. No, Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden would not be so easy to kill. But Nova wasn't planning on killing anyone tonight. She just wanted to chat, and maybe have a peek around. That wasn't a crime, was it? Her footfalls began to slow from their determined pace as the homes surrounding her grew larger. The driveways leading to them stretched longer, and the trees lining the road became so old and established that in places their branches created a canopy over the whole street. This neighborhood still bore the signs of destruction from the age of anarchy that had been felt by the rest of the city, and the number of boarded windows and unkempt yards suggested that many of these glorious homes remained abandoned. Nova wondered why so many of the apartments downtown were cramped and crowded to an almost unhealthy degree, while such estates stood empty. Surely there was a better use for them than to let them rot and collapse from disrepair. She couldn't help but picture what life might have been like here, before the age of anarchy. How different to peer out your window and see a neatly manicured garden and children riding bikes down the street. How unlike anything she had ever known. To have neighborhood barbecues in the backyard, and to spend the evening helping young Evie with her schoolwork while Mom and Papa made dinner in the kitchen. Nova had to forcefully shake the fantasy away before she could risk tears coming into her eyes. Thanks to whatever Calum did to her mind, thoughts like these had been creeping up all day. Little daydreams about the what-ifs that surrounded her. What if there was more to life than revenge and lies? What if the anarchists and renegades didn't have to be in constant war? What if Adrian Everhart wasn't her enemy, and his father's hadn't failed her, and her life could revolve around gossiping with Ruby and laughing at Oscar's jokes and not being afraid of every butterfly she passed? And every time she felt her heart patter at the sight of Adrian, it wouldn't feel like a betrayal of everyone she cared about. But that life would never come to pass. Not for her. Thanks to the Roaches who had murdered her family, and the renegades who had failed to protect them. Thanks to all the people who had hated and abused prodigies for all those centuries. Thanks to the villain gangs who had taken advantage of Ace's beautiful vision. And thanks to Nova herself. She knew she had a choice. She had seen goodness among the renegades, no matter how much she wanted to pretend it wasn't there. She could try to ignore their false promises, forget the lies they told the world. She could simply give up. But Calum had wanted to remind Nova what it was she was fighting for. And it worked. She was fighting to rid the world of the renegades, so that no kid would ever again put their faith in superheroes who wouldn't come. So no one else would have to suffer the heartbreak that she had. And also, of course, for Ace. He had taken her in, protected her, cared for her. She would not let him die without a fight. Exhaling a steadying breath, she checked the faded numbers on the nearest mailbox. Her heart lurched. She'd been so caught up in her own head, she'd almost walked right past it. Her attention jumped from the mailbox to the wrought iron gate to the long flagstone walkway to the house. The mansion. The palace? At least in comparison to every home Nova had ever had. "You can't be serious," she muttered. The entry gate was connected to an old brick wall that lined the estate. The walkway curved around a tiered fountain, which either no longer worked or had been turned off for the coming winter. The large arched windows were trimmed in pristine white moldings. A Greek-style portico framed the front porch and the grand double doors, which were painted a welcoming butter yellow. A series of chimneys erupted from various gables around the roof, and the occasional bay window added visual interest to the brick. Awe and disgust mingled together as she took it in, and she wasn't sure which was more prominent. She wanted to jeer at how pretentious it all was, but she had to admit that wasn't entirely true. The home was stately, to be sure. It had a subtle classicism to it, like it could have been built at any point in the past 200 years. Still, it was far more square footage than 3 people could possibly use. Maybe she was just feeling defensive, though. She couldn't help wondering what Adrian must have thought when he saw the decrepit row house on Wallow Ridge, when he was accustomed to this. Gulping, Nova approached the gate. She reached for the handle when a red light flickered on a device built into the nearest pillar. The light cascaded over Nova from head to toe, then came to rest on her wristband. "Renegade credentials detected," said a computerized voice from a speaker disguised in a lamppost. "You may approach the main entrance and present yourself. Warning, straying from the path could result in loss of life or limb. Welcome to the Gatlin City Mayor's Mansion." The red light blinked out at the same time a lock clunked inside the gate. Nova pushed on the gate and it groaned and creaked. But once she was through, it swung back of its own accord. She heard the locking mechanism bolt again and buried a shudder. "Stay on the path," she said, scanning the flagstone. The vast green lawns to either side were tidy and quaint, like they were waiting for someone to roll out a game of croquet. Duly noted. She made her way to the door and stepped into the shadow of the portico. 2 topiaries stood on the steps, taking up residence in ancient stone urns. A knocker on the middle of the yellow door was shaped like a tusked elephant, with the knocker held in its looped trunk. A small bronze plaque beside the door read, "Gatlin City Historical Marker Mayor's Mansion. This house served as the home for Gatlin City mayors for more than a century, prior to the 20-year period known as the Age of Anarchy, during which Mayor Robert Hayes and his family and staff were murdered in this location." Beneath this stoic plaque was a smaller wooden one with hand-painted words that read, "Everhart Westwood Residence. All soliciting, picketing, and villainous antics strictly prohibited." Before Nova could determine if she thought this was funny or not, one of the double doors swung open. She jumped back. Her hand reached for her belt before she remembered she hadn't brought it with her. "Nova?" said Adrian, haloed by the light of the foyer behind him. "I thought the security system might be pulling a joke on me." He almost, but not quite, smiled. "What are you doing here?" 100 little observations rushed into Nova's mind at once, rendering her speechless. That the smell of cinnamon wafted from the doorway, that Adrian's long-sleeved t-shirt seemed tighter than normal, and he was wearing paint-splattered jeans with tears in the knees. That there was a charcoal drawing on the wall behind him depicting the Stockton Bridge at night. That he was pressing a hand beneath his ribs in an odd way, and as soon as he noticed her noticing, the hand dropped to his side. She picked what seemed to be the last problematic of her thoughts and said, "You live in a mansion." Adrian blinked, then considered the entryway, as if it had been a long time since he'd stopped to really take in his surroundings. The mayor's mansion, yeah. You didn't know that? No, I did, she said. But I didn't expect... it's an actual, literal mansion. She gestured at the lawn. You have a fountain in your yard. A slow grin crept over Adrian's face. Don't freak out, but there's a carriage house in the back. Oh, and the attic used to be servants' quarters. There's even a bell system that connects to all these little buttons throughout the house, so if the mayor's wife wanted a cup of tea, she'd just have to push one of the buttons and a servant would come and take her order. His eyes twinkled. Classy stuff, right? Nova gaped at him. Tell me you don't have servants. Laughing, Adrian stepped back. No servants. Do you want to come in? I was warming up cinnamon rolls for dinner. What? You don't eat 7-course meals every night? Only on Sundays. Is that a yes? That's a yes. Nova held her breath as she crossed the threshold, her focus roving from the intricate crown moldings to the crystals dripping from the chandelier. She glanced at Adrian's abdomen and could detect a squarish lump beneath his shirt. What happened? Nothing, Adrian said quickly, pressing a hand to the spot again, then waving the question away. I was, unpacking some boxes with a box cutter and it slipped and got me. You know how they always say to cut away from yourself? I finally understand why. He turned and she followed after him, frowning. Adrian was a lot of things, but clumsy wasn't one of them. It was difficult to imagine him making such a mistake. They passed an oak staircase that curved upward to the second floor and an arched doorway through which she could see a grouping of chairs and sofas and a piano in the center, though even from here she could see a layer of dust on it. Is that a parlor? Said Nova. No, it's a formal parlor, said Adrian. My dad's hired a fancy interior designer to put it together a few years ago, and I don't think we've used it since. They insist it will come in handy, though, once we start inviting foreign dignitaries to visit, and they need a place to host them. He made quotes in the air. Nova expected to be taken to a kitchen, but instead, Adrian led her down a narrow staircase into some sort of basement. The aroma of cinnamon grew thicker around them. Nova realized with a start, as her foot landed on plush carpet, that she was in his room. His bedroom. She must have hesitated in the doorway a second too long, because when Adrian turned back and noticed her expression, he tensed himself. We can take these back upstairs if you want, he said, lifting an aluminum tin full of sticky sweet cinnamon buns. I was just going to, he gestured toward a shut door on the other side of the room. Work on this project thing. But we could go watch a movie or something. He hesitated, a crease forming between his brows. What are you doing here anyway? I just wanted to see you, said Nova. Adrian's eyes widened behind his glasses, almost imperceptibly. She had been practicing those words the entire walk, trying to find a way she could say them without blushing. She was not entirely successful. Are your dads home? He shook his head. Still at headquarters. Good. She would have full access to search the house, though she hoped the medallion would be found here in his room. She just had to knock Adrian out first. Is everything okay? Adrian asked. Yeah, she said. Just curious. A movie sounds nice. She meant it. A movie was easy, comfortable, completely without pressure. Not to mention that people fell asleep during movies all the time, and there was nothing at all suspicious about it. All she needed was an excuse to put her hand on his, a brush of a finger against his knuckle. That was all she needed. Okay, cool. There's a TV upstairs. Nova nudged her chin toward the TV set on top of a small entertainment console. That one doesn't work? It does, I just didn't want to assume. I mean, whatever you want to do. For the first time in what felt like days, Nova felt the tension in her chest start to loosen. She had been frustrated over her failed attempts to flirt with Adrian, to get close to him. But she'd just gotten here, and it was obvious that her presence flustered him. The thought of it sent a satisfying surge through her veins. That must be what Honey felt like, to know the sort of power she wielded over people. Nova even dared a small teasing smile, and thought Honey might have been proud. She took a step closer to Adrian. Are you not allowed to have girls in your room? He chuckled. Then he took a step back, though it was subtle. Wouldn't know. I've never had one. Nova flushed. That moment of confidence gone as quickly as it had come. Well, I trust you not to try anything inappropriate. He chuckled, but it was as awkward as Nova felt. And Nova was suddenly reminded of all the times she'd practically thrown herself at him these past weeks, and how he'd ignored every one of her advances. She tucked her hands into her pockets. She would wait until they were sitting down. It would be easier to find an excuse to touch him then. It would be easier to be bold when she wasn't looking him in the eye. Adrian grabbed the remote and the TV flickered to life. Nova started to pace around the room. It was a lot more casual than the house above. His bed, the blankets tousled and half-draped across the floor, a small worn couch, a painting easel and a desk, the entertainment center, and a bookshelf in the corner overflowing with comics, drawing guides, and an assortment of sketchbooks. A handful of drawings and video game posters were tacked to the walls. This whole huge house, and they make you sleep in the basement? It was better than one of the upstairs rooms. That's where the murders happened. He glanced at her. You know about the murders? I read about them on the plaque. And I'm pretty sure Ace was here that night. Adrian nodded. Because this way I get 1,200 square feet to myself. This, said Nova, gesturing, is not 1,200 square feet. Adrian pointed at a door. Bathroom through there, then a bunch of unfinished basement space, and he gestured at a second door on the far wall. That's my art studio. You have an art studio? It's a big house. Can I see it? Adrian opened his mouth but shut it again, hesitant. What? Said Nova. Have you been practicing nude portraits or something? He cringed. Nothing that scandalous. Then what? He sighed. Okay, this might be weird. I hope it's not weird, but it might be. He cleared his throat. Remember that dream you told me about, with the ruins and the statue at the park? Nova blinked. Yeah? So I had this idea, and I got really inspired, and I thought it might be neat to... He trailed off. Nova waited. To create it? She continued to wait, but Adrian had nothing more to offer. I'm not following. I know. He set the tray of untouched cinnamon rolls down on the table. It's hard to explain. Come on, just... If it turns out this is more creepy than artistically flattering, blame it on sleep deprivation, okay? He hesitated, then sent her a chagrined look. Not that you know much about that. She smiled. I'm familiar with the concept, she said, as intrigued by how uncomfortable Adrian had become as by the mystery in the next room. He cleared his throat and opened the door to his studio. Nova followed him inside. Her feet stumbled. She caught herself on the door. Sweet rot, she whispered. A jungle greeted her, Towering trees and lush greenery had been painted on every inch of every wall, the ceiling, the floor. Though the room smelled of toxic paint and clearly received little ventilation, the mural was so detailed and lush that Nova almost imagined she could smell exotic flowers and warm breeze instead. Adrian stood in the center of the room. His expression was critical as he inspected his work. I'm not really sure where the impulse came from, but once I had the idea, it felt like something I had to do. The way you described that dream really inspired me, I guess. I've been working on it in my spare time. Nova forced herself away from the door, noticing that the back of the door itself had been painted too, even down to the doorknob. She shut it to complete the vision. She felt dizzy as she drifted from wall to wall, but she knew it wasn't from the paint fumes. Her fingers traced the painting as she went. Mostly, they were plants, exotic purple flowers spreading their giant petals like wind sails, ancient gnarled tree trunks covered in fungi and moss, with long looping vines trailing from their branches, grasses and ferns sprouting from between the trees' uneven roots, their lacy fronds bowing over little clusters of white star-shaped blossoms and fiery orange buds. A toppled tree trunk formed a lichen-covered bridge over a family of broad-leafed shrubs. But it wasn't just a jungle. Adrian had included hints of the ruins, too. The city that the jungle had claimed. What might have been a boulder was, upon closer inspection, the corner of a building's concrete foundation. Those ascending plateaus of plant life were thriving on an ancient staircase. Beyond those trees, the subtle arch of a doorway, leading to nothing. The beams of sunlight that filtered through the thick canopy struck the hooded torso of a long-forgotten statue, its back to them, concealing what treasure might have been cradled in its hands. A startling memory of her dream came back to her. It was holding a star. Adrian, she whispered, afraid to break the spell of this place. This is amazing. Did I get it right? From the dream? Yes, it's exactly. She realized with a start that her eyes were watering. She turned away, pressing a hand to her mouth to collect herself. As her shaking breaths evened, she dared to face him again. You didn't do this for me, did you? Adrian glanced sideways at the statue. No, he began. Although I didn't not do it for you either, if that makes sense. I mean, I had to do it for me, too. He shrugged. It just seemed like a really good idea at the time. It was a good idea. This is magical. Adrian started to grin, and Nova braced herself. She had become familiar with that particular look, the one that said he was about to do something that would impress her, whether she liked it or not. I guess I figured you deserve to have good dreams once in a while, he said, even if you never sleep. Then he pressed his hand against the nearest wall and exhaled. The mural started to come alive, emerging around his fingers. Fronds unfolded, engulfing his wrist, and the effect spread like the ripple in a pond outward across the wall. Tree trunks sprouted from the concrete. Grasses curled against their knees. Lazy vines trailed over their heads. Nova moved closer to him, pressing her side against his. The hard ground under their feet transformed into squishy moss. Flowers bloomed, mushrooms sprouted. The smell of paint was replaced with the earthiness of dark soil and a heady perfume. Though Nova hadn't seen any birds or insects in the painting, it was easy to imagine birdsong disrupting the silence. the hum of cicadas, the clicking of beetles. The tree canopy crowded in overhead, but sunlight was filtering down, spotlighting the statue. Adrian lowered his hand. Nova stared at where he had touched and could no longer see the wall. Was it buried behind the panel of foliage? Were they still in his basement? The plants were so dense, the air so humid and sweet, it was almost impossible to imagine they were inside at all. Adrian shuffled his feet, and Nova realized he'd been watching her. But she couldn't strike the disbelief from her face. "Cool trick?" he ventured. Nova's heart thumped loudly. "All of this," she said, speaking slowly, "and the best alias you could come up with was Sketch?" His lips curled upward, and it was clear how much this small comment pleased him. Better to under-promise and over-deliver. Well, you succeeded. Her cheeks were warm as she turned in a slow circle. Where did the room go? Where are we? We haven't left. If you pull some of these leaves aside, you'll be able to see the walls, but they'll be plain white again. I made sure to cover them with paint so they wouldn't be visible when you were standing in the middle like this. He gestured around at their mystical patch of jungle. You can walk around if you want. Nothing here will hurt you. Nova kept her hands close to her body, in part to avoid taking Adrian's hand. She couldn't imagine putting him to sleep now, and without that singular purpose, the thought of touching him terrified her. She paced herself, reveling in every step. Her fingers danced along each flower petal, gliding around the blades of willowy grass, twined around a series of low-hung vines. It was uncanny how much it reminded her of the dream, or what she could remember of it. She was sure she hadn't gone into that much detail when she described it to Adrian, yet he'd captured it down to the smallest element. She paused as her attention landed on the statue. It was turned away, so she could see only the back of its hooded cloak, its narrow stone shoulders green with moss, patches of stone having chipped off with age. Nova dared to approach it, feeling the squishy ground give beneath her footsteps. She braced herself as she walked around the statue. Its outstretched hands came into view. Her breath hitched, even though somehow she had expected it. She could feel Adrian watching her, and she wondered if he knew, if this had been a part of his plan as he'd painted the mural. "How?" she whispered. To his credit, Adrian frowned in confusion. "How what?" "Adrian, how did you make a star?" Chapter 30. "Huh," said Adrian, coming to stand beside her. "Would you look at that?" He sounded as astonished as Nova felt, but that couldn't be. This was her dream, but it was his painting. His vision, his magic. His star? Nova frowned. It was a star, too. At least, she thought it must be. A single bright orb hovering between the figure's grasping hands. It was no larger than a marble, and no more difficult to stare at than the brightest star in the night sky. Its light subtly illuminated the fantastical world around them. It was magnificent, and it was exactly like Nova's dream. As a child, in her delirious subconscious state, she had known it was a star, and she felt it just as strongly now, though everything she knew about astrophysics told her it wasn't possible. But then, a lot of what Adrian could do didn't seem possible. A star. Neither she nor Adrian spoke for a long time. The room was silent, but there was something about the jungle he had created. The jungle, Nova thought with bewilderment. The jungle he created. That gave the impression of life and noise, of warmth and growth, of thriving permanence. Finally, Adrian cleared his throat. That wasn't in the mural. I know, said Nova, remembering the statue in the painting, and how Adrian had drawn it so that they could see only its back, not its hands. After another thoughtful moment, she said, Intention? Maybe, said Adrian. I was thinking about your dream when I did it. What does it do? Said Nova, which might have been a strange question. What did any star do? But Adrian merely shrugged. It's your star, you tell me. She bit the inside of her cheek. Was it her star? I don't know. I woke up before anything happened. A part of Nova wanted to reach out and touch it. The star emanated a comforting warmth, and she didn't think it would burn her, like a real sun out in the real universe. But she was worried that she would ruin the spell if she touched it. Maybe it would fade away. Or, perhaps worse, maybe nothing would happen at all. She didn't know which of them was more responsible for dreaming this star into existence, her or Adrian, and she didn't want to tempt disappointment by finding out it was nothing more than a pretty visual effect. She breathed in the aroma of dew-soaked leaves and intoxicating flowers. Shutting her eyes, Nova sank down, sitting cross-legged on the soft moss. It was easy to fall into the tranquility of this place, to believe this was the real world, hundreds of years in the future. The city had fallen, and there were no more villains and no more superheroes. No more anarchists, no more renegades, no more council, no more struggles for power. Just no more. She opened her eyes as Adrian lowered himself to the ground beside her, a little stiffly, she noticed, as he tried not to bend around the wound on his side. Is it terrible, she said, that it might take the fall of humanity to make me feel this relaxed? It took Adrian a moment to respond, but he sounded serious when he said, A little. Nova laughed, a real one this time. He chuckled too. Why? He asked. Why is it so hard to relax? She dared to look at him. She knew he wasn't prying, and that he wouldn't push her, despite his curiosity. She braced herself. She thought it would be hard to form the words, but it wasn't. Not really. They'd been perched in the back of her throat for 10 years, waiting for her to speak them. She thought back to the first night she had sat and talked with Adrian, really talked to him, when they were running surveillance on Jean Cronin and the Cloven Cross Library. She hadn't told Adrian about her family then. She hadn't confessed her complete origin story, but somehow she felt like she'd always known that she would tell him eventually. When I was 6 years old, I once fell asleep holding my baby sister, Evie. Her voice was low, barely a murmur. When I woke up, I could hear my mother crying. I went to our door, and I looked out into the hallway, and a man was there, holding a gun. I later found out my dad was being blackmailed by one of the villain gangs, and when he didn't fulfill part of their bargain, they hired this guy to punish him. She frowned, her gaze lost in the shadows between ferns and fallen tree trunks, her memory trapped in that apartment. She scrunched her shoulders against her neck, once again paralyzed with fear. He shot my mom, she whispered. And then he shot my dad. I watched it happen. Adrian's hand twitched, drawing her focus out of the shadows and down to his graceful fingers, his dark skin. He didn't reach for her, though she thought he would hold her hand if she moved first. She didn't. I ran to my bedroom and hid in the closet. I heard him come inside, and then I heard... Tears began to fill her eyes. I heard Evie. She woke up and she started to cry, and he shot her too. Adrian jerked involuntarily, a flinch that shuddered through his whole body. She wasn't even a year old yet, and when he found me in the closet, I looked in his eyes and I could just tell that he didn't feel an ounce of remorse. He'd just murdered a baby, and he didn't feel anything. This time, Adrian did reach for her hand, slipping his fingers between hers. He aimed the gun at me, and... Nova hesitated, realizing at the last moment that she couldn't tell Adrian this part of the story. The shock of being on the verge of speaking an unspeakable secret startled her from the memory. "And my uncle showed up," she said, swiping at her nose with her sleeve. "He killed the man. He saved me." Adrian's shoulders fell. He cursed quietly beneath his breath. Nova lowered her head. The pain that came with the memories was coupled with guilt. She had relived that night countless times in her thoughts, all the while knowing she could have stopped it. If she had been brave, if she hadn't run, if she hadn't hid. She could have put the man to sleep, saved Evie at least, if not her parents. But she'd been a coward, and she'd been so sure that the renegades would come. It was her faith in them that had destroyed her family almost as much as the hitman himself. After that, every time I closed my eyes, I could hear those gunshots in my head. I couldn't sleep. After a while, I stopped trying. Even recently, when she had briefly fallen asleep inside Max's quarantine, the nightmare had plagued her. The hitman looming over her, the cold press of the gun to her forehead, the gunshots echoing through her skull. Bang, bang, bang. She shuddered. Adrian rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand. "Nova," he whispered, shaking his head. "I'm so sorry. I knew they were killed during the Age of Anarchy, but I never thought that I witnessed it. I know, it wasn't something I thought belonged in my Renegades application." He nodded in understanding, his expression heavy with sorrow. And though telling the story brought her sadness, it also brought anger. The resentment that had crowded out her own sorrow for the last 10 years. Where were the renegades? She wanted to shout. Where was the council? Where were your dads? She clenched her teeth and peered down at their entwined hands. His was warm and solid, while her hand had gone limp. "My mom was murdered too," he whispered. She swallowed. "I know." Everyone knew. Lady Indomitable had been as much a legend as any superhero. I didn't see it happen, of course. No child should have to go through that, but I did. His brow scrunched in pain as he spoke. For a long time, I wondered if maybe it was my fault. At least in part. She jerked, startled at how his words mirrored her own guilt. How could it have been your fault? I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but... He grimaced. Remember how I said I used to have really vivid nightmares? The ones with the monster? Well, part of that recurring dream I had was where my mom would leave our apartment, flying out through the window to go save the day somewhere in the city, and I would be watching her go when this shadow would come over her and she wouldn't be able to fly anymore. I would watch her fall. I would hear her scream, and I would look up and the monster would be on the rooftop just staring at me. Nova shivered. I had that dream more times than I could count. It got to where I would throw tantrums every time my mom put on her costume. I didn't want her to go. I was so terrified that she wouldn't come back. And then, one night, she didn't. He met Nova's gaze. When they found her body, it was clear the fall had killed her. And there was a look of terror on her face. For a long time, I thought that my dreams had made it come true, like maybe they were prophetic or something. It wasn't your fault, said Nova, squeezing his hand. They were dreams, Adrian. It was just a coincidence. I know, he said, though Nova wasn't sure if she believed him, or if he believed himself. But she could fly. How could she have fallen so far without being able to? He lowered his head. No villain ever took credit for her death, as far as I know, which is unlike them. A lot of the villain gangs like to brag about their victories. And killing Lady Indomitable. That would have been a victory worth bragging about. His voice turned sour, and it was clear that this mystery had haunted and frustrated him nearly as long as Nova's past had tormented her. You want to find out who did it, she said slowly, so you can have revenge. Not revenge, said Adrian. Justice. She shivered. He said it with conviction, though she wasn't sure he would recognize the difference in his own heart. And what of her own heart, she wondered. Did she want revenge against the council? Or justice? Her whole body felt heavy thinking about it. This wasn't for her, this moment of peace, this sense of safety. This world with no heroes and no villains, where she and Adrian Everhart could sit holding hands inside a childhood dream. This world didn't exist. Rubbing his forehead, Adrian let out a sigh. I'm sorry. This, he said, gesturing around, is supposed to be a dream, not a nightmare. A faint smile twitched at the sides of her mouth. It is a dream, Adrian. The first I've had in a long time. His eyes shone at her words. Then he fished his marker from his jeans pocket and glanced around. I have an idea, he said, turning to a crumbling stone wall. He began to sketch. It amazed Nova that he could create something real and tangible out of nothing. He could go on like this forever, creating a dream within a dream within a dream. He drew a set of large headphones and pulled them from the stone. He held them out to Nova. Noise-canceling headphones, he explained. Not even gunshots can get through. He nudged her shoulder with the headband. Nose wrinkling with doubt, Nova took the headphones and slipped the padded cuffs over her ears. Instantly the world, which had already been quiet, dimmed to impenetrable silence, fed only by the thundering of her own pulse, the drum of her own heartbeat. Adrian's lips moved. A question, she thought, but Nova shook her head at him. Adrian grinned. He lay down, extending his arm over the patch of moss. An invitation. Nova hesitated for far less time than she should have, then sank down and settled her head into the crook between his shoulder and his chest. It took a moment for her to get comfortable with the headphones on, but when she did, she realized that there were 2 heartbeats now drumming against each other. Though the aromas from the jungle had filled the room, this close to Adrian, she could smell the chemical tang of paint mixed with the undercurrent of pine-scented soap. Her attention landed on the star. It never dimmed, never brightened, never changed at all, just hovered, peaceful and constant. And this boy, this amazing boy, had made all of this. She remembered why she had come there that night, to find the vitality charm, to protect herself in the upcoming fight with Agent N, to fulfill her duty. It could wait. Just 1 more hour, maybe 2. Then she would put Adrian to sleep, and she would continue with her plan. For now, in this strange, impossible dream, it could wait. Steadily, slowly, their heartbeats fell into sync. Nova listened to them thumping in tandem for what might have been an eternity. She was still staring at the star when, unexpectedly, it winked out, and Nova fell into a quiet, dreamless sleep. Chapter 31. She awoke to the sound of birds. In that hazy place between sleeping and waking, it seemed entirely normal that the city's cooing pigeons and squawking crows had been exchanged for the trill and chatter of far more exotic creatures. The tranquility lasted for only a moment. Eyes snapping open, Nova jolted upward, one hand sinking into moss and the other landing on a discarded pair of headphones. A blanket tumbled around her hips. "Great skies," said Adrian. He sat a few feet away, his back against the statue. A large sketchbook rested beside him. A pencil settled in its gutter. From her vantage point, she could make out an upside-down, half-completed toucan. He smiled. "For someone who never, ever, ever sleeps, you sleep like a pro when you want to." Nova palmed her eyes, trying to rub away her drowsiness. "Time is it?" "Almost 5, he said. "At night. You've been sleeping for nearly 24 hours straight, which, by my estimate, still means you're nowhere near caught up." His expression turned serious, that little wrinkle forming over the bridge of his glasses. "I tried calling the number in your file to let your uncle know where you are, but it said it's been disconnected. Is there another number I should try? He must be worried." She blinked at him in bewilderment, unable at first to distinguish between the pretend uncle mentioned in her official paperwork and Ace. Her head felt it was filled with fog, and she wondered if everyone woke up this groggy. That was the word for it, right? Groggy? How did people stand it? "No, it's fine," she said, shaking her head. "He's used to me disappearing at night and not coming back for days. Hard to be cooped up inside while everyone else is sleeping. Plus, now with patrol duty..." She raked her fingers through her hair, working out a few snags. "Anyway, I'll, check my file. The number probably got entered wrong." She rubbed her lashes again and was surprised to find flecks of white caught in them. "Have I really been sleeping for..." She froze, a sting of panic coursing through her limbs. "Do you think it's because of Max? Is this some sort of after effect?" "What, we can't give credit to my magically efficient noise-canceling headphones?" Nova frowned, even as her fingers fell on the headset. But then she realized he was joking. "Actually, the thought crossed my mind too. It could be related. Max mentioned having some mild insomnia since you were in the quarantine that day. We know we got a small portion of your power, so maybe now you're capable of sleeping, but you can sleep by choice, not out of necessity? Or maybe the conditions have to be right. He cast a wistful look at the headphones. Nova curled her fingers around them. Even now, all these years later, she could hear the gunshots inside her head, deafeningly loud. She wasn't convinced that a set of headphones would allow her mind to rest after 10 years of terrors. Or perhaps it didn't have much to do with the headphones at all. She flushed, remembering how it had felt to lay her head against Adrian's chest, to listen to his heartbeat. There had been a feeling she couldn't recall having experienced since she was a child. The uncanny sensation of being safe. Adrian was watching her, his expression serious. "It's all right, Nova," he said, leaning toward her. "It's been weeks since you came in contact with Max, and this is the first time you've slept since then. I'm 99% sure that still makes you a prodigy." She blinked, realizing how drastically Adrian had misinterpreted whatever he was seeing on her face. He thought she was worried about her powers, but that was a long way from the truth. She knew her true power. Nightmare's ability to put people to sleep was intact. She wasn't afraid of that. No, what she feared was something far, far worse, and had much more to do with the way she had sunk so easily into oblivion while in the arms of Adrian Everhart. She was afraid, even now, of the way her fingers were twitching to reach out and touch him, when she never felt compelled to touch anyone, unless it was to disarm them. And she might have been terrified of how hard it was to keep her gaze from straying to his mouth, or how her own traitorous lips had started to tingle, or how her own heartbeat had become an entire percussion section inside her chest. Adrian's eyes narrowed just slightly. "What's wrong?" he asked, a little suspicious, a little uncertain. "Nothing," she whispered. "Everything," her mind retorted. What was she here for? Not to sleep. Not to tell Adrian all the secrets she'd kept locked up her entire life. Not to be reminded for the umpteenth time how things might be different if only... well, if only things were different. What was she doing here? Her gaze darted up to the boughs of the surrounding trees, where she spotted an all-white parrot. "The birds are new," she said, eager to change the subject, to think about something else before her mind tracked to kissing again. Adrian didn't respond for a moment, and she desperately wanted to know what was going through his head. Had he thought about kissing too? Her fingers curled around the blanket that had been tucked around her while she slept. 24 hours. He must have been awake for ages now. How long had he been sitting there while she slept? Had he been watching her? And why was it that the possibility normally would have been annoying, if not downright creepy? But now all it did was make her worry that she might have said something incriminating in her sleep. Or worse, drooled. No, that wasn't worse. She mentally shook herself, telling her thoughts to get themselves in order. This was why sleep was dangerous. It addled her senses, and she needed to be on full alert. It made her vulnerable, regardless of how safe she had felt in Adrian's arms. "It felt like it needed wildlife," said Adrian. "And I had some free time, and now I know that I can only draw so many parrots before losing interest." She shook her head warily. If Calum ever got a hold of Adrian's sketchbooks, he would be beside himself. You're incredible. You know that, right? I mean, you can create life. First that dinosaur and now an entire ecosystem? Adrian laughed. And though his skin was too dark to be sure, she was almost certain he was blushing. I don't think of it like that. I can create the illusion of life. He tracked the blue wings of a bird as it hopped across the canopy overhead. I have a vague idea of how birds fly, and I know they eat bugs, and if they were chased by a falcon, they would run away. But they'll never learn or grow beyond what they are now. They won't build nests or hatch eggs. They're more like automatons than real birds. Nova peered at him and tried to feel like his humble comments were warranted. But she knew he was underselling himself. Typical Adrian. Before she could respond, someone shouted from what seemed like miles away. "Adrian, dinner's done." Nova tensed, surveying their jungle sanctuary. She had forgotten, completely forgotten they were indoors at all, and not in the overgrown ruins of a long-dead city. They were at his house, his mansion, the one he shared with the dread warden and Captain Chromium. And his dads were here. Adrian, too, seemed momentarily shaken. "Right," he said, closing the sketchbook over the pencil. "Are you hungry?" Her lips parted. Suddenly her breaths were coming in short, uncomfortable bursts. Dinner. An everyday family dinner. With them. Shutting her mouth again, she forced herself to nod. "Yeah, actually, I'm famished." "Me too." Adrian stood and offered a hand, which she pretended not to notice as she pulled herself up, using the crumbled stone wall. She wasn't ready to touch him again. She didn't want to know how much she would enjoy it. By the time she turned back, his hand had slipped into his pocket. In addition to the long-sleeved tee, he had changed out of his jeans into gray sweatpants. And there was something so intimate and relaxed about it that she almost found him even more handsome this way. And he was handsome. She'd noticed it before, a million different times it seemed. The high cut of his cheekbones, the full lips that so easily gave way to that subtle smile. Even the glasses, thickly framing his dark eyes, added an air of ease and sensitivity to his features that made her mouth run dry when she stopped to think about it. She was beginning to think she might really be in trouble. She followed Adrian through the lush foliage and drooping vines. He pushed aside the leaves of some prehistoric-looking plant, and there was a plain wooden door set into a plain white wall. Nova glanced back one time, wishing she had taken the time to admire the statue and the star. What she was beginning to think of as her star, before she crossed over the door's threshold and returned to reality. Chapter 32. Nova followed Adrian out of the basement and back up the narrow staircase, her mind churning as she tried to determine the likelihood of this being a trap. Not much, she thought. She had been asleep for an entire night and day, and as uncomfortable as that made her, she had to admit that nothing had happened. She had not been attacked or captured. And yet, her hackles wouldn't lower, not completely. There was always a chance that Winston had finally revealed Nova's identity, or that some incriminating evidence had been dredged up on her while she slept. 24 hours was more than enough time for something to go wrong. Adrian nudged open the door at the top of the stairs, and Nova braced herself as she stepped into the imposing foyer again. The mansion, though, seemed as quiet and orderly as before. She followed Adrian into a formal dining room, with wainscoting on the walls and a crystal chandelier dangling over a cherry wood table, which was large enough to seat 12 or more. Rather than being set with fine china and silver cutlery, the table was littered with newspapers, many still wrapped in rubber bands, and piles of junk mail, and 2 issues of Heroes Today magazine. Adrian nudged his way through another door, and the sounds of life engulfed Nova. Dishes clinking, a fan whirring, the steady beat of a knife against a cutting board. The moment she stepped into the open-concept kitchen, her eyes darted not to the 2 men who were cooking, but to the large arched windows surrounding a casual breakfast nook, and a door that might have led to an exit, or maybe a pantry. To the block of kitchen knives on the granite countertop, and the cast-iron skillet simmering on the stove, and the row of bar stools that would shatter against Captain Chromium, but might be able to stun the dread warden if swung with sufficient force. Once she had mapped out all possible exits and deduced enough potential weapons that she could feel confident she wasn't powerless, not even here, she dared to greet her hosts. Hugh Everhart extended a hand toward her, the other clutching a wooden spoon.
"Nova, it was a nice surprise to hear you'd be joining us."
She held her breath as she shook his hand, wondering first if her power would work against the invincible Captain Chromium. Wondering second at what point Adrian had come up to inform his dads he had a guest. Was that before or after she had unofficially stayed the night? Hugh gestured toward the bar, where Simon Westwood was chopping carrots into thin sticks.
"It's just about done," said Hugh, "but feel free to grab a snack while you wait."
Simon nudged a plate in her direction, loaded with cherry tomatoes and strips of raw bell pepper. Nova's attention, however, went to the massive chef's knife in his hand. Then she took in his blue checkered apron, which was so opposite of anything she'd ever imagined the dread warden would wear that for a moment she thought she might be dreaming. This was what dreams were like, right? Ridiculous and absurd and utterly implausible. When she thought of these 2 superheroes, she always pictured them in the midst of a battle, usually one in which she was discovering some clever way to kill them both at once. Never had she pictured them at home doing something as mundane as cooking dinner together.
"Adrian," said Hugh, dumping the carrots onto the tray, "could you run down and grab another can of tomatoes from the pantry?"
"Sure," said Adrian. Picking up a carrot stick, he crunched it in half as he pushed himself away from the bar. He shot Nova a quick, encouraging smile before he disappeared back through the door.
"The pantry is at the far end of the hall," Simon said, arranging the vegetables on the plate.
It took Nova a moment to realize he was talking to her.
"Kind of a pain when you forget something halfway through a recipe. We keep meaning to clean out the broom closet."
He jutted his chin toward a narrow closed door.
"And convert it into the new pantry. But somehow it always gets filled back up with superhero stuff."
Nova's thoughts were racing so fast she could barely understand him. Pantry? Canned tomatoes? She tried to relax her shoulders, to even her breathing, to admit to herself that an attack was not imminent. But she took a subtle sidestep to be closer to the block of knives anyway, just in case.
"I'm afraid this meal isn't going to be up to our usual standards, at least for when we have a special guest,"
said Hugh. He was standing over the stove, stirring a bubbling red sauce.
"But it's been a long day for us both, and we weren't expecting to come home to company."
He looked sideways at Nova, his eyes twinkling almost mischievously. "I wasn't expecting to be served a homemade meal at all," Nova said, her attention skipping from the tomato sauce to the colander of steaming spaghetti noodles in the sink to a skillet full of cooked ground beef.
"I hope you like Italian," said Hugh. "You're not vegetarian, are you?"
She shook her head and watched as he scraped the meat into the sauce. "I love Italian food," she said, trying to match their unprecedented normalcy. My dad was Italian, and my mom used to cook pasta for us all the time because he liked it so much. It was never her specialty, though. Not as good as her lumpia.
Oh, I love lumpia,
said Hugh, more enthusiastically than the comment warranted. Nova bit the inside of her cheek, almost willing him to read her thoughts. My dad? My mom? Who aren't here anymore? Who believed so strongly that you would come, that you would protect them? Who taught me to believe you would protect us? But Hugh just went on stirring the pot, his expression serene.
Where did McLean come from? Said Simon, startling her. If your dad was Italian.
Her heart hammered. She'd forgotten. She was not Nova Artino, not here. She was Nova Jean McLean. My grandfather, she stammered. Paternal grandfather. He was Scottish, but lived in Italy. For a while. Simon made a noise of mild interest. A polite noise. A noise for trivial small talk. Had she fooled them? Or were they trying to lure her off her guard? Despite how cheerful they were both acting, she could see that Hugh had bruise-tinged shadows beneath his eyes and the start of stubble on his usually clean-shaven jaw. Simon, too, seemed less spirited than usual. "Are you both okay?" she said. Simon chuckled, and he and Hugh shared a commiserating look.
"Adrian told us you slept for a long time last night," he said, sweeping the carrot tops into his palm and dumping them into the sink on the other side of the bar. "I suppose he didn't tell you the news?"
News? The door behind her swung open and Adrian emerged, holding a can of diced tomatoes like a trophy. "Mission accomplished."
"Thanks, Adrian," said Hugh, taking the can from Adrian.
Instead of using a can opener, he dug his fingernails into the edge of the can and peeled the aluminum top. He dumped the contents into the sauce.
"Simon was just telling Nova about the Sentinel."
She and Adrian both stilled. "The Sentinel?" she asked.
"Yep," Simon said darkly. "He's alive."
Adrian scowled. It surprised Nova. For all the times he'd heard her complain about the Sentinel, he'd never said anything negative about the vigilante himself. At least, not that she could recall. She'd had a sneaking suspicion that he sort of admired the guy. "Right," said Adrian. "I guess I should have mentioned something. It's all over the news right now." Nova blinked at him. His tone was odd, evasive. Simon slid off his stool and came around the bar, passing in front of Nova. She caught sight of the knife in his hand and every muscle tightened. She clawed her fingers, targeting the exact patch of skin she would use to knock him unconscious. He grabbed a towel from the counter and started to wipe off the blade.
"Excuse me,"
he said, turning back to her. Nova started in surprise. "Right. Sorry," she said, easing away from him. He dropped the knife into the block with the others. She tried to disentangle the knot in her stomach, irritated with her own overreaction. "So, how do we know he's alive?"
"He had a run-in with one of our patrol units. Do you know Frostbite and her team?"
Simon caught himself and chuckled, but without much humor.
"Of course you do. The trials. Anyway, they were sent after Hawthorne. We finally had some solid leads about where to find her, and, well, they found her."
A muscle twitched beneath his beard. "And?" said Nova.
"They got there in time to see the Sentinel torturing her, crushing some of her limbs."
Nova reeled back. "What?" Beside her, Adrian picked up a carrot stick and jabbed it hard into a bowl of dip.
"When he realized the renegades were there, he murdered Hawthorne right before their eyes. Then he attacked them."
Nova peered at Adrian, in part for confirmation, but he was glowering at the counter. "Let me guess," she said. "He got away, again."
It's one more reminder that he is not to be underestimated, said Simon.
Nova exhaled. But why would he attack Hawthorne like that? Why not tie her up and leave her for the renegades like all those criminals he's caught before?
We think it might have been a revenge killing, said Hugh, because she embarrassed him on that barge.
Are we sure we can take Frostbite's word for all of this? Said Adrian, snapping another carrot between his fingers. It seems a little far-fetched if you ask me.
We recovered Hawthorne's body, said Simon. We've seen the destruction from the battle with the Sentinel. The story checks out.
Adrian opened his mouth to say something more, but hesitated. Still glaring, he chomped down on the carrot. Nova crossed her arms over her chest. The Sentinel being alive drummed up a whole parade of feelings she'd forgotten about since she'd watched him sink in the river. He had been determined to find Nightmare, more determined than anyone. Hopefully he believed she was dead as much as the renegades did. They carried the food to a breakfast nook. Nova let Adrian sit down first before sliding in beside him so she wouldn't be trapped against the wall. But even that small bit of strategy made her feel just a little ridiculous as she was beginning to forget why she had been so concerned before. She had slept under this roof for hours, 24 hours, and nothing had happened to her. They did not know she was Nightmare. They did not know she was an anarchist or Ace's niece. To them, she was a renegade, through and through. What was she doing here? Ace was wasting away in his catacombs, and she was having dinner with his enemies. For a short time, she'd felt comfortable. Safe, even. She'd been swept away by a mural and a dream. She'd imagined what it might be like to touch Adrian again. Maybe even to kiss him. She'd admired his glasses, for all that was trite and pathetic. But none of that was why she was here. She should probably congratulate herself. She had started this charade intending to spend a few weeks inside headquarters and learn what she could from her fellow drones. But instead, here she was, in the private home of her two biggest targets. They trusted her, maybe even liked her. She paused. Did they like her? She scowled at the tongs as Hugh lifted spaghetti onto her plate, forcing herself not to be curious, not to care. She could use this to her advantage. All of it. Their trust, their unguarded routine. This was her chance to needle information from them. She couldn't waste it.
So, said Adrian, taking a sip of water, did the big crime scene at the shipyard turn up new evidence about the Sentinel? Do we have any clues about his identity yet? They're still going over it, said Hugh. So far, I think the only solid clue we have is that he just might be the most overconfident prodigy this city has ever seen.
Simon laughed.
Ha ha, the most overconfident? Surely no one can surpass you in that regard.
Hugh grinned. To Nova's surprise, he looked at her when he said,
They're always giving me a tough time, but they don't know how hard it is to be this charming. It takes real dedication.
Not sure what to say, Nova smiled back and shoveled a forkful of pasta into her mouth. Adrian broke into a loaf of bread, releasing a cloud of steam. His expression was distant as he said, It seems to me like he's been trying to help people. What about what you guys did, back in the age of anarchy? Hugh and Simon both tensed, and Nova sensed this was not the first time they'd had this conversation.
There were no rules to follow back then, said Simon. The Code Authority didn't exist. We did what we had to do to stop the villains who were running the city. But imagine if we still operated that way. If every prodigy out there went around doing whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, all in the name of justice. It wouldn't take long for everything to fall apart. Society simply doesn't function that way, and neither can we.
Nova bit the inside of her cheek.
She agreed on some level. Society did need rules and consequences. But who had elected the council to make those rules? Who got to decide what punishments should be doled out for breaking them? "We know there's been a lot of controversy over the Sentinel's actions," said Hugh. "Good or bad, helpful or harmful. But the fight at the shipyards shows that he's not entirely stable. He needs to be found and stopped." "Neutralized, you mean," Adrian said, his jaw tight. "If it comes to that," said Hugh. "The rise of the Sentinel is a good example of how important it is to keep the prodigy population under control. We need to ensure that the villains of this world will never be able to rise to power again. I know there's some uncertainty about Agent N going around the ranks, but we can't have prodigies wielding their power without any restrictions." "Speaking of, you know who that Sentinel guy reminds me of?" said Simon, and Nova had the distinct impression he was changing the subject to avoid an argument. He gestured toward Adrian with his fork, and Adrian sucked in a quick breath. "That comic you wrote when you were a kid. What was it called? Rebel X? Rebel Z, said Hugh, his expression brightening. "I'd forgotten all about that. You're right. The Sentinel does sort of look like him, doesn't it?" Adrian's fork hung a few inches from his mouth. "You know about that?" "Of course we did. There was that one summer when you hardly worked on anything else." "Yeah, but I didn't think you'd actually seen it. I'm pretty sure I never showed anyone." Hugh and Simon had the decency to appear embarrassed. Hugh shrugged. "We may have peeked through them when you weren't looking. We couldn't help it. You were so focused and you wouldn't tell us anything. We were dying to know what it was." "And they were great," Simon said, as if his enthusiasm would soothe over the little issue of privacy invasion. "Did you ever finish them?" Adrian lowered his fork and twirled it through the spaghetti again, his shoulders tight. "I got through 3 issues, then lost interest. It definitely wasn't great. I'm surprised you even remember it." "I thought it was fantastic," said Simon. "I was 11, and you were my dad. You have to say that." "I always wondered if Rebel Z might have been partly inspired by yours truly," Hugh said with a wink. "He wasn't," Adrian deadpanned. "Ah, well, can't blame your old man for hoping." "What are we talking about?" Nova interjected. "Nothing," said Adrian at the same time Simon answered. "A comic book Adrian started years ago, about this superhero who had some sort of biological tempering done, wasn't it?" Heaving a sigh, Adrian explained without much zeal. "It was about a group of 26 kids who were abducted by an evil scientist and subjected to a bunch of tests trying to turn them into prodigies. But only the 26th kid survived the testing. He turned himself into a superhero and made it his mission to seek revenge against the scientist and all his cronies. And later, there was going to be a big government conspiracy involved, but I never got that far." "Sounds good," said Nova, only partly teasing, because it was clear how uncomfortable this conversation had made him. She wanted to sympathize, even if it didn't seem like anything to be upset about. A comic book made years ago? Who cared? But then, she'd always hated when Leroy wanted to see her inventions before they were ready to be shared. So, maybe she understood after all. "Can I read it?" "No," he said. "I'm pretty sure it got thrown away." "I don't think so," said Hugh. "I think it's in a box in the office somewhere, or maybe in storage." Adrian cast him a look even colder than frostbite's icicles. "Well, if you ever stumble across it, I'd love to see," she said. Simon cleared his throat, and Nova could sense him about to change the subject again before Adrian decided to never bring another girl to dinner. "Nova," he started, dabbing his mustache with a napkin. "How are things going in weapons and artifacts? Did you ever find what you were looking for?" Nova aimed for innocence as she said, "What do you mean?" I figured part of your motive for applying to the department had something to do with your interest in Ace Anarchy's helmet. Though Nova's heart felt like it would jump out of her skin, Simon seemed nothing but jovial as he turned to Hugh. You should have seen her with the replica. She took one look at it and knew it was a fake. I was impressed. He grinned at her. Have they shown you the real one yet? Pushing her food around, she said, They showed me the box it's in. Simon nodded. I hope seeing it for yourself was a relief. You didn't seem convinced when I said we had it well protected. Nova glanced at Adrian, and she knew they were both thinking of the conversation they'd had during the Sidekick Olympics. She kept her face neutral as she prompted, Are you sure? Hugh guffawed. Now don't you go getting me into trouble, Adrian muttered. What? Said Hugh. What are you talking about? Just that Adrian thinks he might be able to get into it, if he tried. Ha! Adrian? No. Nice thought. Hugh stuck a forkful of pasta into his mouth, as if the conversation were over. I obviously haven't tried, said Adrian, but I think it's possible. How would you do it? Said Simon. Draw a door on it? A door? Hugh chuckled. Please, that's... He hesitated, his brow creasing just slightly. That would never work, would it? They all exchanged uncertain looks. Nova took a drink of water, avoiding eye contact so they wouldn't see her budding urgency. It doesn't really matter. Adrian is never going to try to get that helmet, but it does bring up an interesting point. There are so many prodigies with so many abilities. How do you know the box is infallible if you've never challenged anyone to get inside? It's just a box. Just a box, Hugh huffed, and his momentary concern seemed to have passed. It's an interesting theory, but there's no point in speculating. I know myself, and I know how my powers work. There's only one prodigy who can break into that thing, and it's not Adrian. He gave Adrian a pointed scowl. Or anyone else we need to worry about. Really? Nova's spine tingled. Who is it? Hugh tossed up a hand, exasperated. Me. Nova lifted an eyebrow. Because you could manipulate the chromium some more? Well, sure. Or I could make a sledgehammer to take to it, if I was feeling destructive. But the helmet is safe. No one's gotten to it yet, and no one ever will. Nova's pulse quickened, the start of an idea whispering deep in her thoughts. Chromium sledgehammer? Would that work? Would a weapon made of the same material be strong enough to destroy the box? Only if it was made by the captain himself, she suspected. As her electrolysis experiment had suggested, that box wasn't made out of normal chromium. Just like the captain himself, his weapons were, well, extraordinary. Are you going to the gala tomorrow night? Asked Simon, and Nova was so lost in her speculations, it took her a moment to realize he was asking her. Gala? She said, trying to remember what day it was. Is that tomorrow already? I had that exact thought a few hours ago, said Hugh. We've gotten a lot of last-minute sponsors, and it's pulling together to be a nice event. Live music, fully catered. It'll be fun. Anyway, you have to come. You know, Nova, a lot of people in the organization are starting to look up to you. The young ones especially. It would mean a lot if you were there. Nova forced a close-lipped smile, though her heart was sinking from the implications of his words, and what she had become in the eyes of the renegades. Someone to admire, to respect, to emulate. She was Nova McClane, the superhero and the fraud. Chapter 33. Nova remembered little else about the conversation over dinner, most of which revolved around the council's plans for ongoing community outreach programs.
Finally, Hugh and Simon got up from the table and started loading the dishwasher, moving like a well-rehearsed team. Nova watched them for a minute, unable to fully align this simple domestic chore with the superheroes who had defeated Ace Anarchy. "So," started Adrian, pulling her attention back to him. He seemed more relaxed now, and she suspected he was relieved that the meal was over. "You probably need to get home?" She blinked at him and nearly started laughing. "Home. Right." Smiling tightly, she said, "How about that movie we never got to?" Which is how Nova found herself back in Adrian's den, seated on the worn sofa. The entertainment industry was one that had grown to a halt during the Age of Anarchy, and had been slow to get started again in the years since. So Adrian's entire movie collection consisted of 30-year-old classics. Nova hadn't seen any of them. Adrian selected a martial arts film, but it didn't really matter to Nova what he picked. She wouldn't be watching it anyway. Adrian settled down on the couch, not touching her but close enough to suggest there could be touching, if she wanted there to be. Or maybe there was no ulterior motive and he just had a favorite spot, a preferred cushion. Nova chastised her heartbeat for increasing. It almost felt like a stranger had hijacked her body. Someone who had forgotten who she was and where she came from. Or more important, who Adrian was. This attraction had to stop. She was an anarchist. She was Nightmare. What exactly did she think would happen when he found out? Because he would find out eventually. It was inevitable. Once she had the helmet and that vitality charm, and she no longer had to play this game anymore. Drawing in a stabilizing breath, Nova inched closer to Adrian and settled her head on his shoulder. He tensed, but it was brief. Then he slid his arm around her, and she sank against his side. She urged her body not to get comfortable, not to enjoy his warmth, or the subtle strength in that arm, or the smell of pine that might have been soap or aftershave. This time, her own calculating thoughts were louder than his heartbeat. The ticking clock in her mind was faster than her pulse. The movie scrolled through the opening credits. A man appeared on the screen, trudging through a blizzard. High on a mountain stood a foreboding temple. Adrian's hand was resting on his leg. Nova, as casually as she could, started to reach for it. She was moments away from lacing their fingers together when Adrian pulled away, shifting his body so fast that Nova nearly sank into the dip between the cushions. She straightened. Adrian had turned to face her, lifting one knee onto the couch. His expression was worried, but his shoulders were set. Nova withdrew from him, her defenses rising like castle walls. "The gala tomorrow night," he blurted, the words spoken so fast they blurred into one unwieldy statement. Nova gaped. "Excuse me?" "The gala. If you're going, and I'm going, and... Would you like to go together? As a date, I mean, officially this time?" His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. "I know I wasn't clear with the whole carnival thing, so I'll just put it out there from the start. I would like you to be my date. I would really like that a lot, actually." He paused before adding somewhat self-consciously. "If you want to." Nova's mouth hung open. Her mind had gone blank, and she was trying to formulate a response based on logic and strategy. And what would Ace want her to do? And would this be good for her cause or not? And how would this change anything? But all she could think about was how adorable Adrian was when he was nervous. And also, he still likes me. Despite all the rejected advances, all the awkward silences,
She'd been so sure he had moved on after the painful end to their non-date at the carnival, and yet... this. Not just to ask her to be his date, but to look so downright eager about it. "Okay," she whispered. She would figure out the strategy later. Adrian's face brightened. "Okay?" With a confirming nod, he settled against the back of the couch again, returning his arm to her shoulders. He exhaled. "Okay." Nova settled against him again, and a part of her wanted to be happy. But all she felt was dread. She was going to get that helmet, and Ace Anarchy would return to power. The renegades would fall. Society would be responsible for teaching its own children, planting its own vegetables, and they would be stronger for it. Better for it. And Nova would be stronger and better too. Soon, she would be done with lying. She would be done with secrets. And Adrian would be done with her. On the screen, the man had just entered the temple. His body was silhouetted in the massive doors as the snow gusted around him. She tried to quiet her thoughts. She tried to reorient herself on what had to be done. She had come here for the vitality charm. The thought crossed her mind that she could just ask Adrian about it, and she knew he would probably loan it to her, especially if she told him she wanted to visit Max. But no, if it all went well, she would be wearing that charm as nightmare, not insomnia, and the fewer clues that connected her to her alter ego, the better. "Nova?" he said, so quietly she almost thought she imagined it. She turned her head up. Adrian held her gaze for all of half a second before he leaned down and kissed her. Nova gasped against his mouth, overcome not just with surprise, but also by the current that jolted through every nerve. Adrian pulled away, worried again. His eyes were a question, his lips an invitation. Nova's mouth felt abandoned. The kiss had been too short, and already her hands were itching to touch him, her entire body aching to move closer. Though she knew what she had to do, and she knew this was a terrible idea, she reached her hand behind his neck and pulled his mouth back to hers. The kiss escalated fast, hesitant curiosity, and then, from nowhere, a desperate, unfulfilled need to be closer, to kiss deeper, to touch his face, his neck, his hair. Adrian's arms circled her waist and he pulled her across him, turning Nova's body so she was cocooned in his arms. He hissed suddenly and jerked away. Nova's eyes snapped open, her heart catapulting into her throat. Adrian's features were contorted in pain. "Adrian?" "Nothing," he said through his teeth, one hand pressed against his side. His face softened again as he peered at her. "What?" "Nothing," he repeated. And then he was kissing her again, and concerns about whatever had hurt him dissolved. Nova was shaking, overwhelmed by so much physical contact all at once. His lips, a hand in her hair, another against her ribs, her body half draped across his lap, his heartbeat drumming against her chest, and his lips. Great skies, his lips. And still, that voice whispered in the back of her mind, reminding her why she was there, despite how she wanted to ignore it. Adrian's fingers curled against the back of her head. She was reclined so far now that she felt the arm of the couch beneath her shoulders. Nova squeezed her eyes shut, wanting to believe that this was the whole world, just Adrian Everhart and every one of his magical touches. But still, that relentless voice persisted, reminding her that this wasn't real. This could never be where she belonged. Adrian Everhart was not meant for her, and she was certainly not meant for him. Except that voice faded into background noise, replaced with the heat from his mouth and the press of his arms, and another, quieter voice made itself known. A voice that could have been trying to catch her attention ever since the first moment she had met Adrian, and her heart had lurched at the sight of his open smile. Why not? Why couldn't she belong here? Why couldn't she have this? She would simply never go back. She would go on pretending to be Nova McLean, renegade, for the rest of her life. No one would ever have to know. This could be real. She kissed Adrian harder, and he moaned in response. If she could just hold him tight enough. If she could just make this moment last. Bang, bang. Her eyes shot open. Adrian didn't seem to notice, his fingers having discovered at that moment the bared skin of her waist. Nova trembled from the sensation, from the overwhelming convergence of too many desires crashing into her all at once. The quiet voice of dissent was buried fast beneath her rising guilt. No, no, no. To choose Adrian would be to abandon the anarchists, to abandon Ace. Bang. Choosing Adrian would be to abandon any chance of retribution for Evie and her parents. Nova squeezed her eyes shut, tighter than before, hoping to block out the noise of the gunshots as her purpose became clear again, as she remembered why she was there, why she was really there. She had failed her family once when they needed her. She would not do it again. Nova held herself against Adrian, her fingers gathering fistfuls of his shirt. Tears were building behind her eyelids. She had to do this. She had to. And if she didn't do it now, she might forget why. As her body flamed in Adrian's hold, Nova released her power into the place where their lips met. It rolled through her, gentle as she could make it. It had been a long time since she'd been kind with her power. Not since putting her sister to sleep all those years ago. Still, the effect happened just as fast. Adrian's fingers loosened from her hair. His arms sagged. His head lolled to one side, breaking the kiss, and his body collapsed across the back of the couch, pinning Nova against the cushions. His breaths, which had been as erratic as hers moments ago, were already slowing. Nova exhaled. She stared up at the ceiling, her vision blurred with unshed tears. She spent a moment memorizing the weight of him, and the warmth seeping through her clothes. They were tangled together. Her knees curled around his hip, his arms trapped beneath her back. Her own fingers were resting on his neck, and it was so easy to imagine how perfect this moment would be, if only it were real. Just a girl and a boy, cuddling, stealing kisses, falling asleep in each other's arms. Everything so simple and uncomplicated. If only. She started to extract herself. She moved slowly, even though she knew he wasn't going to wake up. As she shifted her weight off the couch and slid to the floor, Adrian readjusted himself, sinking into the sofa. The side of his face rubbed against the cushion, knocking his glasses askew. Nova reached for his temples and pulled the glasses off his face. She folded down the sides and set them on the coffee table, then went and gathered a blanket from his tousled bed. She draped it over him, thinking of how he'd done the same thing while she'd been asleep. Had he paused to inspect her peaceful face, like she was doing now? Had he considered kissing her while she slept, like Nova found herself tempted to do? Her lips were still tingling, having been interrupted before the craving was satisfied. But Nova knew that Adrian would never steal a kiss from her like that, and neither could she. Instead, she stood and straightened her clothes, then scanned the room. She couldn't be sure how much time she had. Using her power gently like that tended to shorten the duration of sleep, and her powers had seemed different lately, too. Weakened slightly, ever since she'd been caught in the quarantine with Max. But she should have an hour at least, maybe 2. It would have to be enough. Where was he keeping that pendant? She peeked under his bed first, then through the drawers of a small desk. But all she found were old electronics, broken colored pencils, and an entire kit for tattooing, which she figured must be related to yet another one of his artistic endeavors. She flipped through his collection of video games, and through a chest of drawers full of t-shirts and socks and underpants, after which the visual of Adrian in black cotton boxers became nearly impossible to shake from her thoughts. Cheeks burning, she approached a bookshelf in the corner, where a stack of worn sketchbooks was sandwiched between a collection of comics and a set of disastrous duo action figures. As a kid, she had once kept an entire chemistry set inside the carved-out pages of a geographical dictionary, so she figured it was as good a hiding place as any. She pulled out a stack of sketchbooks and started flipping through them, but one after another she was met with actual pages of actual books, with actual amazing drawings on them. Cityscapes and portraits, and pages upon pages of odd symbols, a series of tightly wound curls like springs, and others resembling small flames. But there was no context for what Adrian had been thinking when he drew them. They were followed by preliminary concept art for the mural in the next room. Nova slammed the last sketchbook shut and crammed it back onto the shelf. The medallion was somewhere in this house. It had to be. Adrian wouldn't have given it. Her breath caught. Of course. He would give it away, but only to one person. He had told her as much. We should give it to Simon first. Huffing, she stepped away from the bookshelf and sneaked around the sofa. She didn't dare look at Adrian again, afraid the temptation to curl up beside him and forget her task would be too strong to resist a second time. Squaring her shoulders, she made her way up the stairs. Chapter 34. Nova stopped to listen when she reached the foyer. She could still hear dramatic music coming from the movie, and, after a long while of standing with her head cocked, she thought she heard a shower running somewhere upstairs. Squaring her shoulders, she began to climb the oak staircase. The old steps groaned and creaked beneath her. At the top, a pair of double doors stood to her left. The master bedroom, she assumed. Someone inside was shuffling around, whistling to themselves. Also the direction of the running water, she noted, though the whole house seemed to hum as the water rushed through the pipes. Opposite the landing was another hallway. Nova slinked forward. The first door she checked turned out to be a linen closet. The second brought a smile to her lips. A home office. Nova slipped inside, leaving the door open just a crack so she would hear if anyone came down the hall. She was sure that Simon hadn't been wearing the vitality charm at dinner. If Adrian had given it to him, then maybe it was in their bedroom, or in his office back at headquarters. But she couldn't very well search either of those places at the moment. At least, searching their home office might turn up something useful while she waited, hoping the 2 councilmen would fall asleep without her assistance. She approached the large desk, which was overflowing with stacks of papers and files, one of which had toppled over onto a keyboard. Nova grabbed the top file and scanned the label, then the next, making her way through the stacks, searching for anything useful. But these all seemed to be drafts of laws the council was considering or had already put into effect. Ongoing social projects throughout the city, plans for future construction, trade deals with foreign nations. She turned to the drawers, finding one full of statistics and reports on crime rates of various countries. Near the top of the drawer was a list of the cities around the globe that had renegade syndicates in operation. It was a very long list. Nova set the list aside and turned to a filing cabinet beside the wall. Inside were fat folders outlining plans and blueprints for headquarters and other renegade-operated properties, from alarm system details to elevator permits. Nothing about the helmet. Nothing about Agent N. But still, it wasn't bad information to have access to. She pulled out a few documents to review later and set them beside the list of internal syndicates. She kept searching, though she sensed her luck and time were dwindling. Turning toward the room's built-in bookcases, she scanned the spines of enormous volumes of legal guides and political manifestos, all published before the Age of Anarchy. On the bottom shelf were a handful of photo albums, and she ignored the curiosity spiked by the chance of seeing adorable kid pictures of Adrian, and grabbed a box instead. She pulled off the lid and froze. A monster was leering up at her from the box. Breath hitching, she set the lid aside and picked up the top sheet of paper, where a creature had been drawn in frenzied scribbles of black crayon. The creature itself was a formless shadow that stretched to the edges of the paper, leaving only the hollow whiteness to show through where its eyes should have been. Empty, haunting eyes. Adrian's monster. Nova picked up the drawing that had been beneath it. Another illustration of the creature, a floating mass of blackness. Two outstretched arms almost resembled wings. A bulbous head, the only detail of which was those eerie, watchful eyes. She flipped through a few more drawings, though there were more of the same. Same, yet each with small differences. Some she could tell were made when he was very young, when his scribbles were more emotion than skill. But some of the later drawings developed details. Sometimes the wing-like arms ended in bony fingers or sharp talons. Sometimes it was a shapeless shadow. Other times it was tall and thin. Sometimes its eyes were red. Sometimes they were yellow. And sometimes they were slit like a cat's. Occasionally the monster would be holding a weapon, a jagged sword, a javelin, iron shackles. How long had his dreams been wrought with this creature? It was almost a wonder he hadn't developed insomnia himself. At the bottom of the stack of drawings, she found a collection of pages stapled together. Nova lifted them from the box, and a small, surprised laugh escaped her. On the front page, in much more skilled artistic style than the images of the nightmare monster, was a drawing of a young, dark-skinned boy wearing a white straitjacket, with a patch on his chest that read, Patient Z. He was strapped to a chair, and a collection of electrodes and wires were plugged all around his shaved head, each one connecting to various machines. A stereotypical mad scientist hovered over him, scribbling onto a clipboard. A title was printed boldly across the top. Rebel Z, Issue 1. Her mouth twitching around an amused smile. Nova turned to the first page. It showed the kid from the cover trying to buy a candy bar at a convenience store, but being turned away when he didn't have enough coins in his pocket. Newspapers on a stand by the register sported headlines warning about missing children and government conspiracies. A caption read, I was the doctor's 26th victim. Holding the stapled pages by their spine, Nova flipped through the rest of the book. Images of the boy flashed by, along with a bunch of other children, being locked in jail cells and subjected to various tests by the scientist and his minion nurses. The last page showed the boy crying over the body of a girl, Patient Y. The final dialogue bubble read, I will find a way out of this, and I will avenge you. I will avenge you all. At the bottom, to be continued. Shaking her head, smiling openly now at the glimpse into Adrian's 11-year-old imagination, Nova reached for issue 2 in the box. Her fingers had just closed around it when she heard a door open at the end of the hallway. She froze. Footsteps. Immediately her brain clamored for an excuse. Adrian decided he wanted me to see these old comics after all. I was just going to bring them downstairs to look at and... But her excuse went unneeded. The footsteps thumped down the stairs. Nova listened, motionless. At some point during her search, the water had stopped running through the pipes. She stuffed the comics into the box and closed it. Pushing it back onto the shelf, she grabbed the folder detailing headquarters plans and the list of internal dignitaries. She approached the door and peered out. The double doors across the landing were cracked open, blue light spilling out along with the sound of the evening news. She frowned. She had only heard one of them go downstairs, so the other was still in there. Options. Wait for them both to fall asleep, then slip in to search the room. Or create a diversion to lure them out. The first option seemed the least risky. She would wait, and if Adrian woke up in the meantime, well, she would just put him to sleep again. She had all night. When she was sure the coast was clear, she slid into the hallway and scurried back down the stairs, keeping close to the wall where there was less chance of making the old nails squeal beneath her feet. She reached the foyer and was rounding the column when she heard whistling again. It was coming from the hallway. She would have to walk right by it to get back to the basement. Flinching, she turned the other way and darted through the door into the dining room, closing it quietly behind her. Pulse thrumming, she took in the room with its fancy wood paneling and glittering chandelier and the scattered piles of junk mail. She considered diving under the table, but that would appear far too suspicious if she was caught. Instead, she slipped the file beneath a particularly chaotic stack of mail and rushed into the kitchen, where the dishwasher was running and the smell of garlic hung heavy in the air. She could no longer hear the whistling. She held her breath. Then the door to the dining room opened, and the whistling started up again. Cursing, Nova ran for the best hiding place she saw, the closet that Simon had said would be turned into a pantry someday. She ripped it open. Her feet halted. She reeled back in surprise. A wooden rod across the top might normally have held coats and jackets, but she found herself staring unbelievably at the Dread Warden's black cape and Captain Chromium's shiny blue bodysuit. Both were tucked into plastic bags with dry cleaner tags dangling from the hangers. Lumped together on the floor beneath them were 6 sets of Renegade-issued boots and a utility belt, not unlike Nova's own, hung from a peg on the back of the door. Her jaw fell. There it was. The vitality charm, hanging around the neck of the Dread Warden costume, glinting in the kitchen's light. What was it doing in a broom closet? Swallowing hard, she reached in and unhooked the chain from the hanger. It was heavier than she expected, roughly the size of a silver dollar, with the hand and serpent engraved into its dark surface. She almost laughed. She couldn't believe she had found it. Actually found it. Actually succeeded. She clasped it behind her neck and tucked the medallion beneath the collar of her shirt. The iron was warm against her skin. The kitchen door opened and Nova spun around. Simon Westwood yelped in surprise and, ever so briefly, flickered invisible. Then he was back, clutching his chest. "I'm sorry," Nova sputtered. "I was, looking for a snack. I just remembered that the pantry was," she pointed toward the dining room, "that way, right, at the end of the hall. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to pry." Simon waved her apologies away. No, it's fine. It's a big house, easy to get confused. Having recovered from his surprise, he meandered to a tall cupboard and pulled it open. We keep most of the snack foods in here. Where's Adrian? He fell asleep, she said, shrugging sheepishly. He seemed so tired at dinner, I didn't want to wake him. Ah, he gestured at the open cupboard, stocked with a variety of cookies and chips. Well, take whatever you want. Thanks. Simon grabbed a candy bar for himself, which surprised Nova. She wouldn't have pictured Simon Westwood as having a sweet tooth. Shaking herself into movement, she shut the closet door and went to peruse the snacks. Simon was halfway back to the door when he glanced back at Nova. I know I probably shouldn't say anything, but... You know, you're the first girl Adrian's ever brought home to meet us. She flushed. Actually, I came here to see him, so... I'm not sure we can count it as him bringing me home. With a chuckle, Simon nodded, his wavy hair tumbling over his forehead. Fair enough. Though, I think he would have, eventually. Her blush deepened, which she hated. Were all parents so awkward? The thought brought a twinge of pain to her chest. She would never know what it was like to be embarrassed by her father, and she would never invite a boy over to meet Uncle Ace. Good night, Nova, said Simon, walking out of the kitchen. Her shoulders fell, releasing the built-up tension, and she cast her gaze toward the ceiling in relief. Deciding to come back for the hidden folder before she left, Nova headed back downstairs. Adrian was still sound asleep. She took a moment to inspect his face, telling herself she wanted to make sure he was still in deep. The planes of his cheeks, the cut of his jaw, the lips that were no longer such a mystery, yet were more enticing than ever. I'm sorry you had to be the enemy, she whispered. Then she crept back into the mural room. There was one last thing she needed from this house. The jungle assaulted her senses even more strongly now that she could compare it to the real world. The birds were still up in the boughs, squawking and tittering, and the intoxicating perfume of the flowers engulfed her. From the doorway, she could only see a glimpse of the statue's shoulder and a sliver of its hood. Nova made her way through the brush until she was standing before it again. In her childhood dream, this was as far as she'd gotten. She could clearly remember the sensation of awe she'd had when she stood before this statue, caught up in that whimsical, unconscious state. Even now she felt swept away by the impossibility of it, the sheer miracle of this tiny star brought into being. She had wanted to touch it in the dream, but she never had the chance. She woke up too soon. Her hands trembled as she lifted them, fingers outstretched. Some quiet instinct told her that she had to sneak up on the star, like if she moved too fast she would frighten it away. It glowed, as if it were aware of her presence. When she was mere inches away, she realized that the star had begun to shift in color, from vibrant white to something mellow and rich, a copper gold, just like the material that her father used to cull from the air. Nova brought her hands together, cupping them around the star. Its warmth pulsed against her palms. Exhaling, she brought her cupped hands back to her chest. As her heart tapped a furious beat, she dared to part her thumbs. Just enough to see the star clasped within. It flashed suddenly, blinding her. Nova stumbled back, turning her head away. The flash left a glaring spot against her eyelids that refused to fade for a long time, as she blinked and squinted into her hands. The imprint of light in her vision started to disperse, and she looked around in awe, seeing flickers of thin, golden veins pulsing in the air all around her. Nova squeezed her eyes shut, rubbing her knuckles into them. When she opened them again, the strange patterns of light were gone. And so was the star. Nova's chest tightened with disappointment, but it was followed by a self-deprecating laugh. What had she expected? That she could take it with her? That she could keep the star forever to remember this one blissful night? A night that had been built on lies and deception? Sighing, Nova trudged back through the foliage. She was nearly to the door when a glow caught her eye. She froze. A shadow had flickered across a fallen tree trunk. She turned, searching for the source of light, and the shadows shifted again. There was nothing behind her. She turned in a full circle, and the play of light and shadow spun with her. Nova looked down. Gasping, she extended her arm in front of her, staring at the filigree bracelet that her father had left to her, unfinished. Now, where those prongs had sat empty for so many years without a precious stone to fill them, there emanated the light from a single golden star. "Oh, for all the skies," she grumbled. She spent a minute trying to dig her fingers beneath the stone and wrench it free of the prongs, but it wouldn't budge. She heard the crescendo of dramatic music coming from the television in Adrian's room. Gritting her teeth, she pulled her sleeve down over the bracelet and went back to him. The credits were rolling on the film, and Adrian was still asleep on the sofa, but she knew he wouldn't sleep much longer. Nova nudged Adrian's body up and nestled herself beside him. She had barely sunk into the cushions when Adrian groaned and stretched, his eyelids flittering. He started when he saw her, quickly withdrawing the arm that she'd draped surreptitiously over her own shoulders. "Nova? He scrunched his drowsy face. "What?" She beamed, as bright as she could manage. "All that painting must have made you tired. I think you missed the whole movie." "I fell asleep?" He glanced at the TV, rubbing his eyes. I'm so sorry." "Don't be. I slept for 24 hours, remember?" "Yeah, but we were—" His brow was crinkled as he reached for his glasses on the table and slipped them on. "Weren't we—" His voice trailed off. "I need to head home," said Nova, flushing when she thought of the kiss. "I'll see you at the gala, okay? Try to get some more rest." He gaped at her, his confusion beginning to clear. "The gala. Right. I'll see you there." Before she could talk herself out of it, Nova leaned over and kissed him lightly on the cheek. "Good night, Adrian." Then she hurried back up the stairs, a star on her wrist, a medallion tucked beneath her shirt, and a cruel twinge of giddiness fluttering inside her chest. Chapter 35. "And this silver spear will work?" said Ace, his voice thick with disdain as they discussed the chromium pike that most of the world believed had destroyed his helmet. "I don't know for sure," said Nova, "but Captain Chromium definitely implied that one of his chromium weapons would be strong enough to damage the box. If I can wield it with enough force, that is." She frowned, letting her gaze travel between each of her companions. "I'm taking that helmet, one way or the other. If I can't get into the box, then I'll bring the whole thing back, and we'll figure out a solution later." "Yes," said Ace, one lip curling. "We will." Nova could see resentment in the shadows of his eyes, and though she didn't think Ace's telekinesis would be able to peel open the captain's box, she could tell he was keen to try. "Maybe Leroy can concoct a solution that can burn through the chromium," she said. "Or—" Or maybe there will be something else in the vault that can help? I've been through the database twice now, and nothing seemed obvious, but I'll look again. A hand fell on her shoulder. Leroy was grinning at her, the scars of his face stretched taut around his lopsided mouth. We'll figure it out, Nova. You've crafted a fine plan here. Let's take it one step at a time. What are we supposed to do while you're doing everything? Said Honey. She pressed a hand over her mouth to cover a yawn, and the flickering candlelight caught on metallic gold varnish across her nails. We're villains too, you know. We can handle some responsibility. We are not villains, said Ace, one hand tightening into a fist. That may be the portrait that our enemies have painted of us, but we will not let it define us. We are free thinkers, revolutionaries. We are the future of— Oh, I know, said Honey, shooing her hand at him. But sometimes it's fun to meet expectations. It doesn't mean we have to take it all so literally. Ace was about to say more, but then he bent over his knees in a fit of coughing. Nova jumped up from her place on the floor, but Phobia was already kneeling at Ace's side, his skeletal fingers pressing between Ace's shoulder blades. No one spoke until the fit passed. The tension was palpable as Ace collapsed against the back of his chair, wheezing. Just bring me my helmet, he said, fixing his eyes on Nova. Please. I will, she whispered. I promise I will. Your fears will not come to pass, Phobia hissed, and with his face shrouded in darkness, Nova couldn't tell who he was speaking to. Your great vision will not be devoured by the passing of time. All will not be for nothing. Ace, then, she thought, as her uncle gave an appreciative nod at the cloaked figure. I hope you are right, my friend, he said. He stood, leaning on Phobia's shoulder for a moment. I am proud of you, my little nightmare. I know this has not been easy, but your trials are nearing an end. Soon I will be strong again, and I will take the torch that you have lit and lead us into a new era. He stooped over Nova and cupped her face. His skin was as cold as the tomb itself. Thank you, Uncle, she said. Now please, go rest. He made no argument as he limped toward the once lavish 4-poster bed. A curtain of bones fell, dividing the room in a melody of hollow clatters, hiding him from view. After all these years, said Honey, you'd think he would have learned to talk like a normal human being. Nova cut a glare toward her, relatively certain that they could still be heard through the bone curtain. He spends his days reading ancient philosophy, said Leroy, gesturing at an extensive collection of leather-bound tomes stacked against one of the marble sarcophagi. What do you expect? Honey made an unimpressed face, then turned her attention to Nova. So, what is it you expect us to do while you're off gallivanting with the artiste? Leroy's already done his job, said Nova, forcefully ignoring the suggestive look Honey was giving her. Made easier by those devices you found. Leroy gestured at the cardboard box that held 6 pomegranate-like spheres. Fatalia's mist missiles had provided a perfect framework for Nova's newest invention, a dispersal device intended to release Agent N in a gaseous cloud upon detonation. Nova had managed to sneak out a handful of additional vials of the substance during the most recent training session, and, with a few alterations based on Leroy's experiments, she was confident the devices were ready to go. I'll need a getaway driver, said Nova. Someone to take me to and from headquarters. Naturally, said Leroy. And someone will have to take my wristband back to the house after I leave the gala, so if they track it later, I'll have an alibi. Honey sneered with disinterest, but then rolled her eyes. Fine. Thanks, Nova deadpanned. Couldn't do it without you. Phobia, at first I was thinking you could act as emergency backup for me, in case something goes wrong, but now... She considered the wall of skulls dividing them from Ace. Maybe it's best if someone stays here? I could be your emergency backup, said Honey. Nova cringed. Well, thanks, but I'm sort of going for stealth and subtlety. Honey stared at her, and for a moment Nova expected her to be insulted, but then she said, You're right. That won't work for me. But, said Nova, swallowing, there is one other thing I could use your help with. I'm going to need a dress. Finally, Honey brightened. Something practical, Nova added quickly. Oh, sweetheart, I'm a supervillain. I am nothing if not practical. She winked. Yeah, I've noticed that, Nova muttered. We'll pick out something when we get back to the house, said Honey, bobbing her toes. I have a sexy little sequin number that might work. Not sexy, said Nova. Honey scoffed. Not sexy is not an option. Her nose curled. Well, not too sexy then. We'll see, said Honey, lifting one shoulder in a half shrug. You know, I used to be invited to galas and parties every week. Oh, the cocktails. Oh, and the dancing. She sighed longingly. The harbingers, you know. They always threw the best parties. Anyone who was anyone would be there. Nova peered at Phobia, who was as still as one of the creepy saint statues in the corner. Let me guess. Honey has an acute fear of missing out? Leroy chuckled, and even Phobia made a hissing sound that might have been a laugh. Among other devastating insecurities, Phobia said. What? Honey barked. I am not insecure. She grabbed a stray skull and threw it at Phobia, who blocked it with a swipe of his scythe. The skull clunked against the floor, and Nova flinched, unable to ignore that it had once belonged to a real person. Phobia upturned his scythe and stuck the tip of the blade through one of the skull's eye sockets, lifting it from the floor. He took hold of the cranium with his own bony fingers and set it neatly, almost tenderly, back on one of the stone shelves that lined the catacombs. You just wait, said Honey, drawing Nova's attention back to her. You're going to enjoy yourself tonight, undermining those arrogant tyrants, risking everything to achieve your goals, taking back what's rightfully ours. Trust me, darling, it will be fun. She nudged Leroy with the toe of her pointed shoe. Don't you agree? All this planning does bring back memories, said Leroy, though the look he shot Nova was more mocking of Honey than agreeing with her. Nova didn't respond to either of them. She wasn't excited for tonight. Eager to have it over and done with, perhaps. Determined not to fail. But there was also dread churning in her gut, and she couldn't quite pinpoint what was causing it, though she was sure it had a lot to do with Adrian. I'll be glad when the gala is over, she said. I'll only be there for an hour, 2 at the most, and then... Honey grinned wickedly. And then... Nova's eye caught a flutter of movement over Honey's shoulder, and she frowned. At first, she thought it was one of the wasps, but... She stepped closer. Honey glanced around. A butterfly, its wings splattered in orange and black, shot out from one of the skulls. It sped straight for the stairwell at the end of the catacombs. Nova gasped. "No! Catch it!" Phobia vanished in a drift of black smoke and reappeared, blocking the doorway. The butterfly turned, narrowly avoiding his chest, and dived toward the crate that hid the entrance to the subway tunnels. Honey jumped, having removed one of her shoes, and swung it at the creature. Nova and Leroy launched forward at the same time, both slamming into the crate and shoving it against the wall. The butterfly smacked into its side, then soared frantically upward. Leroy jumped onto the crate, swiping at the creature with its palm. "Don't hurt it!" Nova cried, her pulse thundering. "Why ever not?" said Honey. The butterfly darted around the ceiling, searching for another escape, but there was nowhere else for it to go. It alighted on a marble tomb, and Nova could picture Dana trying to catch her breath, its wings stilled, folding together to reveal their intricate pattern, like a golden stained glass window. "Just trust me," said Nova. "We need to catch it in something." Nova had learned enough about her allies and their weaknesses to know how Dana operated. If they captured the butterfly, then Dana would be stuck in swarm mode. But if it got away, Dana would know everything. Spotting a wineglass on the floor, Nova leaped for it. At the same moment, the butterfly took off again. No longer fluttering aimlessly, the creature shot forward, heading straight for... Nova's heart stopped. The candles. It was going to burn itself up, sacrifice itself rather than be trapped down here. Sacrifice itself so the rest of the swarm could converge. "No!" Forgetting the wineglass, Nova ran, then dropped to the ground and slid, her leg outstretched, preparing to kick the base of the candelabra. But just before the butterfly reached one of the orange flames, a white pillowcase fell from the air and scooped the creature from its path. Nova, however, kept sliding. Her heel struck the base of the stand and the candelabra toppled to the ground. A few of the candles extinguished in the fall, while the others rolled, still burning, across the stone floor. Panting, Nova watched as the corners of the pillowcase tied themselves together. Then the whole thing drifted to the ground. The fabric drooped until she could barely make out the twitching insect inside. "All this racket," came Ace's exhausted voice, "over a butterfly." "Monarch," said Nova, panting, though as much from the terror of Dana discovering Ace's hideout and going back to tell the others as from her exertion. "A renegade," added Honey, her voice dripping disdain. Ace strode out from where the curtain of bones had parted and let them clatter shut behind him. He stood over the pillowcase. He was still pale, but the bit of excitement had brought a rare gleam to his eye. Not a particularly menacing shape for a superhero. "It isn't just one," said Nova, standing on her shaky legs. "She transforms into a whole swarm of them." She stood up the candelabra and returned each of the candles to its holder, but as she was about to set in the last candle, it was lifted from her hands. Still burning, it drifted in the air toward Ace. "Where are the others?" said Leroy. Nova surveyed the catacombs and the black stairwell, but could see no sign of more. She must have only sent one to spy on us. Or me, she thought. Nova shivered, spooked by what a close call it was. She wondered how Dana had found them here, but her mind immediately supplied the answer. Dana had been following her. For how long? What else had she seen? "Well," said Ace, "it seems easy enough to kill." He lifted one hand, and the pillowcase floated into the air, nearing the candle flame. "No, wait!" Ace peered at her. Killing one butterfly wouldn't have much of an effect on Dana. The sentinel had obliterated dozens of them at the parade, and she'd emerged with horrendous burn marks on one side of her body. But to kill just one would be no more devastating to her than a paper cut. But to trap one was a different story. It was her greatest weakness. To return to her human form, Dana needed all her living lepidopterans to unite. If even one was kept separate, she would be trapped in swarm mode until it could merge with the others. Nova could only guess how many of her secrets the renegade had discovered by now. Her true identity would be revealed. Ace would be found. They would be ruined. She could not allow Dana to reform. "We need to keep it alive," she said, and did her best to explain Dana's power, her weaknesses, and the risks. Ace held Nova's gaze for a long moment, then acquiesced. "As you say." The candle returned to its stand, and the pillowcase, with the butterfly trapped inside, dropped into Leroy's hands. The butterfly seemed to have gone still inside. "How many more are in her swarm?" said Leroy. "Hundreds," said Nova. "Maybe 1,000. And she can be sneaky with them." She peered around again, feeling watched. The creatures were so small, they could fit into such tiny nooks, and so long as they held still, it would be nearly impossible in this darkness to spot them. But as long as that one doesn't get away, she shouldn't be a threat. "Oh, good," said Honey, wiggling her fingers. "A pretty new pet." Nova smiled, but her heart wasn't in it. She couldn't find the strength to believe her own words. Dana was a renegade, and a good one. She was definitely still a threat.
Chapter 36. The gala was being held in an old, stately building that had once been a train depot, all brick and domed glass ceilings and high windows, though for years the station had sat abandoned. Once the renegades had claimed power over Gatland City, they had made the building one of their first community projects. Blacklight in particular had insisted that if they were going to get involved in the world of international politics, they would need a place to entertain visiting dignitaries, and Renegade headquarters wasn't going to suffice. Besides, he'd argued, it was one piece of the city's history that could be brought back to life with relative ease. The Renegades hoped to restore the city to what it had been before the days of Ace Anarchy. No, they wanted to make it grander than it had ever been before, and this was as good a place to start as any. Adrian had arrived early, along with his dads, to do what he could to help set up. Mostly he had spent the afternoon drawing lavish flower bouquets for the table centerpieces, and he was just beginning to feel like he would be happy to never draw another calla lily again, when Tsunami told him to go get changed. He was grateful for the work, though. It had kept his mind preoccupied, at least in part, when he couldn't stop thinking about the night before. His skin warmed every time he remembered the feeling of Nova's lips against his, and her hand on the back of his neck, and the weight of her body in his arms. And then, nothing, because he'd fallen asleep. During the kiss? Or after? It was all a blur. He'd been electrified, overcome with sensation. Then he'd been blinking himself awake while movie credits scrolled and Nova smiled at him, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. She'd been so cool about it, like it was no big deal, like it happened all the time. And he appreciated how gracious she was. But still, he must have the timeline wrong. He couldn't have fallen asleep during the kiss. They must have gone back to watching the movie at some point, and then, and only then, did he drift off. That at least was a little less mortifying, if only a little. But his memory was unreliable. Nova, kissing, and credits. He must have been more tired than he'd realized after the fight with Frostbite's team, on top of so many late nights spent working on the mural. At least she was still going to be his date to the gala. He hadn't ruined it, whatever it was. This new terrifying, wonderful thing. Standing before a mirror in the restroom, his dress shirt left unbuttoned, Adrian peeled the bandaging from his chest to check on the newest tattoo. It was still weeping spots of blood, and there was mottled bruising staggered across the left side of his chest. He was becoming used to the healing process and knew that it would get worse before it got better. Soon the tattoo would enter the scabby peeling stage, complete with a relentless itch that would make him want to attack it with sandpaper. That was always the worst part, at least the tattooing itself. The constant pricks of the needle into his skin only lasted about an hour. The itching went on for days. He started to bend over the sink to wash away the spots of blood, but the movement sent a jolt of pain through his side. He flinched and pressed his hand to the place beneath his ribs where he'd been punctured by one of Janissa's ice spears. The wound wasn't deep, his armor had taken the brunt of it, but without the aid of the renegade healers, he knew it would be sore for a while. He had done the best he could to dress the wound, drawing in his own stitches and regularly applying ointment to fend off infection. He sighed, pressing his fingers lightly against the bandage. The hardest part, as he had discovered since becoming the Sentinel, was simply hiding the fact that he was hurt, not grimacing when someone nudged him in the side, disguising his stiff movements when climbing out of a car or moving up a set of stairs, smiling through the pain when all he wanted to do was take a couple of painkillers and spend the afternoon reclined on a sofa watching television. Or kissing Nova again. That had certainly taken his mind off his injury. He finished cleaning the tattoo and patted it dry with a paper towel from the dispenser, then fumbled with the buttons on his white shirt. He hoped Oscar knew how to knot a bow tie so he wouldn't have to ask one of his dads, or worse, blacklight. Adrian wasn't used to feeling this anxious. Sure, he got nervous sometimes, had in fact felt nervous a lot more often since the day Nova McLean had strolled into his life. But he wasn't used to this twitchy, edgy, stomach-twistingly anxious feeling, and he was ready for it to go away. It was going to go away, wasn't it? He pulled on his tuxedo jacket at the same moment the door swung open.
"What's taking so long in here?"
said Oscar, his cane clicking against the floor, which was laid with so many black and white octagonal tiles it made Adrian dizzy to look at.
"Are you drawing your tuxedo on or something?"
Adrian glanced at Oscar's reflection and smiled. Actually, that's a great idea. He dug through the pile of clothes he had been wearing before and found his marker.
"I was joking," Oscar said hastily. "Please don't strip down and start drawing on new clothes."
Ignoring him, Adrian doodled onto the fabric of his shirt. When he was finished, a crisp white bow tie rested against the base of his throat. Oscar huffed. Cheater. We can't all be as naturally dapper as Oscar Silva. Oscar did in fact look extra dapper in a light gray dress shirt cuffed to show off his muscled forearms and a slim red vest. Plus he was already wearing a perfectly knotted matching red bow tie. Is that a clip-on? Oscar snorted. Please, only villains wear clip-ons. When they emerged from the bathroom, Adrian was surprised to see that the gala was already filling with guests. Lots of renegades along with their family members and spouses. He scanned the room but didn't see Nova in the crowd. A new bout of nervousness struck him. The space looked great. Massive columns held up the expansive ceiling, and the stained glass dome at its center had miraculously survived the Age of Anarchy, though the large clock against the wall had to be reconstructed from old pictures. There were no ticket booths, no boards updating the train schedules, no luggage carts or periodical stands. In their place now stood circular tables draped with crimson tablecloths and glittering glassware. There were lights that bobbed overhead like buoys on an invisible ocean, each cycling through a variety of rich jewel tones and splattering the room in shades of emerald and turquoise. There were levitating trays carrying champagne flutes and tiny hors d'oeuvres and a stage where a string quartet was playing in front of an empty dance floor. A high whistle drew his attention toward the coat check where Ruby was handing over her jacket. "You clean up nice, Sketch," she said, taking her claim ticket and putting it in a small jeweled bag. She was wearing an unembellished red cocktail dress, but its simplicity was offset by the gem she always wore on her wrist, and now a necklace of red rubies, too. Her own creation, no doubt. Her hair, a mix of bleach white and dyed black, was pulled into a messy updo that reminded Adrian of a white tiger, cuddly yet fierce.
"He drew on his bow tie," said Oscar. "I'm not sure it counts."
Ruby gave him a sideways look.
"You clean up nice, too."
Oscar preened.
"Ready to show off my moves?"
He tucked one ankle behind the other and gave a quick turn.
"Tell me you can dance in those."
He jutted the end of his cane at Ruby's heeled shoes.
"Nice thought," said Ruby. "But we all know there will be no separating you from the free food once they bring it out."
Her expression turned serious.
"Have either of you talked to Dana tonight?"
Adrian and Oscar shook their heads. Ruby frowned.
"We were supposed to come together, but she messaged me earlier and said something had come up and she'd meet me here. I asked her what something was, but she never responded."
"Strange," said Oscar.
"But I'm sure she'll be here soon."
He started to reach for Ruby's hand, but then froze and settled his palm on top of his cane instead. Clearing his throat, he turned to Adrian.
"Nova's coming tonight, isn't she?"
"Yeah, I think so." He glanced at the large clock and saw that the gala had officially started 12 minutes ago. She was late, but not that late. And Hugh had mentioned that he'd seen her at headquarters earlier, so she had probably worked up to the last minute.
"I'm sure she'll be here soon." "Come on."
Ruby threaded her arm through Oscar's elbow. He stood straighter in surprise, but then Ruby laced her other arm through Adrian's, and he deflated again.
"My family is excited to see you."
She dragged them into the sea of tables. It wasn't just Ruby's brothers who were at the gala, but her mom, dad, and grandmother, too. Adrian felt like he already knew them from everything he'd heard from Ruby, and it wasn't long before her brothers were begging to hear about what it was like to take down criminals. And was it true that Hawthorne had a forked tongue? And was it weird living in the same house as the Dread Warden, because if they could turn invisible, they would come up with the best pranks? Adrian was as friendly as he could manage, but he was constantly scanning the entrance, watching the guests filter in. Eventually, Oscar's mom showed up. Their group, including Adrian's dad's, who were socializing on the other side of the room, took up 2 full tables. Adrian saved a seat for Nova, and he noticed Ruby stashing her purse on the seat beside her, too, reserving it for Dana. 20 minutes passed. Oscar and Ruby went to stand by the kitchen doors, where they could be sure to accost the waiters every time they brought out a new tray of appetizers. 30 minutes passed. Adrian spotted his dad's purveying a long table full of gift baskets and desserts, a silent auction that was part of the fundraiser intended to replace some of the stolen drugs. Simon put a bid down for a latticework pie, though Hugh was the pie lover, and Simon definitely would have preferred the chocolate cake beside it. 40 minutes passed. Adrian's heart sank ever so slowly. His smile became more forced. He caught Oscar giving him a sympathetic look, which only irritated him. 1 hour into the gala, the guests were encouraged to take their seats, and the salad course was served. Adrian stared down at the delicate stems of some unfamiliar lettuce, candied nuts, and glistening purple beets. His fathers joined their table, and Oscar's mom looked like she was about to faint from their mere presence. Adrian pushed his salad around with his fork, grateful that between Hugh Everhart and Oscar Silva, no one would notice that he wasn't saying much. She wasn't coming. He'd blown it. It was for the best, he tried to tell himself. There was no way he and Nova could be anything more than friends and teammates. Not if he was going to keep his secret. Already he'd started planning different ways that he could tell her the truth. But Nova hated the Sentinel. If he thought she would be thrilled to learn his identity, that she would somehow be impressed by him, then he was in more denial than he realized. No, a real relationship would never work, not while he was trying to be the Sentinel, too. Not while his loyalties were so divided. Not while... "Holy smokes," Oscar whispered. "Adrian!" He smacked Adrian's shoulder with the back of his hand, dislodging his thoughts. Ruby noticed too, and they both turned at the same time. The air left him. Every doubt evaporated at once. He was just kidding. A real relationship could totally work. He would make it work. Jumping up from his seat, Adrian made his way through the tables, unable to take his gaze from Nova. She was standing by the doors, searching the crowd, and when they landed on him, she started in surprise. He beamed. She smiled back, but warily. Maybe she was nervous too. Somehow the idea made him borderline giddy. "Wow," he said when he reached her. "You look—"
"Don't get used to it," she interrupted. "I'm never wearing a dress again. I don't know why anyone would willingly subject themselves to this torture."
She tugged at the hem of the black lining beneath a lacy overdress. Adrian chuckled. "I'll admire it while I can, then." Nova blushed, and her gaze swept down his tuxedo. She gulped and didn't make eye contact as she said,
"I'm sorry I'm late."
"It's okay. You haven't missed much. I'll show you where we're sitting." Nova peered into the crowd. Her expression seemed troubled. She didn't follow him. "Is something wrong?"
"I'm not really that hungry. Do you think maybe we can just walk around a bit instead?"
"Sure," said Adrian. "They actually have a gift shop here if you want to check it out."
"A gift shop?"
"Yeah. This started to become a popular tourist destination a few years ago, and Blacklight thought a gift shop would drum up extra revenue. It's pretty cheesy stuff, but still fun, especially if you're in the market for a snow globe or a new keychain or a magnet of the Gatlin skyline with your name printed down the side of the Merchant Tower." Nova's smile became a little less strained.
"I can't tell you how long I've been searching for exactly that."
Chapter 37. Nova meandered through the gift shop, her mouth open in disgust. Every piece of renegade merchandise ever made must have been on display, with an unwholesome amount of shelf space paying homage to the Council, the beloved Five. Thunderbird alarm clocks, tsunami lunchboxes, blacklight nightlights, Dread Warden stickers, and Captain Chromium. Well, everything Captain Chromium. From themed dishes to sun visors, guitar picks to action figures, skateboards to refrigerator magnets. There was no product that someone somewhere hadn't thought to put Hugh Everhard's sparkling face on. It was with a sick feeling that Nova realized if someone was selling this junk, then someone else was buying it. She picked up a snow globe with the Gatlin skyline beneath the glass, prominently featuring the headquarters tower. It made her think of the mason jar where they were keeping Dana's butterfly, at that very moment perched on Honey's vanity back at the house on Wallow Ridge. She put down the snow globe. "Prodigies used to be hated," she said, her attention skipping from shelf to shelf. She inspected a set of Captain Chromium and Dread Warden salt and pepper shakers, flabbergasted. They used to literally hunt us down and burn us alive. And now? She held up the shakers. Now we're tchotchkes? Adrian grimaced. "Those are disturbing." "It's weird, though, right?" Nova put the shakers back on the shelf. "To be despised for so long. And it wasn't all that long ago." "A lot changed in the last 30 years, said Adrian, turning a rack of keychains. Ace Anarchy showed humanity that some prodigies should be feared and hated, while the renegades showed them that some prodigies should be loved and appreciated." "Appreciated," said Nova, "but surely not idolized." Adrian grinned at her. "That's human nature, isn't it? People want to put someone on a pedestal. Maybe it gives them something to dream about." He started to flip through a booklet of postcards. Nova stared at him. There was a tiny speck of lint on the sleeve of his tuxedo jacket, and it was only because her fingers itched so much to pick it off that she clenched her fist and tucked it behind her back instead. She'd been anticipating another kiss from Adrian, which made her both excited and nervous and even guilty, knowing that this relationship was doomed. But she'd been at the gala for 5 whole minutes now, and he'd made no move, not even to hold her hand. The conflicting emotions were more than a little alarming. "What would you have done if you'd been alive before the age of anarchy?" she asked. "Do you think you would have hidden your power, or tried to make a living as a magician or an illusionist, even if you risked getting caught? Or would you have tried to defend yourself and other prodigies like Ace Anarchy did?" One side of Adrian's mouth quirked wryly. "I definitely wouldn't have done what Ace Anarchy did." "Why not?" said Nova. And though she could hear the defensiveness in her voice, she couldn't stop herself. "Back then, you would have been afraid for your life. You would have known that if you were ever found out, they would kill you, for no other reason than—" She hesitated. "For no reason at all." Adrian seemed to consider her point. After a long moment, he said, "I think I would have found some cause that I could have helped, like making artificial limbs for war veterans, or toys for children whose families couldn't afford any, or, I don't know, something charitable like that. And I would start making these things and donating them anonymously, so no one would know where they came from. But I'd keep at it, and eventually they'd start to think of me as some protective guardian, and they'd be so grateful for all my help and all the things I made that when I finally revealed myself and they learned all these things were made by a prodigy, they'd see that our powers can be used for good. And maybe it would have started to change people's minds about us." He glanced at a set of council-themed shot glasses and shrugged. "Just like the renegades changed people's minds by helping people, rather than hurting them." "And what if," said Nova, "after you revealed yourself, they decided that all those things you must have made had been the result of evil forces, and they took them away from all those war veterans or children, and they still killed you? That happened, you know. Lots of prodigies tried to use their powers to do good things. Lots of prodigies tried to show the world that we aren't evil, and it wasn't gratitude they got in return." "Maybe you're right," said Adrian, "but I still would have tried." Nova bit back her response. Ace didn't try to change the world. He did change it. But she knew that Adrian meant what he said. He would have done things differently. He would have tried to change the world by helping people. He would have done what he believed was right for humanity. And though she knew it wouldn't have made a difference, she admired him for it. When she and Adrian returned to the gala, she was disappointed to see that only 15 minutes had passed. She needed to spend at least an hour here to fend off suspicion, but the longer she stayed, the more anxious she became. She felt the importance of the night hanging over her head, refusing to allow her to relax. To have a good time, as Honey had insisted. Adrian showed her to their table and introduced her to Oscar's mom, a plump woman with gray speckled black hair and a smile as amiable as her son's. Nova recognized Ruby's brothers, too, who had claimed the seats on either side of Captain Chromium and were bombarding him with questions. Nova scanned the nearby tables. She recognized most of the renegades by now, and it was odd to see so many out of uniform, eating, chatting, enjoying one another's company. They did not seem like superheroes. They did not seem like the enemy. Her mouth suddenly dry, Nova gulped down a glass of water. It was too late to back out now. She had a job to do. Ace was relying on her. Oscar made a joke and everyone at the table laughed except Ruby, who turned to Nova and rolled her eyes at whatever ludicrous thing he'd said. It might have been an inside joke between them if Nova and Ruby had any inside jokes. If they had been friends. The speakers squealed, drawing the audience's attention toward the stage. "That's my cue. said Hugh Everhart, flashing one more perfect smile at Jade and Sterling as he got up from the table. Nova watched him go, remembering how, not very long ago, she had tried to put a poisoned dart into his eye. Renegades. They are renegades. At the microphone, Blacklight was welcoming them to the gala and explaining what their generous donations would be put toward. He did not mention the hospital heist, though of course everyone here knew about it. Everyone here knew that they needed funding to replace the stolen drugs, for kids who were sick, patients who were dying. Here was something that the renegades, with all their extraordinary powers, couldn't fix. Sure, they had prodigy healers who rotated shifts at the hospital, but it wasn't enough. It would never be enough to help save every person who became afflicted with every disease. But people relied on the healers. They assumed that if they ever had to go to the hospital, a prodigy would be there to take care of them, even though statistics prove that far more people were cured through modern pharmaceuticals or preventative medicine than any amount of prodigy assistance. There was no profit in pharmaceuticals, though. Not with prodigies at the helm. Would there be now, after this theft proved the value and necessity of modern medicine? On stage, the rest of the council joined Blacklight, and the whole lot of them beamed with pride. Nova was transported back to the parade, where they had stood like kings and queens atop their float, basking in the cheers from their doting public. This was why she was here. To put an end to the idolizing of those so-called heroes and the promises they made but couldn't keep. The heroes who had not saved her family, who had not saved her. The heroes who had ruined Ace, who had made society dependent on them. Her reasons were stuck on repeat in her head like a mantra, lest she dared forget them again. Captain Chromium took the microphone from Blacklight, all teeth and dimples. I am inspired every day to be working with some of the brightest, bravest, most compassionate prodigies this world has ever seen, he began. And I hope each and every one of you will leave here inspired as well, because it is together that we have restored Gatlin City from the despair that once burdened it. And it is together that we will continue to establish a city, a country, and a world that will become better and brighter than ever before. The amount of support we see here tonight is proof of that. The audience cheered, and Nova forced her hands together, though every clap echoed with resentment. They had not protected her family. They had not saved Evie. She barely heard the rest of his speech. She paid no attention as the others said a few words. And then the winners of the silent auction were announced. The applause was dim in her ears. She glanced at the clock. Her heart rate sped. Her blood pounded through her veins in sync with the seconds ticking by. A flurry of servers emerged through a side door, carrying trays laden with dinner plates. A fillet of flaky white fish was set before her, drizzled with dark balsamic vinegar and thick orange marmalade, a dollop of mashed potatoes sprinkled with rosemary, a pile of sweet roasted carrots and charred cherry tomatoes. There was even a sprig of parsley, bright green and fresh. It was the most enticing meal Nova could ever remember having been handed to her, and she had no appetite for it. Everyone around her was talking about the money that had already been raised for the hospital. Nova forced down a few bites, though her stomach tried to rebel. The more she thought about it, the more her eagerness grew. Eager to get on with it, eager for this night to be over. Eager to be on the other side, to be past the dread and the guilt and the uncertainty. Eager to have Ace look at her with shining, proud eyes and tell her it had all been worth it. Chapter 38. Should we dance? The words, whispered almost against her ear, made Nova jump nearly out of her skin. It took her a moment to process the question, blinking at Adrian as her nerves tingled. She had a list building in the back of her thoughts. 12 lists. Everything she still had to do. Everything that could go wrong tonight. Adrian gestured toward the dance floor. She spotted Ruby and Oscar already out there. Nova hadn't noticed them leave the table. Rather than letting his cane impede his moves, Oscar was using it as a prop, spinning Ruby away 1 second, then using the cane as a pretend fishing pole to catch her and reel her back in. Ruby shook her head, momentarily mortified, but her laughter soon took over. And then she was following along, puffing out her cheeks and pretending to swim circles around him. Other dancers were giving them odd looks, but the two could have had the dance floor to themselves for all they seemed to care. Yeah, Nova breathed, reminding herself to act normal. As normal as possible, anyway. Okay. Adrian took her hand as they made their way through the tables. Though his grip was loose, it still sent a series of lightning bolts shooting up her arm. Only once he'd taken her into his arms and they were surrounded by the upbeat notes of the band did Nova remember that she didn't know how to do this. She had been trained to fight, to kill. What did she know about dancing? But Adrian seemed no more comfortable than she was, and she was relieved when the extent of his skills seemed to be pressing one hand against her lower back and turning them around in time with the music. Nova observed their fellow dancers. Her attention found Blacklight, who normally struck her as pompous and vain, but she was surprised to see him intentionally making a mockery of himself. One moment he was flourishing his hands in the air, then twisting his hips in imitation of some mid-century dance steps. He looked like he was having fun. Not far away was Tsunami, who was dancing with a man who was almost portly compared to her petite frame. They were moving way too slow, and gazing into each other's eyes, as if, for the moment, they were the only people in the room. Was that her husband? Nova had never seen him before, and he didn't at all fit what she would have pictured Tsunami's partner to look like. Too short, too round, too balding. He was about as opposite the mate of a great superhero as she could have imagined. But there was no mistaking the doting glimpses between them. Her jaw clenched, though she wasn't sure what about them made irritation rear up inside her. Dragging her focus back to Adrian, Nova tried to school her expression into pleasantness, while inside she wanted to scream. How could Adrian be so nice, so sweet, so authentic, always so damned authentic? How could he be one of them? Look, Nova, started Adrian. I wanted to make sure that... last night... He trailed off, and Nova's pulse jumped as memories jumbled together all over again. His kisses, his hands, the headphones, the star. I didn't cross a line or anything, did I? She laughed, though more from discomfort than anything. I wasn't exactly pushing you away, she said, her cheeks reddening. At the memory of it, at the truth of her words. A faint smile twitched at his lips. Yeah, but I just didn't want you thinking... Again he seemed incapable of finishing his sentence, and Nova wondered what it was she shouldn't be thinking. Then Adrian's thoughts seemed to change direction. And I'm really sorry about the whole falling asleep thing. I guess I didn't realize how tired I was, and I don't want you to think that I was, bored or something. It's okay, she said, the heat in her cheeks becoming nearly insufferable. You needed the rest. He looked away, and she noticed that he didn't hurry to agree with her. He wasn't suspicious, was he? She couldn't tell. Her palms started to sweat, and she resisted the urge to wipe them on the shoulders of his tuxedo jacket. She had felt those muscles before, when she'd nestled her head against them moments before falling asleep. She certainly did not need to feel them again. Not tonight. For the record, said Adrian, quieter now, so that she had to strain to hear him. Just in case there's any confusion, I really like you, Nova. Goosebumps erupted across her skin. He was watching her closely. She swallowed. I really like you, too. It wasn't even a lie. Adrian seemed relieved, if not entirely surprised by her confession. I'm glad, he said, because I know I haven't always been super smooth when it comes to this. He gestured between the two of them. She lifted an eyebrow. No, you're clearly a neophyte when it comes to this. She mimicked his gesture. Rather than laugh as she expected, Adrian's small smile turned to a confused frown. Neophyte? Sorry, said Nova, chuckling again, and wondering if it was possible for her to be any more terrible at this. It means amateur. I know what it... Adrian caught himself, and his frown deepened further. She could see him contemplating something as he stared at her. What? She asked. Adrian shook himself. Nothing. Just for a second you reminded me of someone. He shook his head again and forced a brighter grin. Never mind. Can I cut in? Interrupted Oscar, nudging Adrian out of the way before either of them had a chance to respond. Adrian gaped at him. Oh, sure, he stammered. Nova smiled and allowed Oscar to spin her away. Glancing back, she saw Adrian retreating from the dance floor. Before you get carried away, she said, just know that I will not be reeled in. Oscar gave her a strange look. What? That move you were doing earlier, with the fishing pole? It took him another second before comprehension dawned, and he let out an uncomfortable, decidedly un-Oscar-like chuckle. They started dancing, but the ease Oscar had shown with Ruby was replaced with jerky movements and a tense expression. Is everything okay? Said Nova, even as her attention strayed to the clock again. Yeah, things are great. Nice shindig, right? Very nice. He cleared his throat and glanced around the dance floor, then tugged Nova closer to him. Okay, be honest. How do you think I'm doing? She blinked. Doing? With Ruby. I've been trying to impress her all night, but I can't get a read on her. Do you think she's having a good time? Yes, said Nova. You both look like you were having fun. We did, didn't we? I mean, I was. Having fun, while also feeling like at any moment I could throw up all over her shoes, which I don't want to do that. They're nice shoes, you know? Nova didn't know, but she smiled sympathetically anyway. Okay, let me ask you this. Renegade to renegade, bosom buddy to bosom buddy. Are we? Don't deny it. She bit her lip. To your knowledge, have the words, wow, that Oscar is such a thoughtful and/or studly and/or impossibly irresistible guy ever passed Ruby's lips? Nova smothered a laugh. Not those exact words, no. He brightened hopefully. But similar words? I don't know, Oscar. She clearly likes spending time with you, and you're so good to her brothers. I'm sure she thinks it's really sweet. His expression turned thoughtful. Thoughtful sweet or studly sweet? I'm not sure I know what studly sweet is. Yeah, me neither. He glanced toward their table, then spun Nova around once beneath his arm. She was surprised at how her body reacted to his lead, and it occurred to her that, despite all his antics, despite needing the cane for occasional support, Oscar actually did know how to dance. You've liked her for a long time, haven't you? He smiled wistfully. From the first moment I saw her at the Renegade trials. But there's always been a part of me that thought, she wouldn't be interested in me like that. Nova frowned. She'd never, not once, heard Oscar say anything remotely self-conscious before. It was a little bewildering. He caught her expression and lifted his chin. Don't worry, I'm over that now. You remember that barista I saved after the hospital heist? I mean, with Ruby's help. The damsel? Yeah, I know you weren't there, but she was, really into me, and it made me think, you know what? I'm a total catch. Nova laughed as he pulled her close again. I can find no fault in your logic. Right. So, give me some pointers. How did you and Adrian get out of the friend zone? Nova stared at him. Is that how people viewed her and Adrian? That they'd been friends and now they were something more? She wanted to believe it was due to her being such an amazing actress, but she knew that wasn't the case at all. As much as she wanted to tell herself differently, there wasn't much acting where Adrian was involved, and there hadn't been for a long time. She did like him, more than she should, more than she wanted to admit. You could tell her, she shrugged. Just tell her that you like her as more than a friend and see what happens. He shot her a disgruntled look. Really? That's the best you got? It's a legitimate course of action. I can't just tell her. What if she laughs at me? What if it makes everything weird? That's the risk you take. Either you resign yourself to keeping things just the way they are, or you put yourself out there knowing that it could end in rejection. He shook his head. Not helping. Seriously. How did Adrian win you over? This time Nova did laugh. Win her over? Adrian hadn't won her over. But then her laugh cut off abruptly. He hadn't, had he? She tried to think back to when her feelings toward him had started to shift. When he went from being another renegade, the son of her sworn enemies, to something more. It had happened slowly at first, but then not so slow. The past months blurred together, and she'd witnessed his goodness, his kindness, his talent, his charm, all the little things that made him. I don't know, she finally confessed. He asked me to go to the carnival with him. I mean, it was sort of a work thing, but also sort of a date, I suppose. Yeah, I've tried that, asking her to go places with me, but she always assumes it's for the renegades, or we're going with the whole group. She's always like, great, I'll see if Dana wants to carpool. He huffed. A nerve twitched in Nova's brow at the mention of Dana, and she thought again of the butterfly trapped inside that mason jar. Adrian brought me sandwiches once, she said, when I was working late at headquarters. Oscar gave her an appraising look. I like sandwiches. Ruby probably does too. He spun Nova away from him again, and his expression seemed warmer when she spun back. Who doesn't like sandwiches? He said, sounding borderline jovial. Remembering all the tips that Honey had given her on flirting and the art of seduction, Nova added, and you should try to find little ways to touch her. Subtle, but not too subtle. He nodded intently. Right, got it. And make sure you laugh when she makes a joke. even if it's not really that funny. He considered this. She's not funny. I mean, I'll obviously be the funny one in the relationship. Well, you know what I mean. But still, she's got a great sense of humor. Oh, said Nova, excited that she remembered so much of Honey's tutelage. And surprise her with gifts once in a while, so she knows you've been thinking about her. Flowers are good, and jewelry. At this, Oscar seemed uncertain. She can make her own jewelry. It's the thought, said Nova. Taking her hand from his shoulder, she pulled up the lacy sleeve of her dress to reveal her copper filigree bracelet. The first time I met Adrian, he fixed the clasp on my bracelet. He may not have given this to me, but I still... Her voice faded, almost sadly. I can't help but think of him, you know? Every time I see it. A hand grabbed Nova's forearm, twisting her wrist around. She tensed and prepared to break the perpetrator's arm, but it was only Magpie, gawking at the bracelet. Oh, said Nova, wilting. You. Funny, we were just talking about the time you tried to steal. What is this? Said Magpie. Nova realized with a start that she'd revealed the glowing orb in the bracelet's setting. She'd forgotten it was there. She yanked her hand away and pulled the sleeve over it. Nothing, she said. That wasn't there before, said Magpie, pointing at Nova's wrist. No, I took it to a jeweler. She started to turn back to Oscar. But what is it? Magpie persisted, grabbing Nova's elbow. It has a different signature from anything. Nova scowled at her. Signature? Yeah, not amber, not a citrine, definitely not a diamond. Her surly expression was even more annoyed than usual as she tried to puzzle through whatever she was sensing from the bracelet. But it's... Her breaths became ragged, and Nova didn't resist this time as Magpie lifted her arm and pulled up her sleeve again. It's worth something. It's worth a lot. Her eyes were wide with yearning. Nova snatched her arm away again and shot Oscar a baffled look which he returned in kind. Where did it come from? Said Magpie. She seemed desperate to know, but Nova fumbled with what to tell her. It came from a dream? A painting? A statue? What was it? Nova didn't know. The strike of a clock echoed through the room, startling her. Nothing, she said hastily. It's nothing. She linked her elbow with Oscar's. Let's head back to the others. He didn't argue, but she could sense him watching Magpie as they left the dance floor. What was that about? She shook her head. No idea. For some reason, that kid is obsessed with my bracelet. If it ever goes missing, I'll definitely know where to look for it. Spotting Ruby at their table, Nova paused and squeezed Oscar's arm. Hey, Oscar? Yeah? She met his gaze and, after a hesitant beat, she smiled. For the first time she realized that this could be it. She might never see Oscar or Ruby again after this night. At least, not unless it was from opposite sides of a battlefield. She hoped he would know how much she meant this. I know this is kind of trite, but seriously, you are a catch, and I think Ruby already knows that. Just be yourself. How could she not fall in love with you? He stared at her, and for a heartbeat, she could see the depths of his insecurity. Gratitude shimmered in his brown eyes, mingling with hope, overcome with wanting. For the first time, Nova wondered how much of his confidence was an act. Or maybe that's all confidence ever was, an act. Then, the moment passed, and Oscar's crooked smile was back. Kind of trite? Honestly, Nova, did you pull that off the front of a birthday card? Just be yourself? Please, of all the useless advice. He clicked his tongue as he walked away, using his cane to clear a chair from his path. Nova shook her head. She was grinning, but it vanished when she spied the clock again. She had stayed too long already. Adrian was at their table too, entertaining Ruby's brothers with stories of all the amazing things they had at headquarters, from the training halls to the virtual reality simulators. "Adrian," Nova said, settling a hand on his wrist. He jolted. "I'm so sorry, but before I left home tonight, my uncle told me he wasn't feeling well. That's why I was so late. I didn't want it to ruin our night, but I'm a little worried about him. I think I should go home and make sure he's okay." Adrian jumped from his seat. "Do you want to call him?" Nova faked a laugh. "I could, but he's so stubborn. He could be halfway to dead and he wouldn't say anything. No, I just really think I should go." "Of course. Can I take you, or—" She shook her head. "I'll call a cab, but thanks." He didn't argue with her, and she wondered if it was because he knew she could take care of herself, or because he had seen her home once and didn't want to embarrass her further by seeing it again. "I hope he's okay," said Adrian. "I'll see you at headquarters tomorrow." "Yeah, of course." There was a moment, the briefest of moments, when Nova thought he might bend down and kiss her, here in front of everyone. And in that breath of a moment, she longed for that kiss. Just once more. But he hesitated too long, and Nova forced a smile as she turned away. Adrian caught her by the wrist and tugged her back. Nova's heart jumped, and then he was leaning toward her, pressing a single kiss against her lips. He pulled away, a little sheepish. "Good night." Nova's body tingled, and, for an eternity trapped inside a heartbeat, she considered staying. But the moment passed, and she pulled herself away. "Good night." She moved through the sea of tables in a daze, her mouth burning, her legs like jellyfish. Finally, she shoved through the exit doors, and as soon as the chilly night air struck her, her addled thoughts began to clear. Adrian was problematic. Bad for her conviction. Bad for her loyalties. Her head would be a lot clearer after tonight, because she would no longer be a renegade. This charade would be over, and with it, any ties she had to Adrian Everhart. "Goodbye, Adrian," she whispered in the night air. She allowed herself to be the tiniest bit sad as she walked the 3 blocks to the parking lot where she had agreed to meet Leroy and Honey. The sports car was there, sickly yellow and mottled with dents and scratches. Honey Harper was perched on the hood, buffing her nails. Leroy was in the driver's seat, his elbow draped outside the window. "How was it?" said Honey, jogging her leg. "Dandy," said Nova, tearing off her wristband. She handed it to Honey, who peered at the high-tech device with vague distrust. "This will need to be taken back to the house." "Do you think I wasn't paying attention to all that plotting we did earlier? Don't worry about your precious alibi. I have money for a cab, and I even prepared a disguise." She pulled out a pair of oversized sunglasses and slipped them on. "In the middle of the night?" Nova said, nodding. "Not suspicious at all." "Not suspicious. Mysterious. Fine. Just make sure you go straight back to the house. No detours." Honey flicked her fingers through the air, a gesture that only increased Nova's nerves. Maybe she should have given this job to Phobia. Tracking the wristband would provide her with an alibi if anything went wrong. She didn't expect it to happen that way. She had every reason to believe that her lies were at an end. She would not fail. It was too late to change the plan now anyway. "Did you say your goodbyes?" asked Honey, her gaze suddenly piercing as she stood. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Nova's jaw clenched. It wasn't that hard either, she muttered. She made to move around Honey toward the passenger side of the car, but Honey sidestepped, blocking her. Her mouth was still smiling. Her eyes remained hidden behind the glasses. You've seemed distant today, little nightmare. I'm worried about you. Nova stared at her. I've had a lot on my mind in case you hadn't noticed. Honey made a disinterested sound in her throat. What's wrong? Said Leroy, opening his car door and climbing out. You know, Honey continued, ignoring him. You're probably too young to remember, but we were feared once. Feared and respected. And now we're this. She swirled her glossy finger toward the car, with all its rust and dings. Leroy puffed his chest. Uncalled for, Honey Harper. Queen Bee, said Honey, her voice hardening. And the car is fine. But there was a time when it was the envy of the gangs, when we had jewels and champagne and power. And now we're scurrying through a parking garage in the dead of night, afraid to show our faces in public. And all because of the renegades. Nova spun the bracelet on her wrist. I'm well aware of that, Honey. They took everything from me, too. That's right. They did. Honey lowered the glasses to the tip of her nose, her smoky gaze burning into Nova. They can offer you notoriety, and a fancy pair of boots. They might even give you pretty gems like that bauble on your wrist. Nova's heart lurched, and her hand automatically clapped over the hidden star. Honey chuckled. I noticed it when you were trying on dresses earlier. You think I could have missed it? It's nothing, said Nova. I don't care what it is. My point, Nova, is that the renegades can offer you a lot. But they can never offer you revenge. Your Majesty, said Leroy, with more than a tinge of irony. Have you forgotten that all of this is Nightmare's doing? Her reconnaissance, her plan. She's risking her life for this mission. Honey smiled sweetly. I haven't forgotten cyanide. I just want to ensure that she doesn't forget either. I won't, said Nova through gritted teeth. Good. Honey cupped Nova's cheek in one hand, and it took all her willpower not to recoil from the touch. Make us proud. Pulling her hand away, she tucked Nova's wristband into her dress and sauntered away into the night. Nova swallowed hard. Though the star on her wrist was weightless, she felt its presence like a ball and chain. Leroy scrutinized her. Nova, are you— Fine, she spat. Without looking at him, she yanked open the door to the car. I'm ready. Let's bring them down. Chapter 39. Leroy pulled into a space in an empty parking garage 1 block from headquarters. They had hardly spoken for the duration of the ride. Pop the trunk, said Nova, relieved to stumble out of the passenger door. When did you become so bossy? Leroy teased. This little group doesn't need 2 queen bees, you know. Nova said nothing. She wasn't in the mood for teasing. Her shoes echoed on the concrete as she rounded the back of the sports car. In the shadows, she saw a familiar black jacket, her beloved weaponry belt, and on top of the pile, a metal mask, curved to the shape of her face. Reaching behind her neck, she pulled down the zipper on the dress. She wriggled out of it, then stepped into her dark pants and pulled on the tank top and jacket, the mask, and finally the gloves that she had designed herself. It was always a little disconcerting putting them on and cutting off the most convenient source of her power. If she ran into trouble, she would want her fingers free. But she would need the gloves tonight. The clothes felt confining compared to the renegade uniform she'd gotten used to. But once the ensemble was complete, Nova felt strong, powerful, almost invincible. No more convoluted loyalties, no more uncertain agendas, no more secrets, no more lies. She was an anarchist, a villain, if that's what it made her. She was Nightmare. She slammed the trunk shut. "Give me 1 hour," she called to Leroy. "Drive around until then, just in case we were followed." "Do you think I'm an amateur?" Cyanide smirked, one elbow hanging out of the window. "I'll be here." Nova waited until he sped away, tires squealing through the garage. She tugged down her sleeve to make sure the star was covered again. And then she ran. She stayed in the shadows and the stairwells, checking around every corner, confirming that the streets were clear, the alleys empty. Soon she was standing outside a little-used back entrance to Renegade headquarters, where deliveries were made and foreign dignitaries were brought inside when they were worried the tourists and journalists would make too much fuss over them. There was a security camera 2 stories up, but it was angled at the doorway, the building's most vulnerable entrance. Nova would not be going in through any doors. She lurked beside a dumpster long enough to be sure no one had seen her approach, then tilted her head up and assessed the climb. The sides of the building were smooth, but there were enough ledges around the windows that she would have footholds when necessary. It would be difficult to scale, but nothing she couldn't handle. She pressed the switch on the back of the gloves, sending a jolt of electricity through the material. Suction cups emerged on her palms and fingertips. Nova reached overhead and pressed her hand against the building's side. The gloves took her weight, and she started to climb. As she passed the 3rd story, the 4th, the 10th, the buildings around her began to drop away. She scanned their rooftops and water towers and began to feel exposed, but she knew logically that she had little to worry about. The funny thing about living in a city full of skyscrapers was that no one ever looked up. Besides, the sense of vulnerability was something she'd begun to get used to. Nova had been paranoid from the moment she'd stepped foot into the arena for the Renegade trials. She had been painfully aware of the narrow ledge she was teetering on from the start. There was a part of her, possibly a big part, that felt more relieved than anxious as she reached the 26th floor, the first of many that remained unused, and only 1 floor up from the security offices. No matter what happened here tonight, she would no longer have to lie. Planting her feet on a windowsill and securing her hand against the exterior wall, Nova reached for the window breaker hooked over her belt. She fit the cylinder into the bottom corner of the window and pressed the lever, releasing the spring-loaded spike. The window shattered. Tiny bits of glass rained across the sill and toward the street, sounding like wind chimes as it clinked onto the concrete below. Nova used the breaker to brush away the remaining sharp edges and ducked inside. The floor was as empty now as it had been when she'd scoped it out earlier that day, after inspecting the blueprints she'd taken from Adrian's house. There were no cameras installed here, no sensors, no alarms. She jogged to the stairwell and slipped down to the 25th floor. The door opened on a plain beige hallway that was roped off just outside the stairwell, with a sign that read, "Security personnel only beyond this point." Nova stepped over the rope and crept down the hall. It was lined with closed doors and ID tag scanners. She didn't slow when she heard footsteps coming from the next hallway, though she was surprised when an unfamiliar woman turned the corner. Rather than the gray renegade uniform, she was wearing a smart navy suit with an ID tag clipped to the breast pocket. An administrator, Nova guessed, not a prodigy. The woman froze when she saw Nova, her eyes widening. Nova ripped off one of the gloves and leapt for her. The woman sucked in a breath, but her scream never came. The second Nova's fingers touched the woman's neck, her power rushed through her. With a strangled moan, the woman slumped forward into Nova's arms. Nova deposited her in an alcove beneath a drinking fountain and snagged the ID tag. She moved faster now, almost running until she came to the room that had been labeled as the security center on the blueprints. She held the woman's tag against the scanner, and it blinked green. Nova turned the handle and pushed open the door. She was greeted by a wall of monitors showing 100 different views of headquarters, and 2 empty chairs. Nova stepped into the room. Something whipped out from behind the door, stabbing her in the thigh. Nova cried out as the barb ripped out of her, leaving a gash in her pants. She buckled to one knee, feeling like her leg had just had a bite taken out of it. Within seconds, the flesh around the wound started to burn as a trail of blood dribbled to the floor. "Are you messing with me?" She looked up. Standing over her, Stingray slammed the door shut, his face twisted in disgust. "You give Sketch and his loser friends all that trouble, and this is all you've got? I saw you on the cameras the second you stepped into the stairwell." He gestured toward the bank of screens. "What a waste. Thought you were supposed to be some hot-shot villain." Sneering, he crouched at her side. "At least we've got a few minutes to kill before the paralysis wears off. Might as well see who we've got here." He reached for her mask. Nova ground her teeth, resisting the urge to pull away as his clammy fingers dug beneath the sides of the metal. His fingertips brushed her jawline, and that was all she needed. Skin touching skin. Realization spread over Stingray's face, the amateur mistake he'd just made. Then he tipped onto his side with a heavy thump. With him unconscious, Nova returned her attention to her wound. She pressed one palm over it, and her hand pulled away damp with blood. Injured and in pain, yes, but she wasn't paralyzed like Stingray believed. She rubbed the blood off the side of her pants and dug a hasty bandage and some healing salve from the kit at her belt, securing it tight around her leg. She could feel the warm press of the vitality charm trapped between her jacket and her sternum. Poison, disease, and evidently venom like Stingray's, too. The renegades had been fools to stash the medallion away in their vault, without any appreciation. It was just one more example of their arrogance. With the wound attended to, she turned her attention to the screens. She spotted Frostbite guarding the main entrance and Aftershock patrolling the back half of the ground floor. It took longer to find Gargoyle, but finally she spotted him making his rounds near the laboratories on the mezzanine level. None of them appeared concerned, which was a relief. Stingray must have been confident enough in his ability to take down Nightmare. He hadn't bothered to alert the rest of his team. Removing his wristband, Nova stuffed it into her belt, then stepped over Stingray's sleeping body. Nova approached the controls. She had studied the installation paperwork at length. The coding, the backup software, the fail-safes, the alarms. She had planned for various scenarios until her eyes crossed. In the end, it took just under 8 minutes to disable the cameras throughout the building. She shut them all down, sending the system into dead air. 8 minutes felt like an eternity, but with the security down, her job would be made a lot easier. Adrenaline was coursing fast through her veins as she left the security room. She barely gave a passing glance to the sleeping woman beneath the drinking fountain. No one had come for her. The building was mostly empty, But this woman was a reminder that not everyone had chosen to go to the gala that night. There could be more surprises. She needed to be cautious. Stingray had been cocky, and it cost him. Nova wouldn't make the same mistake. She arrived at the elevators, but hesitated. Changing her mind, she headed back for the stairwell. Her leg groaned, but she fought through the pain. She focused on counting floors. She kept her mind on the job ahead. She paused when she reached the artifacts department, just long enough to check how her bandages were holding up. A spot of blood had seeped through the wrappings, but the burning sensation around the wound had faded to a dull throb. She opened the door. A familiar scene greeted her. The two desks inside the reception area, one sterile and neat, the other cluttered with Snapshot's knickknacks. The lights were out, the floor silent and deserted. Nova marched through the filing room and used Stingray's wristband to unlock the door to the vault. The only sounds were her own footsteps thudding on the floor as she passed among the dimly lit shelves. She went to Prodigy Weapons first and claimed the so-called silver spear, the captain's own pike, the one he had used to try to destroy the helmet. Tried and failed. She hefted it from its shelf, 8 feet long and cool in her hand. It felt strong and sturdy, but not too heavy. It was perfect, actually. Elegant, sharp, superbly balanced. She propped it against her shoulder and made her way to the restricted area. Standing at the end of the aisle, she could see the chromium cube on its shelf, looking exactly as it always did. Shiny, solid, and faintly mocking. Lost in the shadows and the clutter of other random relics, like the object it contained was hardly worth noting. Setting her jaw, Nova shuffled the pike from hand to hand. Someday, this weapon would probably live inside a museum, she thought, where people could contemplate the tool they believed had destroyed Ace Anarchy's helmet. They would talk about the good deeds that Captain Chromium had done, how he lifted society from the despair it had fallen into, how he had defeated the most destructive supervillain of all time. People would talk about the first renegades and how they had been brave enough to fight for a world they believed in, and that was... Nova winced, shaking the thought from her head. Those first renegades, including Captain Chromium, might have helped a lot of people, but they hadn't helped her. "Get out of my head!" she growled, her fist tightening around the javelin. On the other end of the aisle, Calum stepped out of the shadows. He was wearing the same wrinkled clothes he always wore. She had wondered passingly why he wasn't at the gala. Maybe there would simply be too many ungrateful people loitering around for him to stand it. He seemed more thoughtful than afraid as he took in Nova, with her dark hood and metal mask and the chromium pole in her grip. "Nightmare," he said, scanning the shelves. "What are you here for?" He sounded honestly curious. Nova could practically see his mind working, trying to determine which of the hundreds of objects here would be most appealing to an anarchist who was supposed to be dead. He started to come closer to her, scanning the shelves until his focus landed on the chromium box, and he paused. "It's the helmet, isn't it?" Nova angled the point of the javelin toward him. "You can't stop me," she said, taking a step closer. He did not move back. "Don't try to be a hero." His gaze dropped to the pike. Then he came closer to her, putting himself between Nova and the chromium box. Snarling, Nova marched forward until the point was only inches from his abdomen. "Move!" A muscle in his cheek twitched, and a memory flashed through Nova's mind. The world laid out before her, the ocean glittering beneath a vibrant sky, a city pulsing with life, 1,000 little miracles and more occurring every day, a million little things to wonder at. And Calum had showed her that. Calum had... A guttural cry was torn from Nova's throat. She spun the pike around and lunged forward, knocking the butt end into Calum's chest. He grunted and fell to the floor. "Great skies," he gasped. "What was that for?" "Stay out of my head." Calum lifted himself onto his elbows. He looked like he wanted to laugh, but he didn't. "I didn't do anything." Then his brow tightened in confusion. "Wait, you know who I am? What I can do?" Nova glowered. "I know my enemies." He sat up a little taller, rubbing his chest where she had struck him. "Listen." And she wanted to listen. She really wanted to listen, to hear what he would say, what wisdom he could impart from the ridiculous way he saw the world, because she liked the way he saw the world. She wanted to see it that way too. Somewhere deep inside, she wanted to believe that there might be a way for all the world, renegades and anarchists, prodigies and civilians, to coexist inside some sort of harmonious equilibrium. No war, no power struggles, no heroes, no villains. But Calum's outlook was flawed. It would only work if everyone saw the world the way he did. And the painful truth was that no one saw the world the way he did. "No," she said, startling him. "No? No, I won't listen. It's too late for that." Tucking the pike behind her, she bent over and pressed her fingertips to his brow. Calum didn't flinch, but the flash of disappointment stung just as much. Once he'd fallen asleep, Nova shook out her hand to rid herself of the sensation of unleashing her power. It felt different this time, using it against someone who she couldn't quite see as her enemy, despite what she'd said. Even Adrian, for as much as he filled her with yearning, had always still been the enemy. Squaring her shoulders, she stepped over Calum's body and propped the pike against the shelf. She reached for the cube. As her hand neared it, the bracelet warmed against her skin. Pursing her lips, Nova rolled back the hem of her sleeve. The star was glowing brighter than it had all day, almost blindingly bright, sending deep shadows dancing over the shelves. She half expected it to explode, or maybe disappear, like it had when she had first tried to grab it out of the statue's outstretched hands. But when it did nothing more than pulse warmly for a few seconds, she turned her attention back to the box. Inhaling, she lifted the cube and turned it from side to side, inspecting it from every angle. Each side was identical to the others, with no apparent markings or weaknesses. She set the cube on the floor and picked up the pike again. She took a step back and prepared herself for what she was about to do, though she didn't have any idea what was going to happen. She'd imagined this moment 100 times since the captain had made that offhand remark at dinner. "Or I could make a sledgehammer to take to it, if I was feeling destructive." She had hoped that once she was here, holding the pike and standing over the box, the next step would seem obvious. But all she had was a distant hope that this would work. "This will work," she murmured, tightening her grip on the pike. "Please, let this work." She raised the pike overhead, braced herself, and slammed the point into the center of the box. The contact reverberated through the metal and into her arms, clattering down to her bones. Nova stumbled back. The chromium box had skidded a few feet away, but was otherwise unharmed. Not even a dent. Snarling, Nova tried again, harder this time. The metals pinged loudly, and again her arms shook from the impact. The box crashed into the nearest shelf, making the whole unit tremble from the blow. Still, no sign that it was weakened. Desperation welled inside of her. No, it could not all be for nothing. This had to work. She turned the pike over and tried again, this time swinging it like a battle axe. It thudded hard against the box. Her body jolted from the impact. She swung it again. Reeling back, Nova stared at the pike in disgust. She was panting, though as much from outrage as exertion. This had to work. She needed that helmet, and she didn't have any other options. She couldn't fail. Not now. She hefted the pike over her shoulder and screamed. The star at her wrist flashed, blindingly bright. An electric current shot through her arms and into her fingers as she threw the spear as hard as she could. As it soared down the aisle, it glowed. Not silver, but coppery gold. It struck the box squarely in the side. The cube shattered. It might as well have been made of glass. Nova jumped back as bits of broken chromium were flung at her ankles. The pike clattered to the floor and rolled a few feet away, grayish silver once again. Her arms tingled from the jolt of energy that had passed through them. Her chest heaved. The wound in her leg was throbbing worse than before. But all of that was soon forgotten. A cry of disbelief tumbled from Nova's lips. The helmet was there, lying on its side amid the splintered box, exactly as she remembered it. The bronze-tinged material still gleamed faintly, reminding Nova of her father and how the threads of energy would glow like tiny strips of sunlight as he worked. There was a raised band along the center of the skull, ending in a sharp point on the brow, and the opening in the front where Ace's eyes had once peered. The bits of chromium crunched beneath her boots as Nova stepped closer. She knelt and picked it up, cradling the helmet in both hands. It did not look dangerous. It did not even look foreboding. It looked merely as though it had been waiting for her.
Chapter 40. Ruby and Oscar were dancing again when Adrian left the gala. Nova had been gone for more than an hour, and he'd spent some time chatting with Kasumi and her husband and mingling with a few of the patrols he'd trained with years ago but rarely saw anymore, except in passing. He'd eaten his dessert, a sweet and creamy lemon custard, and had given Nova's to Ruby's brothers to share. He'd danced once with Ruby and once with Oscar's mom. But he'd been counting the minutes since Nova had left, biding his time before he could leave without the truth being completely obvious. Without her there, he just wasn't interested in dancing and small talk. All he wanted was to go home, lay down in the jungle he had made and think of the next time he would see her. The next time he would kiss her. He couldn't stop grinning as he left the gala and tucked his hands into the pockets of his tuxedo pants. His marker was there, and he pulled it out and rolled it between his palms. He should draw something for Nova, to give to her when they saw each other in the morning. Just a little something to remind her of the past couple of nights. The past couple of amazing nights. Something to let her know he was thinking about her. That he was serious about her. He knew Nova was slow to trust, slow to let go of her uncertainties, slow to risk getting hurt. He thought he understood her better now that she'd told him the truth of her parents and her sister. Great skies, her baby sister, Evie. His smile faded thinking about it. His heart twisted to imagine Nova, small and frightened Nova, having to endure something so horrific. And though he knew logically that there wasn't a person on this planet who needed his protection less than Nova McClane did, he couldn't help the overwhelming desire to protect her anyway, to keep her from ever having to suffer like that again. He twirled the marker, contemplating what gift he could draw that would encompass all that. His dress shoes were clacking noisily on the pavement, a steady cadence that followed him down the familiar dark streets toward home. He had just discarded the most obvious, trivial ideas, jewelry, flowers, a new weaponry belt, when a small movement darted past his vision, nearly smacking into his glasses. Adrian reeled back, At first, he thought it was a bird or one of those creepy giant moths that sometimes appeared out of nowhere in his basement. But then he saw it, a black and gold butterfly dancing around a lamppost a few feet away from him. "Dana?" said Adrian, scanning the street for more stray insects. The butterfly seemed to be alone, and it crossed his mind that there was a chance it was nothing more than a common monarch butterfly, one that just happened to be flittering about in the middle of the night. Scratching his cheek with the capped marker, Adrian sauntered slowly past the lamppost. The butterfly darted after him. It twirled once around his head, then alighted on top of a fire hydrant. "Dana," he said again, with more certainty this time. The butterfly opened and closed its wings as if in response, though Dana had once told him that she couldn't hear while in swarm mode, only see and sense things. It was hard to explain, she said. Adrian peered around again, but the street was deserted. Parked cars and dark shop windows. There were mosquitoes and crane flies clicking against a neon sign, but no butterflies. Where was the rest of her swarm? Where had she been all night? The butterfly fluttered toward Adrian. He held out his hand and it perched on his knuckle. Its antenna twitched and it seemed to be studying him, waiting. "Okay," he said, pocketing his marker. "You lead the way." Whether or not it could hear him, the butterfly left his hand, circled his body one more time, and took off. Adrian followed. 2 miles later, he wished he had stopped by the house to put on different shoes. The buildings changed from glass and steel office buildings to strip malls and warehouses to crammed-together apartments. Most of the trek was uphill, and as the elevation rose, so too did the affluence of the neighborhood. It wasn't quite the row of mansions that he lived on, but the streets held the memory of quiet suburbia. He could tell people still lived in some of the homes. Some even had recently mowed lawns, though like most neighborhoods in the city, it showed signs of abandonment and neglect. Fences needing a fresh coat of paint, broken windows hastily boarded up, roofs covered in moss and pine needles from unkempt trees. The butterfly never flew ahead so far that he couldn't keep up, and it frequently had to pause and wait for him. He racked his brain to think of a reason why Dana wouldn't transform back into her human form and where the rest of her swarm could be. The only explanation was that the rest of her butterflies were trapped somewhere, preventing her from reforming. Maybe that's what this was about. Was she leading him to her location so he could set her free? If so, maybe this wasn't as ominous as he'd initially thought. Maybe one of her butterflies had gotten sucked into a vacuum bag or had been captured by a kid and stuck in an empty juice carton for a well-intentioned science project. But then the hill became steeper and the neighborhood turned desolate, and he realized where she was taking him. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled. He started to notice signs of a long-ago battle and the destruction it had wrought. Scorch marks on the pavement, holes smashed through brick walls, an entire building with the windows blown out. And then there were no buildings at all. Adrian left the crumbling homes and apartments behind and stood at the edge of the wasteland. The battle for Gatland had leveled almost an entire square mile of civilization, and the debris had never been cleaned up. A chain-link fence had been erected around the perimeter, warning of possible radiation poisoning, which was enough to keep most tourists away. In the center of the wasteland stood the ruins of the cathedral that Ace Anarchy had claimed as his home, his headquarters of sorts. The bell tower was mostly standing, along with parts of the cloister and the northern part of the structure, but the rest had been demolished. Adrian's fingers twitched, itching to unbutton the top of his dress shirt and open the zipper tattoo that would transform him into the Sentinel. But even now, he didn't want to risk Dana finding out his secret. The butterfly flew over the fence, and Adrian saw a place where someone had taken wire clippers to the metal links and pulled it back just wide enough to slip through. Curious tourists, he thought, or some kids acting on a dare. But he couldn't be sure of that. He had no idea who would come here. This place had been left abandoned since the defeat of Ace Anarchy. Why had Dana brought him here? Gripping his marker, Adrian ducked through the opening. The metal scratched at his jacket, and he felt a piece snag on his shoulder, ripping a hole in the seam. As soon as he was on the other side, he wriggled his arms out of the sleeves and left the jacket draped over the fence so it would be easy to find the opening again. The butterfly headed toward the cathedral, dipping in and out of the ruins. A second fence had fallen into disrepair, and Adrian passed a "Danger, Do Not Enter" sign. The butterfly alighted briefly on the sign, then took off again. "Okay, Dana," Adrian murmured, pausing as he watched the butterfly's wings swooping around the debris, catching the moonlight. "This would be a good time to indicate whether or not I should call for backup." But the butterfly didn't answer, of course. She couldn't understand him anyway. He gnawed on the inside of his cheek. Indecision clawed at him. Should he call for backup? And if so, should he call his team or his dad's? Or should he transform into the Sentinel and see what he was dealing with first? The butterfly waited on a fallen pillar, its wings beating impatiently. Adrian gulped. If he had been with the others when he'd gone after Hawthorne, then things might have gone much differently. There is no I in hero. "Fine," he muttered, lifting his wrist to his mouth. "Send team communication. Calling for immediate backup at—" A sudden wind blew around Adrian's ankles, kicking up a cloud of dust. The butterfly was caught in the draft and sent whirring into the overhang over a collapsed arch. Adrian's words dried on his tongue. The dust converged, darkened, solidified. A figure stood in a fluttering black cloak, its hood eclipsing the deep shadows where a face should have been, the hooked blade of a scythe cutting across the sky. Phobia. Adrian's pulse thundered. For a heartbeat that felt like an eternity, he stared into the nothingness inside Phobia's cloak, dread settling inside his core. Of all the anarchists, Phobia had long struck him as the most frightening, not only because his power revolved around the control of a person's greatest fears, but because so little was known about him. No one knew his weaknesses, if he had any. He had never heard of Phobia being wounded, even during the battle for Gatlin. He had once seen him struck with a giant shard of ice that would have impaled most humans, but Phobia only disappeared for a while, fading into black smoke. The effect had been temporary. Still, Adrian held his ground. He struggled to think of his options. What could he draw that would aid in a fight against Phobia?
"I have tasted fear like yours before,"
said Phobia, his voice a rasp and a hiss.
"The fear of being powerless."
Adrian tightened his jaw. Screw it. He tore open the collar of his shirt, popping a button from the fabric. His fingers pulled the zipper from the ink. He started to tug it down when he heard someone screaming his name. He froze. His entire body caved in on itself, filling with disbelief, and though he knew deep inside that it was a trick and it was not to be trusted, there was no possibility of him not looking, not hoping for all his miserable optimism. He inclined his head and saw her. The thick ropes of her hair framing frantic eyes, the golden cape whipping in the air behind her. That brave, beautiful face that could morph from stern to loving in the blink of an eye, from disapproval to laughter. His mom was soaring over the cathedral, like she couldn't get to him fast enough. All the horrors of the world were mirrored in her face, and she was coming to protect him, her only son, her life and love. It was like watching a string cut on a puppet. She was flying, and then she was falling, plummeting toward the wasteland, her cries caught in the wind, her arms flailed, getting twisted in the cape. Adrian yelled and tried to run toward her, but his feet were cemented to the ground. It was his worst nightmare. All his worst nightmares come to life. His mother falling to her death, and he was stuck, unable to do anything. He was losing her all over again, and he was completely, utterly powerless. A shadow cut through his mother's body moments before she collided with the earth. The illusion shattered. Adrian fell to his knees. Pain spiked through his leg as a piece of sharp stone dug into his shin. He blinked the tears away and watched as the shadow, a blur of movement, pivoted in the air and streaked toward the fence line. Not a shadow, a swarm, hundreds of monarch butterflies. And in the distance, just now shoving their way through the fence, were Ruby and Oscar. Adrian didn't think they had seen him yet. Phobia turned toward them. His skeletal fingers curled around the handle of his scythe, then he dissolved into a cloud of black crows. They soared after the butterflies, driving them away. With an exhausted cry, Adrian ducked and rolled behind the fallen arch. He landed on his shoulder. His eyes were watering, his body still shaking from the vision. It had seemed so real. Her voice, the terrified expression, the way his heart had yearned to get to her, to save her. He took in a shuddering breath, trying to clear the thoughts from his mind. It didn't work. The memory remained cloying and cruel. But he reached for the zipper anyway and let the sentinel engulf him. Chapter 41. Adrian forced himself up from the rubble. His legs were still weak, but the suit was supporting him now. The swarm of butterflies was nearly to the fence line, and Adrian wondered whether Dana was fleeing for her life or trying to lead Phobia away from her friends. Either way, the flock of crows was gaining on her, their silhouettes almost invisible against the night sky. Adrian knew the result of that food chain. The birds passed over Ruby and Oscar. Ruby released a scream of rage and swung her bloodstone at them, knocking 2 birds from the air. One crashed into the fence, the other crumpled into the ground, one wing twisted at an odd angle. The others seemed unbothered by their lost companions. "Dana!" Ruby cried. Adrian started to run, and then he started to fly, using the tattoos on the bottoms of his feet to launch himself forward. Flame crackled around his fist. He could feel its heat through the armor, but it encouraged more than frightened him. The fire grew until it nearly claimed his entire arm. White hot and churning, the flames licking at the air. Oscar grabbed Ruby by the back of her uniform and hauled her out of Adrian's way. He blew past his friends and took to the air, thrusting his palm forward. The fire blazed along his limb and shot toward the gathering of crows. It devoured them, swallowing their squawks and cries, igniting their feathers and talons, extinguishing them. Adrian landed hard on the ground just inside the chain-link fence. He collapsed to one knee, struggling for breath. Beyond the wasteland, he saw a smattering of birds who had escaped the fire turn into wisps of black smoke. They faded away while the butterflies dived beneath the remains of a battered taxicab. A flutter drew Adrian's attention to the side, and he saw one of the crows that had been knocked down by Ruby's stone. Its wing was crippled, and it was staring at Adrian with one beady black eye, intelligent and calculating. Adrian shuddered. The bird dissolved into black ash, scattering to the wind. He released a long, exhausted groan. He was not naive enough to think that Phobia was dead, but he hoped it was the last he would see of the villain today, at least. A boot crunched in the dirt. Adrian squeezed his eyes shut, bracing himself, and stood. He turned to face them. Smokescreen and Red Assassin. His teammates. His friends. Ruby was gripping her wire in one hand, a ruby dagger in the other. Oscar had a charcoal gray cloud storming around him, obscuring the ground at his feet. They wore matching looks of apprehension. Adrian could tell they didn't want to fight him, but he didn't think it was out of a sense of camaraderie. No, they were afraid. They didn't think they could win in a fight against him. They would be right, he figured, though it was the first time he'd stopped to consider the possibility. Oscar glanced at Ruby, a brief look born of worry. He was planning a diversion, Adrian could tell. He would conceal Ruby with his smoke, drawing the brunt of the Sentinel's attack toward himself. It was a risky maneuver, knowing what the Sentinel could do, but it was their best bet to take him down, too. It would at least give Ruby a chance to move into a more offensive position, maybe even launch a counterattack while the Sentinel was distracted. It was a strategy they'd practiced dozens of times in the training halls. Their tiny gestures, the almost imperceptible way they arranged their limbs, was so familiar that Adrian was tempted to laugh. Never would he have expected to see those tactics used against himself. Adrian lifted his hands, fingers spread, the universal sign of supplication. "I'm not your enemy," he said. "I've never been your enemy." "Sorry, but we're going to have to let the council make that decision," said Ruby. She gave the slightest of nods. Oscar swiveled his hands, aiming to create a wall of smoke between Adrian and Ruby. But in that same moment, Ruby gasped. "Wait!" Oscar's eyes widened. Something fluttered in Adrian's vision just outside the visor. He blinked. A monarch butterfly had landed on one of his fingers. Another quickly followed, perching on his thumb, then 3 more on the other hand. Adrian held completely still as Dana's swarm overtook him, alighting on his shoulders, his arms, his toes, even the top of his helmet, he guessed, though he couldn't feel them. He was afraid to move lest he accidentally crush one beneath a metal limb. As their expressions morphed from determination to astonishment, Oscar and Ruby gradually let down their guard. Ruby's muscles relaxed, letting the weapons hang at her sides. Oscar's smoke cloud dispersed into the air. They gaped at him, and Adrian found himself fidgeting beneath their stares.
"Who are you?"
Ruby finally asked. He pressed his lips together. He didn't have to tell them. He could shoo the butterflies away. He could be gone before they would think to stop him. But was that really what he wanted? To continue with these lies forever? To never be able to trust anyone with this secret, not even his best friends? The team he trusted with his life? Inhaling shakily, he reached for his helmet. The butterflies left him. They swirled across the wasteland and took up watch on the toppled statue of a saint, their bright yellow wings the only splotch of color beneath the moonlight. Adrian unlatched the visor. It hissed as it lifted up, revealing his face. Their silence was pervasive. He tried to read their expressions, searching for disbelief and betrayal, but mostly they just seemed stunned. "Please don't tell anyone," Adrian said, and the words came out more pleading than he'd intended. "Especially not my dad's, or Nova, either. I need to be the one to tell her."
"Nova doesn't know?"
Ruby said, her own voice carrying a bit of a squeak. Oscar answered for him.
"Of course not. She hates the Sentinel."
Adrian frowned, but couldn't deny the truth of it. Releasing a string of expletives, Oscar ran his hand through his hair.
"How could you not tell us? I thought all this time?"
"I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to, but after the parade when Dana got hurt—"
"Because of you!"
Oscar yelled.
"She got hurt because of you!"
Adrian shrank back. "I know. It was an accident. I would never... I didn't mean to."
"And you were there," Oscar continued, shaking his head. "At the library and chasing after Hawthorne. How did we not see it?" "Because it's sketch," said Ruby. "You draw things. You don't control fire or laser beams. You can't jump 50 feet in the air. How?
"Tattoos," said Adrian. "I draw permanent tattoos on myself, and they deliver different powers." They both gawked at him. Then,
"Tattoos?"
Ruby screamed.
"You can't be serious."
Oscar, though, had turned thoughtful, his mouth rounding with comprehension.
"Tattoos? Holy smokes, dude, that's genius. Can you give me some?" "No," Ruby responded. "He can't. You can't. I still can't believe you didn't tell us."
"I know. I really am sorry. I wanted to."
"Don't," Ruby snapped. "Don't you even say that. If you wanted to, then you would have."
She threw her arms into the air and began pacing, kicking debris out of her path as she went.
"What are we going to do now? Next to the anarchists, you're like the most wanted prodigy in the city. You've been breaking rules left and right, and we're just supposed to become your accomplices in this? We're just supposed to keep our mouths shut?"
Adrian's shoulders sank. "No, I don't know. It's not fair of me to ask it of you."
"But we will,"
Ruby said. She was still screaming, working herself into a tizzy.
"Of course we will, because we love you and you're Adrian. I know you're not some criminal mastermind who's doing it for the fame or whatever. I know you're a good person and you must have a good reason for doing all this. I just wish you would have told us."
"Wait.
Hawthorne," said Oscar. "What the hell, Adrian? They said you—"
"I didn't," he said. It was all Frostbite and her cronies. I saw them torturing her, and then they killed her so they could frame me for it. It wasn't me. Oscar rocked back on his heels, considering. His face lightened. Yeah, okay. I can believe that. A stream of butterflies whipped past them, then swirled over their heads and returned to the fallen statue. Pushing her bleached bangs off her forehead, Ruby pointed her dagger toward Adrian's face. We are so not done discussing this, she warned, then swiveled the blade toward Dana. But we should probably figure out why Dana isn't transforming. As if in response, the butterflies spiraled upward again, then took off in a straight line, heading not away from the wasteland, but straight for the foundation of the destroyed cathedral. They settled on an assortment of sprawled ruins, a splintered wooden door, the head of a fallen gargoyle. I figured she was bringing me here because of phobia, said Adrian. But what if there's something else? Or someone else, murmured Ruby. No way, said Oscar. What if Queen Bee and Cyanide are here too? What if this is their evil lair? This was their evil lair years ago, said Ruby. Who would be foolish enough to come back to it? Phobia wasn't he? Said Oscar. Adrian's brow creased. Unless Phobia was guarding something. They regarded the butterflies, their flapping wings glinting beneath the moonlight. Adrian pulled down the visor. There's only one way to find out.
Chapter 42. Nova laughed. She couldn't contain it. The disbelief, coupled with the surge of zealous pride, brought the laughter tumbling from her lips as she raced up the stairwell and pushed open the door to the abandoned floor. Leaving the building would be easier than scaling the wall had been. Her ropes were waiting by an open window, right where she'd stowed them, prepped and ready to take her weight. She would be back on the street in 2 minutes, back in the parking garage in 6, speeding to Uncle Ace before Stingray or Calum would begin to stir from their slumber. She was even ahead of schedule. The chromium pike was strapped to her back, and the helmet was tucked beneath her arm as she ran, lightweight and warm to the touch. She could picture the exact smile Ace would give her. Her body surged with the feeling of accomplishment. She had done it. She had actually done it. She was nearly to the window when something crashed into her, knocking her off her feet. Nova cried out and rolled a couple of times. The helmet fell tumbling across the tiles. She scrambled to reach for it, but a hand wrapped around her wrist and lifted her clean off the floor. Nova dangled, panting, all joy knocked out of her. Gargoyle grinned his pebble-toothed grin. She tried to use her power on him, but his fist was all stone, and she could feel her power striking uselessly against it. Grunting, she swung her legs, attempting to kick him in the shin, but he held her like one would hold a mouse by its tail, largely unconcerned, but kept at an arm's length all the same. He crouched and picked up the helmet, wrapping his burly fingers around its cranium. "That was a real good try," he said, "but not good enough." He dragged her into a waiting elevator and down to the main lobby. Nova didn't struggle. She knew she couldn't overpower him on force alone, and it was better to reserve her strength. Wait for the right moment. They passed in front of Max's quarantine, and Nova couldn't keep herself from glancing up. She hoped that the lights would be out, that Max would be fast asleep, unaware of anything going on. But her hopes had run their course for the evening. Max was standing at the window, frowning, curious. His palms were pressed against the glass, the skyline of his city glittering behind him. Gargoyle yanked on her arm, pulling Nova's attention toward the center of the lobby. Frostbite and Aftershock were there, smug expressions etched into their faces. Gargoyle tossed the helmet to Frostbite. She rolled it in her hands, peering into the empty eyes. She passed it off to Aftershock, carelessly, like it was nothing. Then she lifted a hand and snapped her fingers. A breeze of frosty air blew through the lobby, and the quiet clacks of water freezing over echoed off the high ceiling. Nova looked down. A great block of ice was engulfing her feet. She grunted and tried to kick out of it, but it was already too late. The ice crystallized quickly up her legs and over her knees. Gargoyle released her wrist and she nearly fell, but the ice held her upright. Though her boots offered protection from the cold, her pants did not, and the ice burned. Snarling, Nova reached for the hunting knife at the back of her belt. She lifted her hand over her shoulder, prepared to throw it end over end at Frostbite, but before the blade left her fingertips, a new block of ice formed around her hand, locking her fingers in their tight grip around the weapon. Frostbite did the same to Nova's other hand, fully enclosing all 4 of her extremities, rendering her not just immobile, but freezing. Nova's teeth began to chatter. Frostbite paced closer to her. "Don't worry. You'll go numb before the frostbite sets in, and I'm sure the council will free you when they get here. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when they arrive and find you so well restrained." She sighed, feigning sympathy. "Of course, you'll probably have to have all of your fingers and both feet amputated after the frostbite destroys them. It won't be a pretty sight. If you're lucky, they'll give you anesthesia before they do it, but," she clicked her tongue, "I wouldn't count on it if I were you." She stopped a few inches in front of Nova. "Brace yourself now," whispered Frostbite, "because the loss of limb is about to be the smallest of your worries." She pulled a gun from her waist, one that Nova recognized from training. Frostbite leaned in close, pressing the barrel of the gun against Nova's chest. "You might feel a slight pinch." She pulled the trigger, driving the projectile straight into Nova's heart. Nova grunted from the impact and would have fallen if the ice wasn't holding her legs so firmly. She groaned, her chest burning from the puncture. Her hands and legs ached bone deep from the cold. She caught her breath and, to her own surprise, started to laugh. An exhausted chuckle that sounded borderline delirious, even to her own ears. Agent N. Frostbite was trying to neutralize her. But she had shot Nova mere inches away from the vitality charm that was hidden beneath her jacket. Nova hadn't been able to test if the medallion would protect against the serum, but now was as good a time as any. "Thank you," Nova said, once the wheezing laughter had dried up. She ground her teeth behind the mask. "I'm not sure I would have had the guts to do this otherwise." She swung one frozen fist, smashing it against one of the spheres strapped to her belt. The mist missile crunched beneath the blow, and the lever sprang open. A cloud of green vapor spilled into the air surrounding Nova's body. Gasping, Frostbite jumped backward, shoving Aftershock aside. "What the hell is that?" "Your worst nightmare," said Nova. She turned toward Gargoyle, who had stumbled back a step when Frostbite had, but hadn't moved far enough. He was trying to scowl past his confusion. Nova batted her lashes at him. "No darts required, pebble brain." "Trevor!" yelled Janissa. "Move!" He did, finally, scooting back 3-4 steps. Nova counted silently, waiting. They hadn't tested it yet. Leroy's calculations could have been off. But Gargoyle was a big guy, and it took a long time for most things to reach his brain, so why shouldn't this be any different? Like with the puppeteer, it started with a surprised widening of his eyes. Nova grinned. Leroy had figured out how to turn Agent N into a gas, and she had successfully turned it into a bomb. Ace wanted a weapon against the renegades, and now they had one. Frostbite cursed and moved back farther to avoid the vapor, though Nova knew it would already be too dispersed to be effective at her distance. The device was spent. Gargoyle's skin began to morph, losing its crusted, stony exterior, turning splotchy and baby-soft, starting with his head, then moving down his neck into his shoulders and chest. He gawked at Nova, stunned. "Does that upset you?" she taunted. Gargoyle roared and charged for her, swinging his arm, still stone. Nova lifted her hands. Frostbite screamed. His fist smashed down onto the solid blocks of ice, shattering them. His last act before the stone was gone completely. Gargoyle wailed and collapsed to his knees, but Nova ignored him. With her hands free, she grabbed a second dispersal device from her belt and threw it at Frostbite in aftershock. It struck the ground and another cloud of green smoke billowed up. Aftershock dropped the helmet and dived away from the explosion, while Frostbite fled for the far corner of the lobby. She was screaming orders, but Nova doubted anyone was paying attention to her. She cursed, doubting either of them had been caught in that cloud of vapor. She had to be more careful. She couldn't waste them. Reaching over her shoulder, she grasped the pike where she had strapped it to her back, relieved that Gargoyle had been too arrogant to strip her of it. Freeing it from the harness, she gripped it in both hands and drove the point into the ice at her feet. The ice chipped, then cracked. 4 more swings and her legs were free. Nova pulled herself from the ice and stumbled, crashing to her knees. Her feet were numb, her legs unwilling to follow directions. Scrambling on her hands and knees, she forced her limbs to cooperate. She was on her feet again, slipping and stumbling. She lunged for Ace's helmet and snatched it off the ground. She tried to pivot, but her feet got tangled together and she fell again, slamming her knee into the tiled floor. Cursing, she used the pike as a support as she forced herself back to her feet. Her path to the main exit was blocked, so she ran the other way, toward the sky bridge, the stairs, a back exit. Options scrolled through her mind. A map of the building was etched into her memory. She knew every hallway, every door. Settling on the shortest route, she swung to the left. An earthquake rumbled beneath her. The earth split, driving a crack between her legs. Nova fell again. The crack continued past her, burrowing through the red R in the center of the lobby, driving the foundation apart. Nova gasped as she watched the course of the widening fault line. Straight for the sky bridge. Straight for the quarantine. Max hadn't moved. He didn't move, even as the ground beneath him split apart. Nova screamed, but the sound was consumed by ear-splitting cracks of concrete, groans of metal, shattering glass. One of the support columns broke, the noise as loud as a tree trunk being split by a battering ram. The sky bridge collapsed. The quarantine fell.
Chapter 43. Adrian stared into the black hole surrounded by the cathedral's ruins. Ruby and Oscar stood at his side, equally silent. They never would have discovered the staircase if Dana's butterflies hadn't clustered around it, forming a quiet, twitching guard at the entrance. The stairs were invisible until you were right on top of them, expertly disguised amid a collection of fallen wall panels and chipped stonework. It seemed random, but after the fight with Phobia, Adrian knew it wasn't. How long had the anarchists been guarding this place? Since they were run out of their tunnels, or even before then? And what could be down there that they wouldn't move to a less auspicious location? A weapon? A storehouse for stolen goods? A boarding house for wayward prodigies? "Well," said Oscar, doing a decent job of hiding his apprehension, "I guess I'll go first." He took one step and Adrian clapped a hand on his shoulder, gently pulling him back. Oscar didn't fight him. "Oh, right," he said, tapping his cane lightly on Adrian's back. It made a quiet clanging noise. It probably does make more sense for you to go, but if you change your mind—"
"Oscar," Ruby said warningly. He fell quiet. Adrian started down the stairs. The case was so narrow that he had to angle his body as he went. One flight ended in a short stone landing. He turned and headed down again, his visor adjusted to night vision in the darkness, tinting the underbelly of the cathedral an eerie green. He could hear Oscar and Ruby coming down after him, but their presence kept him tense more than comforted. He swore to himself that after he told his dads about his secret identity, he would insist that they start incorporating armor into the renegade uniforms. It could be heavy and clunky at times, but he would have felt better if his friends were half so protected. A second landing gave way to a slightly wider staircase and an arched doorway with words carved in ancient Latin. They passed through a wide chamber, a tomb. White marble sarcophagi lined the opposing walls, watched over by stone figures shrouded in cobwebs and dust. Adrian tried to move with stealth, but his boots clomped against the floor, reverberating through the hollow grave. A large wooden door fitted with ironwork greeted them at the end of the tomb and around its edges. Adrian detected the faint glimmer of golden light. Oscar swirled a cloud of vapor around his fingers. At the first sign of trouble, he would fill the space with fog, disorienting potential enemies. Ruby unhooked the gem from her wrist. Adrian called forth the slim cylinder on his forearm. The close quarters made him uneasy. It made his springs useless, and a fireball in such a contained space was just as likely to harm his allies. He suspected he would see Queen Bee in cyanide when he opened that door. His suit would protect him from both, at least for a while, and it would be a quick fight with Oscar and Ruby at his side. Especially if the anarchists were caught off guard, though every clapping footstep made that more unlikely. Adrian placed a hand on the door and braced himself. Behind him, he pictured Smokescreen and Red Assassin taking up position. Setting his jaw, he yanked open the door. A skeleton stood on the other side. Ruby squeaked and swung her gem at it. Instinct, Adrian guessed, as much as anything. It struck the skeleton between two rib bones, and the whole thing shattered, collapsing to the stone floor with a melody of wooden knocking. Its skull rolled against Adrian's foot. Heart pounding, he swept his gaze upward. They were in the catacombs. More coffins were surrounded by walls of bones, shelves of skulls. Two standing candelabras held white taper candles that were nearly burned through, and a curtain of femurs and clavicles hung across the space, obscuring what was kept behind it. Phobia? Is this where he returned to when he evaporated like that? Adrian pictured a video game character being sent back to the start of a level each time they were killed, and a laugh stuck in his throat, turning into a choking cough. The bones at his feet began to shake. They shuffled across the floor and gradually reassembled until the skeleton stood upright before them again. Its hollow eyes and toothy grin were unchanged, and Adrian wondered if it was only his imagination suggesting irritation coming from the figure. The skeleton bowed low at the waist and, without lifting his head, gestured dramatically toward the bone curtain. Adrian stepped inside, giving the skeleton a wide berth. As soon as Ruby and Oscar were inside, the creature climbed up onto a wooden board hung over a sarcophagus, crossed its arms over its chest, and fell asleep, or died. Adrian was still studying the skeleton when the entire curtain of bones fell, crashing into the stone foundation. They scattered to each corner. He spun around, air left his lungs, disbelief mottled his thoughts. Ace Anarchy. Ace Anarchy. He didn't fully trust his eyes. He couldn't be entirely sure. There were few photos of the villain without his helmet, and those were largely from his youth before his rise to power. This man was not young. He did not look powerful either. His pallor was gray and cracked with wrinkles, his hair thin, his body more reminiscent of the skeleton who had welcomed them than the broad-shouldered prodigy who had overthrown an entire government and cast the world into a period of fear and lawlessness. But his eyes, dark, nearly black, and every bit as keen as Adrian would have imagined.
He was levitating, his legs crossed like a meditating monk as he hovered over the floor of fallen bones. And his voice was strong, if also laced with a bone-deep weariness.
"Charmed," said Ace Anarchy, baring his teeth. "I'm sure."
Adrian was thrown against a wall. His back struck the stone so hard it sent rivulets of dust raining from the ceiling. He grunted and strained to move, but while his limbs inside the suit were free, the armor itself was immobilized. Adrian cursed. Telekinesis. He'd thought the suit would protect him, but of course it wouldn't, not against a telekinetic like Ace Anarchy. The catacombs filled with white smoke, so thick Adrian couldn't see past his visor. He struggled harder. If he could just move his arm, he could get to the switch on his chest that would retract the suit. It was no use. Ace wasn't going to release him. He heard Ruby's battle cry, and he imagined her swinging her dagger-sharp bloodstone at Ace Anarchy's throat, but then her cry turned into a yelp of surprise. Adrian's entire body tensed, and he fought against the invisible bindings again, but it was useless. He slammed his head against the back of the helmet and forced his muscles to relax. He had to be calm. He had to think. There were grunts and cries of unleashed fury, and he found himself wishing that the smoke wasn't quite so thick so he could see what was happening. Adrian urged his heart rate to slow. Think. His fingers flexed, and for a moment he thought Ace's control of him was loosening, but then he realized that Ace wasn't concerned about his fingers, not when he had his body secured from neck to wrists to ankles. He turned his head as much as he could within the helmet. The dust was thick on the wall. It had coated his suit when he had crashed against it. The smoke was beginning to thin, and he spotted Ruby and Oscar a dozen feet away. Ruby was on her knees. Her wire was wrapped around her own neck, and she had her fingers curled between it and her throat, desperately trying to keep it from strangling her. Her fingers were bleeding, the blood glinting as it began to crystallize. Oscar knelt beside her, his expression frantic as he tried to help her loosen the wire. Adrian could see no sign of the villain through the smoky veil. He curled his armored fingers, pressing a fingertip into the wall. He drew the first thing that came to mind, the simplest thing he could manage, a circle traced into the dust, a single curved line sprouting from its top, a few scratches bursting at its tip. A bomb, a wick, and a spark. "Oscar!" Adrian grunted as he pulled the bomb from the wall. "Take cover!" Oscar's eyes widened. He grabbed Ruby beneath the arms and hauled her behind one of the coffins. Adrian let the bomb fall. It rolled a few inches from the wall and exploded. The flash was blinding. The blast pummeled against Adrian's body and knocked a hole through the wall. Adrian fell forward, landing on his hands and knees. He immediately clapped a hand to his chest and retracted the suit, though he was left coughing from the smoke and dust in the air. The room was darker now. The explosion must have toppled one of the candelabras, extinguishing what little light it had provided. He crawled across the floor, searching for Ruby and Oscar as he blinked the debris from his eyes. He found Ruby's garrote first, the wire tangled with a pile of bones. It was coated with tiny red gems from where it had cut into Ruby's skin. "Smokescreen?" he said. "Red assassin?" "Here," Oscar responded, coughing. A furious roar drew Adrian's attention upward. Ace Anarchy was no longer levitating. His simple, loose-fitting robes were splattered with white dust, and the fabric fluttered as he held his arms outstretched to either side. He stood in the center of the catacombs, his face contorted with a rage that had been non-existent moments ago. His mouth curled, almost grotesque in its anger. Adrian braced himself for an attack. He expected the sharp bloodstone to fly up and try to stab him, or Oscar's cane to try to club one of them over the head, or even to be pummeled by 1,000 bones. He heard the sound of stone grating on stone. Adrian scrambled to his feet, unsure where the noise was coming from, until he witnessed the heavy lid of one of the coffins. It slid off the sarcophagus and crashed to the ground, driving a crack through the stone. Adrian's jaw fell. His heart pummeled against his chest as the entire coffin turned first onto its side, the weight of it shaking the compromised cathedral foundation around them. The bones of a centuries-old corpse were flung from its shell. Adrian stumbled back a step. He had heard stories of Ace Anarchy ripping buildings off their foundations, knocking bridges into the water, sending tanks crashing through store windows. But that was when he was strong. That was when he had the helmet, before Max took some of his power. To actually see him controlling something that must have weighed a ton or more, even now, was petrifying. He could crush them easily. Except Ace wasn't lifting the tomb. Adrian peered into his face again. Though hostility burned in the villain's eyes, it was met with strain, his face contorted with concentration, his teeth grinding, and his skin damp with sweat. Perhaps he could move something as heavy as a sarcophagus, but it wasn't easy. With renewed courage, Adrian charged at him, his fist preparing to swing even as his brain scrambled to formulate a plan. He and Oscar had sparred plenty in the training rooms, but it was rare that he had to use those skills in actual combat. In the end, it didn't matter. Ace Anarchy glanced once in Adrian's direction, and the fallen candelabra flew up and caught him in the stomach. Adrian grunted and fell, gripping his abdomen. He snarled and looked up in time to see the coffin roll over one more time. Ruby and Oscar screamed and curled into each other. Adrian saw Oscar wrap his arms protectively around Ruby's head moments before the coffin closed over them, sealing them inside. Their muffled yells continued, followed by fists pounding against the inside of the stone prison. Ace Anarchy slumped, and Adrian could see him trying to catch his breath.
"I will deal with them later,"
he said, wiping his brow with his sleeve. He fixed his gaze on Adrian and cocked his head, studying him. Then his eyes glinted with something like interest, perhaps even amusement, and Adrian knew that he recognized him. He wasn't sure how. They had never met before, and Ace Anarchy had disappeared, died, they all thought, when Adrian was just a kid. But he had been lurking down here all this time, hiding, waiting, guarded by Phobia and maybe the rest of the anarchists too. They could have provided him with information about Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden. They probably would have told him about how they had adopted Lady Indomitable's orphaned son. Maybe they had even brought him tabloids and newspapers so he could stay informed of his enemies.
"How intriguing,"
Ace said, eyes narrowed in quiet contemplation.
"I do believe you know my niece."
Then he grinned, that same cruel grin, and raised his arms overhead. Adrian clenched his fist. The cylindrical tattoo on his forearm began to glow, molten hot. His skin warmed. The shelves behind him rattled, and he imagined Ace pulling them down on top of him, crushing him, or trying to. Adrian held his fist toward Ace, peeled open his fingers. But before he could shoot, Ace Anarchy coughed and fell crumpling to one knee. The shelves quieted. Adrian hesitated. With an enraged roar, Ace slammed his fist into the ground. He swiped one arm over the floor and sent a wave of bones flying toward Adrian. He ducked behind one arm, but the bones clattered against him, harmless. Ace screamed again, reminding Adrian of a child throwing a tantrum. The villain sat back on his heels, panting and dripping. His eyes, so calculating before, now spoke of frenzied desperation. He waved both arms this time, and Adrian let himself be battered by the remains. There was little force behind them. Ace Anarchy had exhausted himself. The villain hissed and crumpled forward again, curling his fingers through the eye sockets of a skull.
"Damn you," he groaned. "Damn you and your renegades and your council! They did this to me! They turned me into this!"
Adrian allowed his arm to sink, though the tattoo continued to burn. "You did this to yourself." Ace chuckled.
"You're a fool."
"What did you mean when you said I know your niece?" Ace became calm, his expression almost gloating.
"I believe you know her as Nightmare."
His mouth stretched wide.
"Among other things."
Adrian's jaw twitched. "Then I'm sorry for your loss."
"No, I don't think you are."
Adrian lifted his palm toward the villain and fired. The concussion beam struck Ace Anarchy in the chest. He fell backward, his legs turning at an odd angle as he collapsed onto the sea of bones, one hand still gripping the skull. Adrian stared at his fallen body, worried that the blow might have killed him. It had always been intended to stun more than injure, but Ace Anarchy was frailer than most of the opponents Adrian faced. Silent and still now, it was easy to see just how frail. But when Adrian stepped closer, he saw that the villain was breathing, if shallowly. He spun toward the sarcophagus. "Oscar? Ruby?" "We're okay," came the muffled reply. "Is he dead?" "No, but unconscious. Hold on." He transformed into his armor again, though even with the Sentinel's strength, it took every ounce of willpower he had to lift the tomb off his friends. They were curled into each other, skin plastered with dust, Ruby's fingers speckled with jewels. Though neither said anything, they seemed hesitant to separate, even when they were free. Oscar stood up slowly and leaned against the side of the sarcophagus, his breaths coming in short gasps. Reaching down, he laced his fingers through Ruby's and pulled her up beside him. "You all right?" She gaped at Oscar, dumbfounded, and nodded. "Yeah, fine." Oscar nodded back at her. Their eyes were shining, their bodies leaning toward each other, and if Adrian had ever seen the makings of a kiss before, he was certain he was seeing one now. He cleared his throat loudly, and the two jumped apart, though their fingers stayed entwined. "Ace," he said slowly, clearly. "Anarchy." "Right," said Oscar, running a hand through his dusty hair. "Right." Picking up his cane, he stumbled toward Ace and nudged his foot. "What do we do now?" "We have to alert the council," said Ruby. Adrian considered the destruction wrought from their fight. "You're right. They'll have him taken to Cragmore, and we still don't know why Dana can't transform. If he had one of her butterflies trapped somehow—" "Wait," said Ruby. "Do you have your marker?" Adrian frowned, then removed his gauntlet and handed the marker to her. "Why?" "I have an idea." Ruby crouched beside Ace Anarchy and started to write something across the skull in his hand. In crisp block letters that weren't at all like her normal loopy handwriting, she spelled out a message. "Consider this a peace offering. The Sentinel." "There," she said, capping the marker and handing it back to Adrian with a satisfied smile. "We'll tell them Dana led us here, and this is what we found. The renegades need to know that that the Sentinel isn't a villain, and you... She shut her eyes, gathering her thoughts. "You should get some credit for Ace Anarchy's capture. Maybe it will help your case, when you do tell them the truth." Adrian smiled at her, though he knew she couldn't see it. "Thank you," he whispered. "There's no reception down here," said Oscar. "Let's head back to the surface and let the council know." Ruby secured Ace Anarchy's wrists with her wire, ensuring it would take even a telekinetic a while to undo the knot, just in case he woke up before the council arrived, though Adrian doubted he would. They were halfway up the stairwell when their wristbands simultaneously blared with alarm, making them all jump. "What the—" Oscar held his arm away from himself, suspicious. "There's no way they could have heard about this already." Ruby pulled up the message first. Her face paled. "No, it's not Ace. It's—" She hesitated. "What?" said Adrian, hating the way she looked at him in the darkness. "It's a message from Max. He says that Nightmare is alive and she's there, at headquarters." Adrian's heart leaped. "They caught her!" "No, Adrian, Max says she has Ace's helmet and he's going to try to stop her." Adrian gaped at her. Max? Max was going to try to stop her? He shoved past them both, squeezing his way through the narrow passage. "I'm going. Message my dads about Ace and Nightmare. They'll send someone." He didn't wait for a response, just raced to the surface, away from the wasteland, back toward headquarters, toward Max and Nightmare.
Chapter 44. "Max!" Nova screamed.
Glass everywhere, ricocheting across the lobby's floor. Little glass buildings, glass cars, glass people, and street lamps and traffic lights all fell to the ground and shattered. An eruption of dust and shards so small they sparkled like glitter. Glossy white floor tiles splintered and spiderwebbed in every direction. Where the quarantine had been was now a few bent steel beams and broken plaster. Where Max had been. Nova stumbled to her feet, took a few unsteady steps, searching the destruction, but she saw no sign of him. His fluffy hair, his plaid pajamas. Her eyes stung against the cloud of dust. Probably tiny bits of glass were lodged in them, but she couldn't stop blinking and staring and searching. A destroyed city. A few smashed light fixtures. A floor caved in. As the dust settled, she heard a tiny cry coming from the rubble. It took a moment for her to spot the creature skidding across the ground. Nova watched, nonplussed, thinking at first that it was some sort of baby lizard. The velociraptor, she realized with a start. The dinosaur Adrian had once drawn into the palm of her hand. Heart racing, she crouched and held the flat end of the pike toward the creature, giving it something to climb on so she could lift it to safety. It squealed and dived into the shelter of a collapsed floor joist instead. The pile of rubble began to shift. A few chunks of plaster skittered and slipped, almost as if being nudged to the side. But still there was no sign of Max. Her brow furrowed. A few more pieces of glass clinked together, and the steeple of a church was suddenly crushed beneath some unseen weight. Nova heard a gasp, and then Max flickered into view. He squeaked in surprise. Then he scrunched his face up with concentration and flickered out again. Invisibility, Nova whispered. He had invisibility. From the dread warden, of course. A stream of ice struck Nova's foot, wrapping around her leg. She growled and swung the pike, shattering the ice before it could take hold. No sooner had she pried her foot free than the earth trembled, knocking her off balance. Nova's hip smacked the ground, and her wounded thigh screamed at her. Only a few feet away, an avalanche of glass pieces tumbled into the enormous crack running through the tiled floor, clinking whimsically as they fell. Aftershock stood on the other side, glowering at her. Nova's knuckles whitened, one hand on the helmet, the other on the chromium pike. Her eyes skipped across the destruction. Still no sign of Max, and now she couldn't see Frostbite either. Gargoyle had not moved. No, not Gargoyle. He was just Trevor Dunn now, a bully and a coward. His body, large, but no longer larger than life, was kneeling dejectedly where Nova had left him. Nova snarled, disgusted at his self-pity. To just collapse like that, to just give up. He had never had the makings of a hero. Nova was grateful for the immunity pendant around her throat, protecting her from Max's power. But even if she did have her power stripped away, as she almost had once, she liked to think she would handle it with a lot more dignity. Aftershock roared, pulling her attention back to him. He dropped to one knee and prepared to slam both palms to the ground. With a scream of her own, Nova hefted the pike over her shoulder and threw it as hard as she could. Aftershock's instincts kicked in, and he dodged the pike. It sailed over his head and speared into the information sign on the central desk. Aftershock blinked at Nova. He froze, but only briefly, before his face split into an amused grin. Nova held one of her own inventions in her hand, a blow-dart gun, disguised as an innocent fountain pen. Aftershock chuckled. "You gonna compose a love letter for me?" A eulogy, maybe. Lifting the pen to her mouth, she blew. The dart struck him in the chest, square over the heart, just where Frostbite had driven the dart into her. Aftershock looked down, horrified, as the green liquid was driven into his flesh. "Rest in peace, Aftershock," she said with an exaggerated sigh. His abilities might have been a 7 on the Richter scale, but his personality was barely a 2. Not waiting to see his reaction, Nova took off running again, her feet sliding and tripping over the mess of glass and plaster. She was nearly to the base of the steps that had once led to the quarantine when one of the great steel beams that had been loosened in the destruction swung downward and smashed against her side. The blow sent her flying into a wall, and Nova collapsed, her head ringing. She opened her bleary eyes and saw the helmet lying a few feet away. Though her vision was blurred and her bones were still vibrating from the collision with the beam, she forced herself to push off the wall. Her fingers stretched for the helmet. It was swept away from her and sent volleying through the air. Nova screamed and lurched for it, but it was too late. Max cried out in sudden pain, and the helmet dropped, landing amid the remnants of the shattered quarantine. Max reappeared and collapsed to his knees not far away from it. His body was covered in nicks and cuts, his pajamas shredded. Nova's insides clenched as she watched him pull a glass shard from the sole of his bare foot. He tossed the bloodied shard away with a hiss, then held out his hand again. The helmet completed its journey, soaring into his waiting arms. He flashed into nothingness again. This time, the helmet disappeared too. Nova gawked at the place where he had stood, shocked to realize that Max was the one who had sent the steel beam into her. And now he had taken the helmet. He wasn't trying to get away. He was trying to fight her. But invisibility wasn't infallible in a room filled with debris, and soon she could detect Max's path as he moved toward the nearest emergency exit. He was trying to be careful, but in his haste, Nova spotted the shift of rubble, the disturbed glass in the chaos, smears of blood on the tile. Pushing herself off the wall, she ran for him. She had no need to be careful, and upon her approach, he started to move faster. She could even hear him panting now, his panic rising as she closed in on him. She dived, her hands curled into the air. They found fabric and gripped tight. Max cried out and flickered back into view as they both tumbled into the destruction. Again, the helmet was sent flying. Leaving Max sprawled across the ground, Nova pushed herself up and leaped forward. She landed on top of the helmet and curled her body around it, securing it tight against her body before Max could use his telekinesis to snatch it out from under her again. "No!" Max yelled. A small cafe table hurtled at Nova's head, and she blocked it with her elbow, but the jolt shoved her hard into the ground. Nova lay there, momentarily stunned, out of breath, covered in sweat. The helmet was pressed into her stomach. Her head was spinning from exhaustion and pain. But the exit was close. She was so close. She would not fail when she was this close. She dug deep into what reserves of strength were left and pushed herself to one knee, then the other. She stood, fighting against the wobble of her legs. She had taken a single step when an arm wrapped around her throat, drawing her against a solid chest. "I'm going to kill you," Trevor hissed in her ear. "For what you did to me. I am going to kill you." "Get in line," spat Frostbite. She was standing in the doorway to the nearest exit, blocking Nova's chance of escape. Captain Chromium's pike was in her hand, covered in a thick layer of glistening white frost. Nova, unwilling to release the helmet clutched in both arms, leaned into Trevor's body, letting him support her as her knees threatened to give out. "Sorry," she said. Her voice slurred more than she would have liked. "But no one's killing me today." She grasped the forearm around her neck and drove her power through him. His grip loosened and he fell back, scattering the debris with a solid crunch. Nova stumbled and leaned forward, bracing one hand on her knee to keep from falling herself, the other still clutching the helmet. What? Frostbite stammered. But Oh, right. This? Said Nova, plucking the empty dart from her chest. I'd almost forgotten all about that. Looks like it didn't work. Frostbite's bewilderment changed to rage. Screaming, she gripped the pike in both hands and charged at Nova, a jousting knight ready to impale her opponent. Nova swiveled to the side. The pike missed her by inches. A gasp. Horrified, shocked, sucked the air from the lobby. Nova spun around in time to see Max appear again. Janissa had been aiming for Nova's heart, but Nova had dodged, and Max was right behind her, sneaking up on her. His hand even now was stretched out, trying to grab the helmet from her hand. The chromium spear was driven clean through him. A scream was ripped from Nova's mouth, splitting into the air. She could do nothing as Max stumbled back. His hand fell to the pike jutting from his abdomen. His eyes were wide, his face contorted in shock. He fell to his knees. "No!" Frostbite said, her voice etched with panic. "No, no, no!" She released the spear and stumbled back. Her legs shook, and she fell, then started scraping against the ground with her heels, scrambling away from the boy. "No, you can't have it!" And Nova realized that she wasn't worried about Max. She was worried because she could feel the bandit stealing her powers. Ignoring Frostbite, Nova dropped to the ground beside Max. The helmet thumped at her side. The iron pendant felt hot against her sternum. "You're okay. You're going to be—" She trailed off. The wound around the pike was blue and sprouting ice crystals. Ice. "Take it out," Max gasped, wrapping a hand around the pike. His eyes were round and his cheeks were wet. "No, don't," said Nova. "It's stanching the bleeding. If we—" "Take it out," he said again, more insistently. The ice was frosting over the pike. Nova gulped. He had gotten some of Frostbite's power. Maybe— "Please," he begged. "Okay," she said, her voice warbling as she gripped the pike. "This is going to hurt. I'm sorry." He stared at nothing. He said nothing. But when Nova slid the pike from his body, his scream curdled in her veins. Then the pike was out and he fell to his side, blood soaking his pajamas. Nova's hands shook as she reached for the salve and bandages in her pouch, but when she rolled up the bottom of Max's shirt, she saw that the skin around the wound was covering over fast with small ice crystals. He was stopping the bleeding himself. She wondered if he even knew he was doing it. His eyes had closed, his face white as the broken tiles all around them. His body could have been acting on instinct, using whatever powers he had begun to gather from Frostbite to numb the area and stop the bleeding. It would not save him, but if it could protect him until he could get help. Nova lifted her head. Frostbite had swooned and appeared only half-conscious, but Aftershock was there, his arms wrapped around Frostbite's waist as he dragged her away from Max. Nova didn't think as she grabbed the bloodied pike and charged toward them. Aftershock, startled, dropped Frostbite in a heap and prepared to face Nova's attack. But the Agent N had taken effect, and he no longer had any powers. Without them, he had no idea what to do. Nova jumped forward, preparing to slam the pike against his temple. He cowered, raising his hands in a pathetic attempt to defend himself. Nova stopped the side of the pike half an inch from his ear. Lowering the weapon, she pressed her forefinger to Mac Baxter's forehead. He crumpled. She spun back to Frostbite. The girl was on her hands and knees, attempting to crawl away from the bandit. Nova pointed the tip of the spear at her nose. Frostbite paused. "Go back," Nova growled. "You're giving him your power, all of it." Frostbite lifted her eyes, but nothing else. "Like hell I am," Nova snarled. Max was dying. Dying. And she didn't care if he was a renegade, an Everheart, the very prodigy who had taken Ace's power and ruined him almost 10 years ago. It was Max, and she would not let him die. It could be the only thing that saves him. "It's mine," Frostbite growled. "Fine," said Nova. "I gave you a chance to be noble about it." Reaching down, she scooped her fingers beneath Frostbite's chin, gripping her throat. A startled groan escaped the girl, and for half a breath she struggled to get away. But then she fell limp, fast asleep. Nova dumped her beside Max. She couldn't gauge how fast he was absorbing Janissa's power, but the ice formations over his wound started to thicken. She thought he was unconscious, but then his eyes fluttered open, meeting hers. She couldn't tell if there was recognition there, but she knew there was a question. Why was she helping him? She had the helmet. Why was she still there? "Get away from him!" Her head snapped up. Her pulse jumped. The sentinel stood inside the main entrance, his armored suit haloed by the moonlight reflecting off the glass doors. Nova stood. Her heart felt brittle, her body on the verge of collapse, but her mind was sharp again, jolted awake when that pike had been driven into Max, and already she was assessing her options. The pike was only a few feet away. The helmet was on the ground behind her. Another dart was loaded in the gun at her holster, and she still had 2 more gas release devices, though she couldn't be sure the gas would penetrate that suit. She had 1 destroyed quarantine, 3 unconscious former prodigies, and Max dying at her feet. "I said," growled the sentinel, as his right arm began to glow, "get away from him." Nova took a step back. Her heel brushed against the helmet. As much as she despised the sentinel and all his feigned superiority and self-absorption and the way he had hunted her like some obsessed stalker, she was pretty sure she knew one thing about the vigilante. He was capable of good things. Heroic things. Like rescuing 10-year-old boys when they were dying. She took another step back. The sentinel raised his arm. The concussion beam drove toward her. Nova ducked, barely dodging it, and grabbed the helmet off the floor. Then she ran.
Chapter 45. He wanted to chase after her. A big, loud, furious part of him wanted to chase after her, to tear off her mask, to make her face him, to look him in the eye, to tell him why she would do this, to destroy Max's home, his glass city, his everything, and then to attack him, to attack a child. What purpose? What possible point? But he didn't chase after her, in part because he already knew the truth. Max had helped to defeat Ace Anarchy, and now Nightmare had tried to exact her revenge against him. And he didn't go after her because... "Max," he said, the name overtaken by a sob. He fell to his knees over Max's body and did his best to remember the training they'd had, how to deal with various injuries so they could keep their comrades alive long enough for a healer to get to them. But he had never seen this before. Max's shirt had already been pushed up, revealing a deep gouge beneath his ribs. There was blood, but there was also ice, flakes of brittle white frost creeping across the skin, forming a protective barrier over the wound. Stolen from Janissa Clark, no doubt. But even with the ice, the blood beneath Max's body was sticky and thick. The wound was deep and could have punctured an organ, his kidney, his stomach, his intestines. How long did he have? Adrian's arms shook as he scooped them beneath Max's body and lifted him as tenderly as he could. Nightmare was gone. Despite his fury, he hardly remembered her leaving. There was only Max, whose skin appeared thin as tissue paper, whose chest barely rose with each breath. Holding the kid close, he ran from the building, out onto the street where even now he could hear sirens approaching. The council, the rest of the renegades, having heard about Nightmare's attack, rushing to the scene of the crime. They were too late. Adrian only hoped that he wasn't. Turning away from the sirens, he ran. No, he flew. The healers were all at the gala. Everyone was at the damned gala, and the hospital was 6 miles away, and Adrian could think of nothing but the blood on his hands, and Max's weak breaths rattling through his skinny chest, and the fact that all the stitches he could draw wouldn't be enough to keep the life from slipping out of him. The ice had bought him time, but still, he was dying. Max was dying, and the hospital was 6 miles away. Adrian had never moved so fast in his life. His entire world became a tunnel, pitch black and narrow. He saw only obstacles, the buildings in his path and the streets crammed with traffic. He saw only the hospital waiting at the top of the hill, too far away, then closer and closer as he bounded from rooftop to fire escape to water tower to overpass. All the while he clutched Max's body so tight he could feel the faint flutter of his heartbeat even through the armored suit. No, he was probably imagining that, or it was his own heartbeat, erratic and desperate. It was wind and the hard slap of boots on concrete. Another leap, another rooftop, another building, another city street blurring below, and the hospital. Closer, closer, but never close enough. Don't die, hold on, we're almost there. I'll get you there, don't die! And then he was there, a lifetime having passed in the minutes, seconds since he'd raced out of headquarters. He was moving so fast that the automatic sliding doors didn't have time to register him, and so he crashed through, sheltering Max's body as well as he could as the glass shattered around them. Gasps and screams, bodies leaping away from the infamous prodigy who had just burst into the emergency room waiting area. A man in scrubs jumped up from behind a desk. "A doctor, quick!" Adrian yelled. The receptionist stared. "Now!" Swallowing, the man reached for a call button. Adrian crouched down, holding Max away from his body so he could inspect him. He tried to ignore the boy's frost-covered clothes and the splatter of blood that had dried on the side of his face. It was the pallor of his skin that terrified him most, and the way Adrian could barely see his chest moving until he couldn't see it moving at all. "What's taking so long?" he screamed just as a set of double doors burst open and a man and a woman in nursing scrubs appeared, pushing a gurney between them. Another woman followed, pulling latex gloves onto her hands. Her focus landed on Max, devoid of emotion as she took in the blood and ice. "Let's get him on the table," she said. "Gently." Adrian ignored the nurses, who seemed to want to take Max from him, and carried Max to the gurney himself, settling his body onto it as carefully as he could. It felt like handing over his heart. The female nurse put a palm on the chest of Adrian's suit, ignoring the smears of blood on the armor. Her gaze dipped to the red S. It had been an R when he had first designed the suit, but he'd changed it after Hawthorne had thrown him into the river. There was no longer any point in pretending that the Sentinel was a renegade. "I'm sorry, but you can't come back." The other nurse gasped. Something crashed. The doctor collapsed against the gurney, her breaths heavy as she pressed a gloved hand against her chest. Adrian cursed and pushed the nurse away. "Not a prodigy!" he yelled. Grabbing the doctor, he pulled her back from the stretcher, dragging her to the opposite side of the waiting area before anyone could think to stop him. "It can't be a prodigy healer. He needs a doctor, a regular doctor." The male nurse stood over Max's unconscious body, stunned. They were all speechless. The nurses, the receptionists, the waiting patients and their families, all gawking at Adrian as if he'd lost his mind. "Not a prodigy?" the nurse finally stammered. "What do you mean? You don't want a prodigy healer?" "Just do it!" Panic rattled inside his skull until he could barely see, barely think, barely breathe. "Don't you have any civilian doctors?" "Not in the ER!" the receptionist shouted back, as if such a request was the definition of inconceivable. "Then get one from somewhere else!" Adrian shouted back. "Hurry!" The weakened doctor was escorted away. Hot, furious tears blurred Adrian's vision. Hurry, hurry, what was taking them so long? His thoughts stilled. A realization struck him like a bullet. They could use a prodigy doctor, if that doctor was immune, if Adrian had the vitality charm. But he'd given it to Simon. It was at home, or Simon still had it, and though Adrian's thoughts spun with desperation, he couldn't fathom how he could find it and bring it back here in time to make any difference. A new physician in a white coat burst through the doors, harried and breathless at having been called to the ER, which was clearly the domain of prodigy healers only. The doctor approached the stretcher and began shouting orders. A second later, Max was being whisked away, back into the sterile yellow corridors of the hospital. Adrian could no longer detect his breathing at all. "Save him!" he yelled after them, pleading. "Please, whatever you have to do, just save him!" Maybe it was his tone, or maybe it was the sight of Max's blood. Either way, the doctor's frenzied expression gave way to something almost kind. Then he turned his back, and the doors swung shut, rattling back and forth a few times before falling still. Adrian spun toward the receptionist. He noticed for the first time how everyone in the room had moved away from him, crowding against the walls. "Look," he said. "That kid is a renegade, and a ward of Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden. They have to save him." The receptionist inhaled deeply. "We are professionals, sir. They will do everything they can." Shoulders drooping, Adrian stepped away. All his strength left him at once, and he slumped onto a nearby bench. It groaned beneath the weight of the suit. Adrian knew he was being watched. Everyone in the waiting room was staring at him, trying to decide if they should be scared or if they should alert the renegades, if they hadn't already. He didn't much care what they decided about him, or who came to arrest him. He collapsed over his knees, gripping the sides of his helmet in both hands. The suit felt like a wall around him, separating him from the world. He had built this sanctuary for himself, and now he was alone with his thoughts and his fears and the jumbled, chaotic memories of all that had happened. He was shaking, and his mind returned to anger because it was the easiest emotion to embrace at the moment. Anger at himself for not being faster. Anger at Nightmare for daring to attack a kid. Just a kid. Anger at the hospital for not being prepared, for taking too long to get a doctor to help. Even more anger at himself for not having the medallion with him so that first healer could have done something. His thoughts spun to Nova and how she believed that society was too reliant on prodigies. People expected a renegade to be around to help them whenever they needed it, to solve all their problems for them. Maybe she was right. Maybe they depended too much on superheroes. And what if that dependence cost Max his life? The memory returned to him, agonizing and sharp. Nightmare crouched over Max's body, her hands covered in his blood. Adrian's fingers curled into fists. Why hadn't she been weakened by his power? It didn't make sense. He would find out. He would uncover her secrets once and for all. About Max, about the helmet, about her knowledge of his mother's murder. And then he would find her and annihilate her. He heard a commotion outside and leaped to his feet. Sirens were wailing, the familiar sound of renegade patrols on the move. He glanced at a nearby door that led to a stairwell. Simon and Hugh would be there for Max, and Simon could give his medallion to any healer who needed it. They could explain its significance and the nature of Max's ability. Max didn't need Adrian to be there anymore, and he wasn't ready for this confrontation. He caught sight of flashing lights through the broken glass door, and then Captain Chromium and the Dread Warden were barreling toward him. The rest of the council was absent, and through a fog, Adrian remembered Ace Anarchy, unconscious in the catacombs. Clenching his fists, Adrian bolted through the nearest door and launched himself up the stairwell, heading for the roof. He couldn't hold on to his secret for much longer. There would be consequences for all the choices he had made, the rules he had broken. But for now, the Sentinel still had a job to do. Nightmare was alive, and she needed to be stopped. He would not give up the Sentinel until she was destroyed.
Chapter 46. Phobia was waiting for them outside the row house on Wallow Ridge, and all the cheering and euphoria that had overtaken them during their drive vanished with 4 simple words. The renegades took Ace. Nova's heart squeezed. She couldn't believe it. Phobia told them everything, and all celebration ceased. Leroy turned on the car radio, and they all stood there, listening, unwilling to believe. The journalists were beyond themselves, talking 1,000,000 miles per minute as they repeated every tiny, trivial detail of the capture. The fact that Ace Anarchy was still alive at all was a shock to them, and to know that he had been found and brought into custody, not by the renegades, though a patrol unit had arrived to take the villain to headquarters. No, Ace had been captured by the Sentinel. Even thinking his name made Nova's skin crawl with loathing. Finally, when they could no longer deny the truth of the reports, they trudged through the front door, full of disbelief. Honey brushed past Nova and headed up the groaning, angry steps. The bedroom door slammed, and seconds later, Nova could hear the start of her wails. For the first time, Nova couldn't write them off as Honey's knack for melodrama. "You did well tonight, little nightmare," Leroy said, settling a hand on Nova's shoulder. She didn't respond, and soon he, too, clopped up the steps to his room. The door closed on squeaking hinges. Phobia lingered a minute longer, his presence haunting the corners of the room. He didn't say anything. For once, Nova had no fears that he could possibly comment on. All her worst fears had come true. The renegades had Ace. Despite everything, she had failed. Finally, he too vanished, transforming into a colony of bats and soaring out through the door. It slammed shut in his wake, rattling the weary house. Nova stood a few paces in from the entryway and stared. At the garish paisley wallpaper, at the moth-eaten furniture, at the nothingness that was supposed to be her home. The helmet hung from one hand, her fingers punctured through the eye holes like a bowling ball. It no longer felt light and unobtrusive, and as the shadows slowly gave way to the dusty light of early morning, Nova let the helmet fall. It thumped anticlimactically against the carpet and rolled beneath the coffee table. Nova let out a shaking breath. She had failed. Ace was captured. Ace was gone. A chime echoed through the silent house, startling Nova from her thoughts. Her communication band. She found it in the kitchen. Her hand was shaking as she picked it up and scrolled through countless messages from Adrian and the rest of the team, and even a global communication sent out from the council confirming the truth of the media reports. Ace Anarchy is alive and he is in custody. The Sentinel was responsible for his capture. The Sentinel's identity remains unknown. The most recent messages were all about Nightmare, also confirmed alive, and the theft of Ace Anarchy's helmet, and the destruction wrought upon headquarters. The messages said nothing about Frostbite and her team. They said nothing about Max. Nova read the alerts about Nightmare more closely, trying to determine if she'd been discovered or not. She hadn't been overly concerned with keeping her identity concealed tonight, believing that by the end of it, Ace would have his helmet back, and her charade as a renegade would be over. Now, she couldn't fathom what would happen next. How long before they figured her out? She thought of Dana's butterfly, still trapped inside the jar upstairs. If it ever escaped,
then Nova's secret would be revealed for sure. And there were 1,000 other little lies piling up all around her. 1,000 signs pointing to Nova, to Nightmare. How long did she have before they knew? Before Adrian knew? She dropped the wristband onto the table and braced her palms against the back of a chair. Eyes closed, she inhaled deeply. Counted to 10. Exhaled. Then, she went upstairs to change. Honey did not speak, so neither did she as she stripped out of Nightmare's costume, covered in blood and sweat and small shards of glass. She set her face mask on the vanity, right next to Dana's butterfly. She could barely look at either of them. She had to get Ace out. That was all there was to it. The thought made her want to sob, but she bottled it deep inside, because if that's what had to be done, then that's what she would do. She wouldn't complain about all the work and planning that had gone into tonight. She wouldn't think of how everything was wasted. She wouldn't feel sorry for herself. She would lift her chin. She would keep fighting. She went back downstairs, leaving Honey to her solitude. They all wanted solitude. Nova sat down at the kitchen table and stared at the vase of dead flowers, her heart breaking. It could not all be for nothing. She wouldn't let the renegades win. She wouldn't let the council get away with their lies, their broken promises. And she would not be beaten by the Sentinel. A knock made her jump. She stood and stared at the front door, choking on her heart. She waited for it to be blown in by the forces of an army of superheroes. She pictured Captain Chromium's fist smashing through the door, leaving it in splinters, or Tsunami's tidal wave bursting through the window and flooding the house. But the only attack that came was a second pounding on the door, more determined this time. Then, Adrian's voice. Nova. It's me. I know you're awake. Please, let me in. Her saliva became sticky inside her mouth. Adrian. Sweet, handsome, brilliant Adrian Everhart. He knew. He must know. How could she face him? How could she stand to see the look in his eyes when he demanded she tell him the truth? When he dared her to lie to him again? Nova, are you home? Her gaze landed on the helmet. Crossing the living room floor, she stooped and picked it up from the dreary carpet and spent a few seconds turning in aimless circles, trying to determine where to hide it. She settled on the coat closet, jamming the helmet in amid Leroy's trench coat and Honey's furs. Inhaling a deep breath, she crossed to the door and gripped the knob. Upstairs, Honey's sobs had fallen quiet. The entire house felt deserted. She pulled open the door. Adrian was a wreck. His bow tie was gone, and his dress shirt was rumpled and covered in smudges of dirt. His gaze latched onto her, haunted and exhausted. But not accusatory. She didn't dare hope. "Can I come in?" he said, almost meek. She licked her lips with her sandpaper tongue and stepped inside. He moved past her and walked straight into the kitchen. Nova held her breath as he passed the closet. The latch, which never closed firmly, clicked. The door drifted open just a few inches. Adrian didn't notice. His movements were sluggish as he pulled back a chair and collapsed into it. "I'm sorry," he said when Nova caught up to him. She stayed in the doorway, terrified. That Honey would make a sound, that some of her bees would fly down from the stairwell and start traipsing across the cabinets, that Adrian's melancholy was an act meant to lure her into false security. "I know I can't just keep showing up here, but I needed to talk to someone, and I knew you would be awake, so—" His voice snagged, and she noted the bruised circles beneath his eyes, almost hidden by the frames of his glasses. The night had been long for them both. "I'm sorry," he said. "How is your uncle?" Her heart squeezed. Captured, imprisoned, gone. But then she remembered the excuse she'd given Adrian when she was leaving the gala, that her uncle hadn't been feeling well and she needed to go check on him. "Fine," she stammered. "He's fine." Adrian was silent for a long time. His gaze was fixed on her across the room, and Nova couldn't tell what the look meant. Was he inspecting her for the truth, searching for signs of nightmare? "Have you heard," Adrian said, "about Ace Anarchy and Nightmare?" She shivered. "I was just checking my messages." "It's true, then?" He nodded, folding his hands. He bent over his knees, peering at the cracked linoleum floor. "Yeah, it's all true. We got Ace, but she got away, and she took the helmet." A wry laugh fell from him. "I should have listened to you, Nova. We all should have listened to you. You tried to tell us that it wasn't secure, but my dad's... We were so arrogant about it. And now it's with them." Nova dug her fingers into her own thigh to keep from looking back over her shoulder, toward the closet. "But we have Ace Anarchy," said Adrian. "That's something." He lifted his head, staring blankly at the wall. "Ruby and Oscar were there when the council came to collect him. They said they're already planning to have him neutralized publicly when they reveal Agent N to the world. He'll be their shining example of how necessary Agent N is and what it can do." "When?" Nova whispered. "When will that happen?" "I don't know. I doubt they'll wait long." His chin started to quiver, startling Nova. "Did you hear? Do you know about Max?" His voice broke, and Nova's blood ran cold. She saw Max again, the ice spear puncturing his skin, the blood coating the floor. He was dead. He was dead. He was dead. And it was her fault. At least in part, her fault. "No," she breathed, not wanting to hear him say it, not wanting to know the truth. Adrian extended his arms, and Nova couldn't resist the pull of them. She went to him, and he wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his face into her stomach. Tears pricked at Nova's eyes, and though her body tried to rebel at the intimacy of the touch, she couldn't stop the impulse to cradle his head and shoulders, to hold him closer. "He's in the hospital," he said, as the tears started in force. "She tried to kill him. Nightmare tried to kill him." Hospital. Tried. Is he... I don't know, but he has to live. He has to be okay if anything happens to him. His words dissolved. Nova held him, feeling the damp tears through her shirt, the trembling of his shoulders under her fingers. "He'll be all right," she said, willing herself to believe it too. "It'll be okay." "I'm going to destroy her. I'm going to find Nightmare, and I'm going to destroy her." He curled his fingers into the back of Nova's shirt, gathering the material into his fists. "Nova, will you help me?" Grimacing, Nova turned her head toward the front room. Through the doorway, she saw the edge of the coat closet, the dingy wood trim around the door jamb, the carpet worn nearly to the floorboards beneath. "Yes, of course I will." she heard herself say as she stared into the empty eyes